City Commission special call meeting to order this morning. Today is Thursday, May the 2nd, 2024, 8:30. We're here for shared agency presentations, and we have a rather tight and lengthy schedule. But I want to thank everyone for their attendance this morning, and especially thank the agencies who are about to present to us for the work that they do to make our community a much better place. They do a lot of things that we as a city commission desire to do, but it's really nice to have volunteers and nonprofits in our community who do this work on behalf of your city government. So with that said, I'd like to call on the airport board, who has the first presentation this morning, and they are allowed a 20-minute presentation. So, guys, you want to take the podium and get us started off, Mr. Cowell, in a grand fashion this morning?
Good morning. I'd like to start by introducing a city-nominated local board member, Don Mosier.
Welcome, Don.
He's an active pilot and works in the energy business with East Kentucky Power and was formerly spent an 8-year tenure on the Lexington Bluegrass Airport Board. Okay. And so we sure appreciate him being willing to serve, and I just wanted to introduce him to everybody. The request that we have submitted this year is fairly consistent with what we have in the past, and so but one of the projects that we're asking for the city's portion of the grant funding, is the new entrance road that I want to take this opportunity to thank the city and the county, who both lobbied for us to get these funds, and this is just going to be huge. And so we'd been working with the engineers on this new entrance road, and Patty got involved and demonstrated how she brings a lot to the table that certainly I don't, in that she got together with their landscape architect, and I think we're all going to be really excited to see what this new entrance road is going to look like and how it's going to represent our community. And so to help you get a sense of where that is, the current entrance road is the little grade lines on the left of the picture. You see little dips coming down, and so if you can visualize, that's how you would drive into the airport right now. And then what you see in the middle is the big grassy field that we've not had access to on airside. And to the right of that is where the new entrance road will go, which will be a one-way in, one-way out boulevard look. And then there's another slide that shows, the one on the left, yes, shows the entrance. And so Patty and the landscape architect, working together, have placed our current sign that's in our current entrance on top of a new structure, and that'll be a stone structure, elevated just a bit since it's a short sign, and then the landscaping actually plays off the graphics of our logo. So they really knocked it out of the ballpark on that one too, and I think the communities can be very pleased. And to finish that, they tied it in at the FBO, because the general idea is, for when you're driving in the drive to the airport, we want that brick administration office to catch your eye, because that's where you're headed to park. And with this project, and so they're addressing the landscape in front of that building. It's been 12, 13 years and it's needed some help for some time, and so we're excited to include this in the project. We'll have a net gain of 11 parking places also, which is going to be huge for us. And we will have a gate that when we sever the old entrance road, we will have gates so that we have more access for the fire or rescue in the event we ever need it. And so we think we've thought everything through, and hopefully we're spending your money very wisely. And so, but we want to thank you for that. And so that would be part of the participation funding. That's first part of the request. And then we are also this year, in July, we will start a lighting project that we are not asking for funds for because it is 100% funded by the state of Kentucky, and we're real excited about that. It'll be LED lighting. It's our hope in that project it has a conduit included in it in our efforts in the future to try to get three-phase power over to the ramp in hopes of getting EV charging station. We've learned that you actually need 3 conduits to do that, but you know, we're working our way through that, and hopefully we can get that done. And then lastly, our new master plan that we've been talking about a couple of years, that the city has graciously helped us fund the business plan. Bart Gover, our board member, and the FAA are still negotiating the FAA funding, and they're real close, and we think one more meeting will be turned loose on that and hope to get started on that project right away. And so we look forward to getting started with that. The second item in our budget request is for assistance with the virtual tower annual subscription, which is a huge product that enables us to collect data on our traffic. It also it is also a recorded representation of what takes place there, so that in the event there's something that shouldn't be going on, or we'd like to know what's going on, that we can monitor that. And so we think we've just begun to tap the usefulness of that product, and we would like the state provided funding for the first year, and so we're asking for funding from the city and the county to continue that subscription, and we would appreciate that very much if you were willing. And lastly is our insurance request. The city has very graciously been providing us with property and casualty insurance, and which has now been segregated from the city's policy, rightly so, and so we are asking for those funds. Do I have any questions?
What's the difference, I'm sorry,
Go
in
ahead,
the
no.
city and the county proposed? It looks like there's a difference. Is it the insurance? Looks like 34 from the county you're requesting, or are you requesting the 52?
I believe there is a difference in the city and the county. As you know, we are in the city now.
Right.
And
I just was wondering what the difference was, if there was a reason for that.
I think
And it
David
may be the
explained that.
insurance or not.
That, well, you've got, it's the insurance. The matching funds are the same.
Right.
The virtual tower is the same. And so I can get back with you on
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Other questions? Comments?
I don't really ever worry about them spending taxpayer money wisely, because they've always done more with less, so appreciate that. I do have a question about, in your budget, like from the state government, there's over 2 million, and FAA is over 1 million. Are those just kind of pass-throughs for projects that are,
Yes.
okay,
So the lighting project is the state project. The FAA project is the entry road, which was an earmark grant that we received.
okay, thank you. I was afraid it was in your bank account. I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was in your bank account. I wanted to make sure that, you know.
Well, unfortunately, we're a pass-through.
That's all I have.
Mr. Sir, any questions? Okay, well, thank you, guys.
May I
me get-
mention just one more item, not for this year's budget or whatever, just to be thinking about?
Yes, sir.
just to plant the seed while I have everybody in the room. As we grow and get more and more traffic that tries to fly in all sorts of weather, we're going to have to start ramping up our efforts to keep the runway clean in the winter. And something to think about, the county very graciously donated an old truck to us, but what we have found, and actually a private entity rented them a truck for the winter 20 years ago, but what we would find is that if you have a truck with a snowplow on it, that it sits all year, and then when it snows, the plow breaks down. And that happened this year, and the city was very kindly sent a mechanic out and helped us get it going, and then it turned around and broke again. And so the seed that I would like to plant and just give for some consideration is that the city has a fleet of trucks, and they're all being utilized when it snows. But in the future, as you're thinking about funding for utility trucks, dump trucks for you guys, if there is an opportunity to dovetail what we do at the airport with the acquisition of an additional truck that you would just bring out to the airport in late fall, or if we see a snow coming, we could run down to the garage and pick it up, then we could ourselves go a long way to help get ahead of it, so that when you've gotten the city streets cleared and you're available to come help us, that we've tackled most of it. So you're very kind to offer the services you do, but that may be an opportunity for you to gain from it, from the utility of the use of a truck during most of the year, and us having the ability to have a piece of equipment that's operational. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Rob, real quick before you sit down, did you talk about, and I was trying to read a little bit, the development to the east? I saw that email yesterday between our staff and Doug showing the site plan for those buildings. Is that progressing? What's the status of that?
So we have two private entities that are wanting to build hangars on that new ramp that we completed last year, and which is great. However, the federal funds for the construction of the ramp did not include moving the sewer line that's under the ramp at the moment. And that in itself, I don't think is a real big deal, but building a building over it is probably something that is not going to be acceptable. And so we just wanted to, now that we kind of know where there will be buildings, look at rerouting. There's a gravity and a forced main that runs through there that we hope to get moved.
But that's progressing and.
It is, and so if things go well, we hopefully will have two structures within a year.
Anyone else? Thank you. Great job.
Thank you all. I appreciate your all support.
See what he did? He got us back on schedule. He really got us ahead of schedules. Good. The Danville County Development Corporation is next up. Since you guys are here, we'll go ahead and give you an early start this morning. Got all three of you here this morning. Wow.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come and present and talk about the Development Corporation and our partnerships. As you know, we're a 501c3 not-for-profit organization. Our board members are made up of city, county, development partners, and then advisory board members at large, including Rob, Brian from Center College, Kathy Miles from Boyle County ASAP, Terry Crowley from the EDA, Jerry Carter from the Boyle County Industrial Foundation, Mayor Adkins, Commissioner Holland, Judge Executive Bottom, and Jason Collin, the magistrate. As you know, we do economic development, and we try to do it well, and we develop partnerships. These are some of the activities we're charged with, and we only touch on a small amount of economic development. But we're good at industrial development, working with the Industrial Foundation. Business retention and expansion, our existing businesses, that's the most important aspect of our job. 80% of all new business expansion is with current located businesses in our community. And the chamber can attest to that also. We do work with small business startups, but in a limited capacity, helping them find a place, getting, to the proper channels. How do you get the lights turned on? How do you get the gas? Who do I talk to about my permits and business applications? Entrepreneurship, we help guide some new startups to additional resources if they have a plan formulation. We don't do the mentoring. We don't do the ongoing structure we just don't have the resources to have someone on staff full-time to do that. Business accelerators, those things really fall under the Small Business Development Centers, SBDC, which is part of the SBA, and they have regional sites and offices that we can tap into and forward those along. And then we've got CenterWorks 2.0 in progress. Talk a little bit about administrative operations. I'm going to turn it over to Josh.
So I'll hit on some of our day-to-day administrative operations. We've had over 30 site selection and search inquiries. That's a very conservative number. This largely is made up of our industrial inquiries that we get from the Cabinet for Economic Development and our larger commercial developments, but we also work with a lot of small businesses looking for locations or local nonprofits. We've had 9 Development Corporation board meetings, this group provides us direction and leads our strategic initiatives. Many of these meetings are also joint meetings with our larger advisory council, which is designed to allow greater insight from a broader segment of the community. We have had, again, 9 Workforce Development Committee meetings, which works on local workforce needs and plans many events, but I believe Harold's going to talk more about that later. We've had 3 Finance Committee meetings who reviews our financials and provides guidance on budgeting and reviews audits and things of that nature. We have had 3 Housing committees, which is dedicated to improving access to workforce housing in the community, and I believe that's also, that is also included in our fiscal year 24-25 budget, as that group has realized that they need to be able to execute direct action in solving some of these issues. We've had 3 marketing committee meetings, which guides marketing efforts, and if you recall, was also played a role in the development of the city's community landing page. We have had 1 asset development committee meeting, which is not many, but this is also addressing infrastructure needs within the community and would be things that also the Economic Development Authority and the Industrial Foundation are working on as well. And to that, we have had 9 Economic Development Authority meetings, and the DBCD staff also provides staff support to that group, which is the joint city-county organization dedicated to the acquisition and development of land for economic development. We have also had 5 Industrial Foundation meetings, and they meet quarterly. They also are the private landowning organization, the industrial park, as you know. We have also had 3 joint Chamber CVB Main Street meetings. We also actually had an additional one yesterday where we coordinate with our partner organizations and plan our efforts going forward. We have had recently hosted the Kentucky Association of Economic Development, where they discussed their collaborative blueprint for Kentucky for economic developers, which is aimed at fostering collaboration of economic development throughout the state. And Harold and our workforce development team also recently participated in a rapid response session with Honeywell following I believe, layoff of one of their shifts. With that, I'll pass it along.
Thank you, Josh. As Josh mentioned, as far as we've had 9 meetings with the Workforce Development Committee, that is a committee as far as a real cross-section of, as far as business folks, primarily plant managers, HR folks, and we are focused on how we can assist our businesses in some of their issues, primarily, of course, as far as workforce development. Did you? What I want to do is just go over briefly some of the numbers here. The unemployment, which is, it's not seasonally adjusted, so that number probably went up a little bit. That just came out last week. That was from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So that number should go down, hopefully, in the next few months or so. Also, as far as workforce participation rate, and I'm going to talk just briefly about that, and I want to come back because one of the things that we want to do as far as how we tie and our strategies and how we tackle that number to make that number go up and that. So the workforce participation rate, this is a combination of statistics from the Federal Reserve, Bureau of Labor Statistics in that. And we're at 53.9, just that's for Bull County. State average is right at 59%. So that number, as far as looking at the health and the well-being of our participation, that's one of the things that we primarily want to focus in on and how we can increase that number. Just briefly, this will just kind of give you some underpinnings as far as retirees. And again, that's 25%. That's also, that number came from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And in the age range 16 and over, that's about the population of 16,000. And that number, as far as the participation rate, it's 16 and over, includes that number. Now, that doesn't mean that everyone is included in that number as far as 16,000, because you have to, one, be employed, or you have to be looking for work, and in that. So that number is as far as included, or numbers as far as participation rate. Just briefly, too, as far as the number of establishments, 1,023 here in the county, and that. So, and I mentioned as far as some of the strategies and how we can work to increase that number as far as our participation rate. We just completed about 3 weeks ago our third career fair, our job fair, in that. And I would just, these numbers here, as far as the vendors, those are pretty accurate. We can count those. The participants, those are estimates. I know, Jeff, you've assisted with us trying to with so many people moving, it's kind of hard to count them. So, but anyway, our first job fair, which was a year ago, back in March 2023, we estimated about 300, and had one in the fall, estimated 300, and the one that we just had, we estimated about 450. All 3 of those days, it rained. I had nothing to do with that. But
Ain't hard.
the thing that we're looking at as far as how we can regionally address this issue, we've partnered with the Chamber of Commerce from Mercer, Garrett, and Lincoln County. We've also partnered and gotten assistance from the career centers here in Danville and in Marion County. And they've been very helpful as far as helping us to get people there and advertising as well. So I think what's happening too is that we're getting this expected, that we're doing this every 6 months. The favorable ratings that we've had and the input that we've had from folks has been very positive. They want to come back. They see this as a tool that can help them. I think the thing that, and we do survey folks, And the things that we heard from the last one, not only did we have a good number of potential applicants, but the quality of the applicants that we had. Now, we've been surveying too, as far as trying to get a profile of who's coming through the door. And we do that as far as age group, gender, education in that. And we're getting a good cross-section in that as far as the participants in that. So the one thing I will say too about the job fair is that we're getting a good cross-section of industry. We have government there represented, we have manufacturing, we have healthcare, we have education, tourism and that. So there's a good cross-section of those 51 vendors were well representative from a lot of those areas.
Yeah.
So, I think that's all I got there.
So part of our responsibilities are also helping in the housing development area. This is a plat, this is one of 3 new housing developments going on in the area, outside of Danville, but on bordering Junction City area. There's 52 lots in this one. There's another 58 lots in Brook Acres, and another 42 lots being developed in Hidden Springs. What we want to focus on is some infill housing development with our partners through Workforce Housing. We'll just call it the Housing Committee. And working with banks to create participating loans. And then hopefully in our budget, what we'll see is $50,000 applied to the housing program. 25 to be used as grant matches and 25 to be used as some infrastructure improvements, working with contractors as they build and develop a property, they flip it, and then they build a revolving loan fund. That's one of our goals. Community development, removing old structures, planning for development opportunities out in the county and in the city. That's what needs to be our focus also. We're strengthening our partnerships with our developers, with the chamber, with the CVB, and we look to continue that. I'm going kind of fast because I know we're using up our time, so I appreciate your patience. What is community development? That includes project fundraising, grant writing, advocacy, infrastructure development, and that includes the airport. We definitely support the airport. You've put a lot of investment opportunities in there. 3 of these planes are Parker Meggitt. Their board flew in recently to tour our facility, and the airport was gracious enough to let us put banners up welcoming them to our community and show our support for it. And we also put one up in the Parker Meggitt building for when they met. Our partners include KED, Convention and Visitors Bureau, Chamber, site selectors, real estate investors, developers, and regional stakeholders. Now, some of the recent numbers, what we've been involved with, and we have a lot of development activity going on. I don't have all the numbers for the area, but if you think about Luca Mariano's expansion, most recently, their building permit was pulled for $5 million for that new distillery building. Drake's was $1.2 million estimate for their construction permit. They have 109 employees now. Chick-fil-A was 1.4, and they have 130 full and part-time employees. Wilderness Trail Distilleries, the last permit was $2 million. They have 52 employees, and their last permitted barrel warehouse, which they built 7, $2.8 million each, representing a $19.6 million investment in the community. Now, is that all realized right here in the city? No, but it definitely brings a lot of work, activity, and investment to our area. So we're appreciative of those investments. With that, I'll go to the budget and then open it up for any questions or concerns you may have.
Want to do the budget first?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Is there a slide for that?
unless you created a slide for it, no.
Okay, all right.
So they do
There's-
have access, they do have
Okay.
their packets.
It's in your packet then. Whatever's most convenient for you.
You can just talk about it, talk your way through it.
Okay.
And the question I forgot to ask the airport, which I'll get up in a minute, is that, for the record, before each group sits down, I want them to tell us what they were allocated last year and what their request is for this year. I think we need to have that addressed out publicly.
Okay. So our request last year was 150,000, and it was granted for both the city and the county as matching funds. Our request this year is for 250,000 from the city and the county. Our request has already been submitted to the county. They've discussed it, and we believe they're going to put that in the budget at the full amount. And then we're asking the city for the same 250, and we've broke it down. The majority of our increases include marketing. We need to update our website, and then there's some project activities. You'll see the investment, and I go over those one by one, or any specific line item that you would like.
Any questions about the budget?
The difference in, and the difference in the 250 and the 150.
Sure. So the projects that we want to pursue this year include town center, conference center, support operations. Doesn't mean that money will be spent, but what we want to have is some budget line item to move that project along. And I know we're kind of in a hold pattern because there's sensitive items and topics that can't be discussed outside of the realm because you've got too many development partners. So we're kind of in a hold pattern on that until exactly whether it's TIF financing, TIF areas, development partners, land availability, you see all the gamut of things this grows of what happens. And the best way I can present it is, obviously this all takes place within the city, and there's delegate matters with property owners that the city needs to lead on, and we recognize that. Does that make sense? Okay. I can't say too much, but I don't want to not say enough to give you the information. I'd be happy to talk offline.
Sure. Sure.
And then the
Understand
small,
that. Yeah.
fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the small business programming, what that is that's, if you think about it in a Main Street programming concept, what that is us working with our local businesses, and this includes Junction City, Danville, and Perryville, to have those business networks that we have meeting now on a regular basis. Danville's is the most active it has been in several years. It's not the heart of Danville, but it's a 2.0. It's where we focus on our Main Street efforts with our partners and our small businesses here to develop the activities and promote business attraction downtown and events. I'll just throw out an event we talked about yesterday. We've kind of given up the Kentucky State Barbecue Festival in the past since COVID. That's something we want to reclaim, and we want to bring it back downtown. And we want to host that event and have it registered. Why? Because when it brings in 1,500 people to the area and our businesses are ready to accept them, hey, we're going to be open these hours. It's going to be a 3-day event. This is something that is direct business economic activity that can support the entire area. A 3-day event fills hotels. It brings in vendors. It brings in traffic. These are things we need to focus on Main Street efforts. This is not programming for any other activity. It's not mentoring. It's not, it's not a mentoring program. It's working with our existing businesses and expanding that. So Perryville's got a good model, and they focus on restoration, historic preservation, and resources. Well, that model's not your economic model that's going to really drive what we want to do in this respect. So those business activities are more Main Street, not so much on historic preservation or getting buildings utilized. This is real activity driven. So that's the goal of that. And then the Resource Center community projects, you may remember there's been some discussion from the county level, and again, we represent the entire county, about putting resource centers, little libraries or pocket buildings out there in the small communities where we can help guide whether it's workforce development issues, resources to people who may not be able to get to town when we have a job fair. Well, we can go and host an event out in that area. We can have a facility that has Wi-Fi when we need it. It's improved enough that we can have smaller meetings and not have to drive everything to town. It makes it more convenient. So we can reach that workforce population that's underemployed, that's out in the community, but actually help our businesses in this community, inside the city of Danville, to have a productive workforce. How do we get them here? How do we get them trained and sped up to development? And then the housing development program, as I mentioned earlier, the goal of this $50,000, $25,000 would be a grant match, hopefully to leverage a lot of dollars through Kentucky so we can start building capacity in a revolving loan program. And then the other is to use it specifically for site development activities. And what I mean is, say the city has a lot, or a developer has a lot, and it needs a house tore down, or it was bought at an auction and needs some improvement, sidewalk improvements, we can go in, provide some funding in a partnership, and that funding is paid back to reduce the cost to get the project started, get a lot available for a build-ready site, and/or hopefully housing in there to drive more traffic and workforce housing available. And then the last of the big projects is the Wayfind banners, and these are signage. So what came out of the CVB, and this is a partnership with them, is those beautiful signs that you're doing around the city of Danville and the community that drives, hey, here's where the dollhouse is. Here's where this activity is. Here's where the park is. Here's where the cemeteries are. These signs, we need to do that also out in the community. So if the funding's available, that's one of the things we want to do, but also direct those resources out in the county. So that's the big part of our budget request and all the activities that we would like to do. And let's see. I've been asked certain questions about some development activities and the responses. So I'll just kind of address those. To give a concept of what a $1.2 million building built and operating would generate in taxes for the community. So let's just use, this is public information, so I'm not doing anything that's not available from the PBA. So an investment by Drake's in a $1.2 million building that was just built is taxed at $13,000. That's what brings it into the community. Chick-fil-A, which was just, the permit was for 1.4, and it has not been assessed yet. So I don't have the numbers on it, but it would be similar in comparison. And then when I look at the rick houses and the Wilderness Trail. Now, Wilderness Trail started in 2013. So in 10 years, not including the most recent 7 rick houses that they have built, they pay about $169,000 a year in taxes to the community. Now, of course, that goes between the different entities, but that kind of shows the investment level and the return that you get from economic development. And why supporting those existing businesses that are growing, I can only imagine that that's going to be significantly higher with the barrel houses and their expansion, because they're doing an expansion right now on their distillery. And unless there's any other questions, that's all I had for the
Can I get a clarification? Probably Lee can help here. You'd mentioned that you asked for $150,000 last year. I think that's right. And actually, it looks like you're allocated $200,000. Is that something I missed? What am I?
Last year?
Yeah.
So it is, I would have to look back at the spreadsheet, but the EDC was allocated $150 last year. The EDA, the Economic Development Authority, was allocated $50,000. So in total, the city's allocation for economic development activities was $200,000.
Okay.
And I believe there's a presentation or a request in for EDA, we'll do that at 10:30, unless you want me to speak to it now. Whatever you feel comfortable with, or I think Terry's supposed to be here also at 10:30.
Let's just wait on Terry.
Yeah, we probably
Okay.
wait, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Hurst?
This is probably a question that doesn't have an answer, but our senior population is growing, and we sort of, that's something at one time that we were actively seeking, I think. But then that rubs up against your numbers for your workforce
It
development.
does.
So how do you balance that real quick?
So that's a very good question and an astute question. And here's what we found, is even at our job fairs, what we're seeing, the first job fair, we had more high school students. The second job fair was a mix. And then you go to the last fair, we saw an older population show up looking for more skilled jobs. So the term you would use is underemployed. So these that have retired or that have just taken a job to, hey, I want to stay busy, and then they may have a PhD and working, at Lowe's just to stay busy. I'll just use that as an example. So, or there's a school teacher that's picked up a second job, hey, I want to do something, and kind of transitioning career fields, maybe to real estate. So you do have a larger retirement population that is definitely beneficial to this community. Why? Because of the college, they like the amenities that are offered. And let's just face it, Danville's a great place to live, work, and play. And so they come here. They don't have to pay the Lexington prices. They don't have to live in Louisville or Frankfurt. This is just a really small town, great feel that's opening and welcome. But sometimes they're just not enough, maybe they don't get involved in any other way. Maybe they don't volunteer, but hey, I'll go pick up a few extra hours, and that way I can meet people. But we also do have, which wouldn't be included in our numbers, is several retirement communities that are growing and expanding. So that might be an opportunity too, whether they're permanently there or they still live at home and looking for maybe second, third careers.
JJ, let me ask something that you may not have an answer to either. As we did a lot of research on economic development funding, the percentage of private, so there's different elements of that. There's the administration, and then there's the investment side. And the investment side is infrastructure, land development, almost always is borne by your public agencies. Significant percentage, 90-10, 90 public, 10% other sources, not necessarily private, sometimes from the utilities, for example, or state. On the administrative side, the proportion that was evident was roughly 2/3 private, 1/3 public on the administrative side, because the public had so much heavy lifting on the infrastructure side, on the backside. Your proportion is the opposite of that. It's like 66%, and I'm not saying you. Currently, the proportion is the opposite of that. It's the administration is heavily dependent on the public side, and it's less dependent on the private side. How can that be fixed? Or let me ask this question. Why is Danville different than the other places that we compared ourselves to?
Good question, and that's a very good question. One of the things I didn't cover. So through our Chairman Circle event, our Chairman Circle membership, we have $95,000 coming from the Industrial Foundation. So that's part of your private industrial dollars. And that they've agreed to continue that through this next year. $168,000 was raised from private businesses. So you combine those two, that's about the same. So it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. What happened over the COVID period was so many challenges with businesses. The EDA did not bill for the year 22, 21, 22. So when I came aboard last year, February, by July, we had identified businesses that were in the realm that, how's the best way to say it? They were the most likely to participate. And we developed and mailed out over 200 investment packages, showing those businesses the relevance of our job fairs, our community economic development activities, the city and the county's development incentives along with the state. That response rate, we have increased, we've got now 29, including the city and the county and the Industrial Foundation, active participants that fund economic development. So we're raising that, and we're going to do more. And why do I think that's going to grow? It's because of this regional job fair. Businesses, and you've heard me say this before, businesses don't know the boundaries that we're confined to as a city in a taxing district or the county as a taxing district. And I'll use Amazon. How many of you use Amazon to buy something? Their headquarters isn't here. They may have logistics facilities here. Denyo headquarters is not here. Parker Meggitt headquarters is not here. But we ship stuff everywhere. Plastics Group, the old Transnab business. You know, it's a foreign-owned company, but they operate here and they generate business here. What I hope to capture over this next year is more of those industrials that did not participate or could not participate before the reorganization. So when the reorganization of the EDA went to the DBCDC, which is, as you saw, the heavily it's city, county, the Industrial Foundation, and a few representatives. That sector of businesses, we need to grow for our industrial advisory board. We need bigger representation from them, and if they feel like they have ownership and buy-in, that's where we bring them in, that's where we bring in their dollars. With that, I hope to leverage more and then ask for less. I don't think over the next 2 to 3 years you'll see us ever ask for another increase, unless there's a huge specific project that's something that might come special that we might have to come through. A budget amount of this helps us build a foundation. 'Cause what we're doing is rebuilding an entity that has changed and morphed based on the market conditions that were here. Our economy's settling down, interest rates are still the same. It's not going to go down this year, it doesn't look like. So you're seeing everything level out. Just as you're seeing your budgets level out from, you know, dollars that were passed through from the federal and the state, we know those are drying out. So we have to look at other resources, and we will continue to look at other resources to reduce the burden and our ask from the city and the county. So our goal is to grow that even more than what it is now.
Okay. Any other questions?
If you don't, I'll take the blame for you running over time here. Can you just give us a few
No blame, I
comments
enjoy it.
on your relationship with BCTC?
Sure, so great development. So recently, Harold went to an event where Dr. Finney was introduced to the community in Lexington, and we now have a new director for our local BCT. Starts June 1st.
Ty Howard?
Forgive me on the name recall. Ty?
Mr. Howard? Howard?
Mr. Howard, yes.
They're very active on the workforce development committee. They're always there, present,
Good.
active.
And that, part of the BCTC and our partnership with our industries, if you use Parker Meggitt realized that, hey, there's opportunities for us to train some of our CNC employees. And there was an instructor, and there wasn't a large enough class for Parker Meggitt to have. So Parker provided an instructor, solely paid the instructor, and then invited our other industries, hey, throw a couple more people in this class so we can lift the workforce skills of our workforce. Doesn't mean that they're going to be trained. They'll be trained to a standard that Parker needs, but that other industries can benefit from. And that cost is borne by the instructor, by Meggitt. So those are collaborations that we can foster and help guide and let our other businesses and entities know. That's by being engaged and keeping those engaged.
Just something that you don't see, and as far as the relationship that we have with them, on the days of the job fair, they donate as far as the computers for us to use as far as for applicants. Now, that may not seem like a big deal, but when I see that table and I see people that are applying right there and taking their application or having it there, it seems very small in that sense. But as far as that detail and what they do and how they help us that day is of great service to us. So,
Thank you. Good, thank you.
We appreciate all that you do and all that you do to support economic development. And, you know, any amount that you help support is greatly appreciated. So thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Great presentation. Rob, you want to come up and give those two numbers for us?
Yeah, yep, I have your answers now. So the disparity is the insurance.
Yeah,
I
so
had
it's
to,
$10,000.
and that the original ask last year was 137,405.03, and the ask this year is 52,406, period.
Thank you, sir. Let me do one other piece of house cleaning as well. Should have been done at the start. Notice that Commissioner Holland is not present this morning. She has a school-aged daughter who has brought some things home from school that are contagious, and so they're both at home today. And I think Commissioner Holland is watching us on the live stream, but I want to let everybody know where she was. She's not playing hooky. She's not on vacation. She's trying to get herself and her daughter well. Okay. Next on our agenda is planning and zoning. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for being present this morning. And I've asked, going to continue asking all the groups to give us their allocation from last year as well as their request for this year. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Didn't look that way in this chart, did it?
All right, good morning. I'm Michaela Gary. I'm with Danville Boyle County Planning and Zoning Commission. I've got Commissioner Terry Mann here with me. He is our budget chair, so he's also here to answer any questions if you all have them. Thank you for taking your time to hear our requests this morning. The first document that I handed out to you all is just our mid-year performance report that we provide you each year. So this is just from July 2023 to January 2024, just showing all of our application numbers. They are down this year from the last 7-month performance period that we provided to you all last year. We had total performance measure units of 86, so that's down 23 from the previous year. Our plats have been mostly similar. It's mostly zoning permits, things like that, are also up, but yeah, so we're going a little bit slower. It's been pretty slow this spring as well. I'm not sure for the reason for that, but that's reflected a little bit in our financial activities as well. On the next document that I handed out, that's just our statement of account activities, which is current through March of 2024. I won't run through all these numbers for you, but basically our total commission revenue is at 64%. With this being at 75%, that's what we should see. Our county contribution was a little bit late, so that's why that number is a little bit down. And also applications are down, so our revenue is a little bit down from what we would expect to see from our budget. And then for expenditures, on page 2, we are at 57% of expenditures, so we're spending less also, so our revenue's down, but our expenditures are also down. The biggest reason for that is we switched to the county insurance plan, so that's been a significant savings for us of about $23,000. So I had originally budgeted for it, and then the county was gracious enough to put us on their plan, so it's been a big savings for us, and has put us in a good financial situation. Then I handed out our FY '25 budget, and if I'm going too fast or anything, just let me know if you all have any questions. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so. So this is our budget for next year. We have requested the same amount as we typically do at the $75,000 for planning and zoning expenditures. Our request documentation is for $100,000. I'll get to that, but that's because of the DHB transition. So the first two sheets are all for planning and zoning budget request items. Our total revenue I projected to be just about the same as our FY '24 budget final at $194,730. But yeah, most of our revenue predictions largely remain the same as far as applications, things like that. I'm generally pretty conservative on that. For commission expenditures, line 25 is where you'll see the biggest change. Again, that's our health and dental insurance. So it went from $23,902 from our FY '24 budget final to $0 for this FY '25 prelim budget. Under office, the biggest change that you'll see there is line 37. Last year I had budgeted for the large format scanner. I did purchase that, so we've started digitizing all of our plats and plans, applications that we have in our office. I'm pretty excited about that, but it's, slowly coming along. But that's the biggest change, so that's been removed from our planned expenditures. On the second page, for contractual services, the biggest change you'll see is line 49. I put in for a technical specialist, so the idea behind this is to try and partner with an engineering firm to get an engineering consultant in for unincorporated Boyle County, Junction City, and Perryville. Ever since Wayne Campbell's retired, we haven't really had engineering support for any of those jurisdictions, which in my opinion is a glaring need for us. So the intent is to budget for this. With $15,000, I think that'd be approximately 75 hours throughout the year. If our applications increase, we do have a 1% review fee for any major construction plans. So that's if roads are being built, infrastructure is added. So that would help cover the cost if that ended up increasing, if we need more hours for that. Also with the insurance savings, I think it's good to put it towards the county and that need. So beyond that, line 65, you can see what our total expenditures projection is. So our FY '24 budget final was at $236,000. Our FY '25 prelim budget is at $225,000 approximately. So we are projecting a decrease in our expenditures of about $10,000, and again, that's from the insurance savings. So, which is good because generally with our budget, we project at a deficit, so it's good to see some savings for this fiscal year. So our projected carryover on line 66 is $69,000. We say this every year, so you all are probably tired of hearing it, but once that drops to $40K is when we'll increase our ask from you all, increase our funding requests. So right now, I think we've been at $75K for the last 8-9 years, something like that. And so that's what we're continuing to do for this year. But if ever we get to the point where that reserve is going to drop below $40K is when we would seek additional funding. So, and then on the next page, that's the FY '25 prelim budget. So again, this is from the DHB transition. You all heard this zoning ordinance amendment not too long ago, but the transition's going to be coming into effect on July 1. We thought that was easiest for just a clean budget and just making the transition easier. So I worked with Lee and Bridget and Joni on trying to come up with these numbers because we don't have specific line items currently for the DHB. So this is our best guess at what the request would need to be to fund the DHB. Again, I separated this out because we have an interlocal agreement with the county currently that will request the same amount of funding from the city and the county. So that's the $75K. So I put this 25K separate. You know, when we present it to you all, we present it to the county, Junction and Perryville. Right now, the DHB is Danville specific. If that ever expands, this will probably look different, but right now, because it's just Danville specific, we're trying to keep our budget separate. Our requests came in the same, but just trying to separate that out so everyone knows what that additional 25K would be going towards. I can run through this a little bit, but total personnel is at 15,550. Joni House is going to continue to be the staff person for that. She is part-time, doesn't have any benefits as a result of being part-time, so that's just her salary costs. Additional is just, you know, office expenditures, attorney expenses. We will be using Henry Smith, who's the planning commission attorney. I think he's going to take over. I think Stephen Dexter was previously providing that support, but with her coming under P&Z, we're just going to make the transition to use our attorney now. And then for board expenses for continuing education, we have 5,000 under there. It sounds like they don't typically use that 5,000, but the state asks that be available to them so that they can find continuing education opportunities. I think they're usually just able to find some for free. So, yeah, there's no fees that come in from the DHB, so that's why you're only seeing the $25,000 revenue. They don't charge for their certificate of appropriateness, which is their review application. I believe that's our only intake application. So, is there any questions for me on the budget? The two things that you don't really see, or the one thing that you don't really see reflected in here is the comprehensive plan. Obviously, we're partnering with the Bluegrass Area Development District to work through that, and the city and county has put separate funding towards that, but that's been the big item that has slowly been progressing and that we've been working on, and obviously the DHB transition in this previous year, but.
Thank you, ma'am. Any
Yeah.
questions?
No, I appreciate this detail. It makes it very.
Oh,
very-
thanks.
very money, so.
Yep.
Other comments, questions? So $75,000, and then the $25,000 is for the new area that you're covering responsibility for. Okay.
Yep, so 100,000 total, but 75 and 25, yep.
Do you like the idea of the transition of the DHB?
Yeah.
Can you give them some update on that?
Yeah, Joni and I are gonna try and meet this month to work on streamlining our applications. That's the big goal with this transition, is that there's so much overlap between what DHB does and Planning Commission does. So the goal is to, you know, streamline our sign permit applications, maybe our site plan applications, things like that. Anything that would be required to go through DHB review. That way, it's just one intake application for the applicant, and then we can internally make sure it gets over to Joni if it needs her review, instead of trying to send people that way and get in touch with her and have to fill out two separate applications, separate processes. We're hoping that it will streamline and expedite the process for the applicant, and just make it easier on staff as well, so.
Sounds good.
Did you mention the comp plan?
Briefly, yeah, I can give a little bit more of an update on the comprehensive plan. I know it's been, slow. We obviously had the staff turnover at the Bluegrass Area Development District, so, that took a long time to get through that transition. But we're starting to really see some progress now. They've done quite a bit of the base study at this point, so that's pulling a lot of the data, and population projections, things like that. They're working on the goals and objectives. I'm hoping that's gonna come maybe June now. And then I think we'll see a lot of activity this summer, some additional public input meetings for land use, charrettes, things like that. And then once we get through those public input sessions over the summer, I think over the fall, they'll start finishing up the plan, and then, you know, maybe sometime in early 2025, we'll see a completed plan. That's my goal right now. I don't want to write it in stone, you know how these things go, but we are slowly starting to see some progress. So certainly taking longer than we had originally hoped, but yeah.
we recognize, the stoppage was beyond your control, so we understand that.
Yeah.
And I guess the thing is that we get asked questions from the public about updates and stuff, so as soon as you can prepare an update to bring to the commission and put it on our website, but don't rush, because
Yep.
take your time and get it right, so.
Yeah, as
appreciate
soon
that.
as, we'll have to bring the goals and objectives through planning commission first, but then it goes to each of the legislative bodies. But I think our goal is to push out the goals and objectives a few weeks before it comes to planning commission, so people have adequate time to review it. They can, call, give feedback, they can come to the public hearing, talk about it. So once we get to that point, we'll certainly try and get it on the city website, on our website, county, everywhere we can get it. And I'm happy to come to a city commission meeting to provide that update that's available for review. And
This is another curveball for you. Before you came, there was a lot of, there had been questions about inspections and how does that happen? And we're not doing a very good job, or we are. How do you feel now that you've gotten your feet around you or under you? How's our inspection process here? We work with Rusty on buildings.
yeah,
What do we need to improve there?
I do think there's probably room for improvement.
Is that on city staff side anyway, or is it?
Well, it depends what kind of inspection you're talking
Right.
about. If you're talking about like commercial and industrial or multifamily residential development, I think it's a partnership between the building inspection and local jurisdictions and myself. I go out to all the sites, but, there's probably maybe a better sign off that we could do between the building inspector and ourselves. As far as streets are concerned and infrastructure, I think we do a good job in the city, but in the county, that's really why I want to hire the engineer, is because we don't really have a good inspection process for that right now. I'm not qualified to go out and look at streets. I don't have any equipment to test when streets are doing that. The county has the Public Works Department that they can have the county road supervisor send their staff out, but Junction and Perryville don't have that luxury, so, and, we're seeing a lot of development in Junction, so there's room for improvement. I don't know the full
Yeah.
answer to how to improve that. There's probably conversations to be had, I would think, but, and
Yeah, I
I'm
was
always
just
open
curious.
to ideas, yeah.
Yeah, but land compliance, zoning compliance, that's, we probably have our arms around that now, right?
Yeah, as far as when new,
Just
Development.
anybody that breaks ground on things and,
yeah, I go out to sites periodically. I know Josh goes out to sites periodically. Like I said, we don't have an engineer looking in any of the other jurisdictions, but I think in Danville, we do a pretty good job with that, so.
yeah, thanks. I'll shut up. I know that was a curveball, but.
No, it's okay. I know some communities have like a designated person, at least part-time, that does something like that. We obviously don't have that. I think we did previously. I think that's what Lisa used to do, but, yeah.
That was a joke. He said something about he's gonna get quiet, stop talking. That was you missed a good joke. Okay. Any other questions or comments? I do want to say thanks. I appreciate the fact you're trying to get ahead of the things out in the county, because
Yeah,
they
thank you.
eventually come to the city, but appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then I also send a message from us, thanks to your staff, but also thanks to your committees, because they seem to be meeting and operating and functioning very well.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're very fortunate with the commissions we have here. They do a good job, and, it's all volunteer, and they put in a lot of effort, so.
Yes. Yes.
Terry,
gotta-
did you want to add anything? Okay.
You okay? Okay, but thank you all.
All right, thank you all so much.
I've had my elbow twisted here, and we need to take a 5-minute commission break. Senior citizens are scheduled for 10 o'clock. They're not here yet, so now would be appropriate time to take that 5-minute break you was concerned about. Back to order, please. Our next presenter has arrived. It's the Danville Board County Senior Citizens presentation. Mr. Gorent, you want to present to us this morning? And if you would, since you may have been watching, but we've asked folks during their presentation to tell us what their allocation was for last year and what their request is for this year. Sometime during their presentation.
All right, let me get the old new eyeballs out here and get ready to go. So last year, our request was, and let me dig that out here. I've got a lot of papers I'm trying to shuffle. Last year, our request was for 80, I believe, and we left that alone. We were awarded 73,000 last year. And but since the submission of the original documentation, there have been some significant opportunities that have arisen that I want to address this morning while we're talking about the consideration for funding. I did leave the request the same as the previous year at 80,000. I anticipate, well, initially I anticipated it didn't hurt to ask. I certainly am not necessarily expecting anything above and beyond what we did last year, but just in the interest of keeping things consistent year over year, I thought I would just leave that the same. If you'll follow along with me just briefly, we are on track right now to deliver just over 44,000 meals to senior citizens this year. And that's just, the home delivered meal program and the meals that we provide on site. That is a tremendous number of meals, and that comprises the majority of what our funding is allocated towards. Now, at the same time, we offer activities to seniors and to senior citizens and adults with special needs in Boyle County. And so we'll focus briefly on what we do on the senior side of things. And I think most of the commissioners are fairly aware of what we do over there. We offer activities 3 days a week to seniors, and we provide them a meal while they're there. And if you'll remember, I think we may have some holdovers from the pre-pandemic era when we were discussing the idea of shifting meal service from the contractual basis that we have that's negotiated through the Bluegrass Area Development District on a 5-year basis and trying to pull that meal service in-house. And the reason for wanting to do that was multifold. The first of which was better quality product to put out to our seniors, which, depending on how you look at it, is either number one or number two. And you've got the other reason, which is it would be a tremendous cost savings, which also could be, well, let's just call them 1A and 1B. How about that? So what I have, what I've been thinking over the last several months is revisiting that issue, and an opportunity has arisen since I submitted our original request for us to write some grants in order to hopefully make that dream of bringing the meal service in-house a reality. So if you'll bear with me a moment, I'm going to bring you all some documents and let you pass those down the line, and I want to hit those high points with you here briefly. There should be some extra copies if somebody else needs one. So while those are going around, there are a lot of different things that are happening at the center. As you well know, in addition to our senior programming, we operate an adult day healthcare program for adults with special needs ages 21 and up. That is a program that is 5 days a week, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and that is a service that we provide to Boyle and surrounding counties. The folks from surrounding counties are eligible for our service, so that adults that do require supervision for whatever reason the case may be, it could be a developmental delay, it could be traumatic brain injury, stroke recovery, Alzheimer's, dementia, cerebral palsy, any number of things that would prevent that individual from being safely left by themselves for the period of the day where a loved one who is their caretaker may need to go to work or their own activities of daily living. We have that service that is currently has an enrollment of 18, and we're expecting some more. So we're going to start throwing some wrenches in the works. Garrett County has recently closed their adult day health care program, which means the folks that were served over there have been looking for other places to come. A lot of their case managers have directed them to our center. And the reason being, and I don't mind patting my adult day health care staff on the back, we run a tremendous program back there. Our staff is second to none, and I think if you ask the case managers that we deal with on a daily and weekly basis, each one of them will tell you that our center is premier in the area, and that we offer services on a level that is unmatched. And that's something that I'm very proud of, and I think that's something that is a feather in our cap in the community. So that in mind, we have a lot of balls in the air with the idea of bringing the kitchen, bringing the food service in-house and then expanding our adult day health care program at the same time. So I started writing grants. I've written a grant through ARPA for $128,900 and some odd dollars for commercial kitchen equipment. About 3 weeks ago, I guess today is Thursday. 3 weeks ago, I got notified that we were awarded that grant. So that is a tremendous boon to our ability to serve our senior population. That grant kind of serves as a linchpin for everything else that is going to need to follow. So I will get to that in just a minute. If you will look at the top sheet that I gave you, that first black box, you'll see some numbers. It's the TRIO contract summary. TRIO is the food provider that we are currently under contract with through the Bluegrass Area Development District. As you can see, this runs year to date with a projection towards the end of the current fiscal year, okay? So if you look at the HDM, which is our home delivered meals, and the congregate, which is our senior programming on site, and then you add in the adult day health care lunches that we provide, that's a total of 47,892 meals expected to be served before the end of the fiscal year at the end of June. Now, the reason that I include the adult day health care lunch in this is that is a separate contract with TRIO. It is reimbursed at a similar rate. And if we were able to bring the food service in-house, that would also include our adult day health care program as well. So our total cost, including labor, for all of those meals this year will be approximately $365,406. The boxes that are headed in blue makes an assumption, and that assumption is all things equal. If we were producing the same number of meals in-house for the current fiscal year at the rate, the cost per meal rate that is anticipated for us to incur, our total food cost in comparison would be $215,514, and the labor cost would be $60,840. That total is $276,354. What does that mean? That means if we bring food service in-house, we're looking at a savings of $89,052 this fiscal year. That's huge. That's a big, big number. So what does that $89,000 mean? Well, that means that it allows us the opportunity to expand services. It allows us the opportunity to hire more staff. It allows us the opportunity to engage younger senior demographics. Since I've been at the center, I guess I started January 6th, I think it was, in 2016. A challenge was laid before me by both the City Commission and the Fiscal Court to do more with less. I think over the 8-year period that I've been the director, I think we've proven that we have been able to do that. We've continued to expand services each year with only one with only one time asking for an increase in funding from the city and county, and that was last year, simply because of the adjustment required for inflation. Could we use more money? Absolutely. We could use all the money that the city and the county could give us. We could certainly never have enough to spend on making sure that our seniors are having the best opportunity in their later years in Danville and Boyle County. However, being a nonprofit and understanding that there are other agencies that are tremendously important to the health and welfare of the citizens of Danville and Boyle County, we don't want to take more than our fair share. So we want to make sure that the funds that we do have and the funds that are available, we want to make sure that we're being good stewards of those funds. All that said, we also have a building that the cornerstone says 1992. So we're a 32-year-old building, and it's time for some changes. So if you will follow along with me and turn the page there to, well, you can see the ARPA request for the $128,599 for equipment. But the next two pages, you'll see a blank floor plan. It's black and white, which is the original floor plan, and then you'll have one that's in color. And that's the secondary reason that I'm here today. I mean, obviously the purpose is to discuss our allocation for the year. But like I said, in light of the fact that this opportunity has arisen, an adjustment is, I think, an appropriate discussion for us to have, hopefully fairly briefly. In order for us to bring that food service in-house, there will need to be a major adjustment to our kitchen space. So we've got 4 color-coded blocks. The green block is the kitchen space, and we'll start there. We basically will eliminate one office, push a wall towards the east, making that whole space nearly double in size to accommodate all the extra equipment that we would have in order to provide the meals. The purple area, we would make some changes that are going to make the building more visually appealing, but also add something very functional that I think is quite important to our senior community. If you'll look at the original floor plan in the bottom left corner, you'll see the exercise room and the lounge. The plan is to take those 2 rooms, combine that into one large exercise room. And a side note, if you'll see the gray in the walls, that gray out in the walls indicates a glassed opening. I've also written a grant for approximately $35,000 worth of commercial exercise equipment. In that grant includes 2 treadmills, an elliptical, a recumbent stepper, recumbent bike, and 5 different dual-purpose circuit weight machines. Those would all go into that exercise room, and that would be available to the senior community, anybody in Boyle County age 60 or over, free of charge. So any senior citizen in Boyle County could come in and use that facility 5 days a week for absolutely nothing, which would have a tremendous impact on the overall health and wellness of our senior community. We'll eliminate that hallway wall to make sure or to open up the senior activity community room and create what would essentially be a much more open view from the entry from the lobby. The second, I guess the third portion of the project would be in our adult day healthcare program. Not a lot of changes are needed in there, but we do have some space concerns with the fact that our census is growing. And we anticipate that to continue to grow. So there's not a whole lot that needs to change there other than we're gonna move a wall to the west and, move a door to the west and convert that one office into what you see as the quiet room, which is a spot for anybody that is experiencing overstimulation to have a chance to have a safe space and a spot where they can have some time to kind of reset and begin their day again, if you will. Cut the corner off that craft room just to make that a more open space. That craft room, if you'll remember, at one point was a board room that I kind of made the executive decision that we didn't need a room that big with a giant table in it to meet, that we could meet in different spots in the center and use that space in a much better way for our adult day healthcare clients. And then we would cut our nurse's office in half. And the reason we would do that is we do have clients that have some pretty specific needs. For example, we have a couple of clients at the time that are quadriplegic. So one patient or one client in particular, one participant in particular has to be seated for an hour, lay down for an hour, seated for an hour, lay down for an hour. Right now, those beds are in the nurse's office. So those two individuals that have to do that are both excluded from the rest of the group for half the day. And that's just frankly unacceptable. That's not fair to them to have to miss out on the peer-to-peer interaction that's going on around them, regardless of their ability to respond to it. They should be and deserve to be included in that process. The last portion would be the top, that orange block, which is the four-season room. That is currently a patio. What we'd like to do there is cover that, HVAC control it. You'd have access to it from both adult day healthcare and the senior activity room. That creates a tertiary space for both of those portions of our center to have extra space for activities. It also would be a great spot for our Tai Chi classes, our bridge clubs. We've partnered with our deaf community for a couple of different activities that they host monthly. And it'd be a wonderful spot for folks to have those smaller, more intimate meetings and activities. And again, it creates more usable square footage space and allows us to do more for our seniors and more for our adult day healthcare clients in a fashion that is not excessively expensive. So why do I bring all this up? Obviously, it comes with a price tag. And that is the secondary part that I would like to kind of bring up in addition to the original funding request. I have an estimate, and it's included in your packet there. I believe there are two estimates. That is actually an estimate from the same company that has been revisited, and they have dropped their estimate by about $10,000, which is a good thing. I am still waiting for an estimate from another entity that has not, they've been to the facility, they've looked at it, they've measured, they've done everything they need to do in order to formulate that estimate or quote and get that to me, but I just have not received it yet. And I apologize for that. That's a little bit out of my control. But please bear with me and remember that this really just started happening a little over 2.5 weeks ago. So that price tag, if you'll see, and I'm going to have to turn the page here. I got lots more pages than you all, so I got to find it. Please bear with me. The original was $227 and some change, I believe. $227,656,000. That was the original estimate. The second one is $217,518. So the question becomes, how do we fund that? And I racked my brain and lost sleep and beat my head against the wall and did all the things that you do when you're trying to figure out how to accomplish a goal that's going to be, that's going to have such positive impact. And my first thought was the possibility of exploring a community block development grant. It's my understanding that with those, I mean, obviously with a community block development grant, there has to be some sponsoring agency, whether it be fiscal court, city commission, or whomever. It's my understanding that those grants usually are awarded to folks that have a higher price tag on their request, and they tend to lean more towards infrastructure-based projects like water department, road repair, bridge repair, that sort of thing. It also, each entity that sponsors a community block development grant also can only have one at a time. So my thought was if we apply for that grant and are awarded that grant, that could potentially tie up that opportunity for another agency with a larger project that would be equally, if not more important, for them to get accomplished, and they would have to wait and their timeline would have to change. It's also a matching fund grant. So my proposition to both the county and the city is to create a synergistic partnership between the three entities. I've had an opportunity to appear before fiscal court about it. I do feel fairly confident in saying that it was well received. What I'm about to discuss was very well received, and I'm hopeful that we'll get complete cooperation and buy-in from them as well as the city on making this project a reality. So I'm here before you not to ask for a handout of $217,518, but I'm asking if the city would consider, in addition to our original funding request, a one-time influx of capital in order to make this property, or in order to make this project a reality. And what I would like to do is have a matching, if you will, a matching grant with the city and with the county, whereby the city would fund 25% and we would match that 25%. The county would fund 25% and we would match that 25%. So not doing the math on the 217, the original amount was $56,614, I believe, would be 25% of that original. So we're looking at a little bit less than that. Quick math in my head tells me that's, 54,000 and some change. So I would respectfully ask the city to consider becoming a partner with us in this project. I think it's something that is necessary both to make our facility more approachable, to make our facility more user-friendly, and to attract that younger demographic. And if you look at the demographics of the Boyle County area, almost 45%, I think it's 44% of our entire population is age 45 or older, which means that they're either already senior citizens or quickly approaching. And I'm here before you in that quickly approaching group. And I can tell you this from experience as well. People will come to the center. They are more apt to come to the center and utilize the services that we provide if we've given them a reason to come to the center before they really have to come to the center, if you will. So if we can provide an opportunity, for example, with the exercise room, with the gym that would be available free of charge again, if folks are coming to utilize our facility for that, when it comes time for them to need additional services, there's no stigma. There's no, I don't want to go there, that's a senior center. And I mean, to be honest with you, I've had 85-year-old individuals tell me that they don't need to go to the senior center because they're not that old. You know, I'm not one of those old people is what they'll say. And so I do think if we, this is a huge opportunity to normalize that. And the last thing that I will say about it is this. I mentioned at the beginning that the challenge was laid before me to do more with less, to become less dependent on city and local government. Now, our city and county government. While that may not appear that way with this request, because it is an additional request for an influx of capital, that $89,000 savings year after year theoretically would continue to increase, with the ultimate goal of being able to achieve financial independence both from the city and the county, and not have to be part of the allocation budget. Will that happen in year one? No. Will it happen in year 5? Probably not. Will it happen in year 7, 8, 9, 10? It very well could. We'll just have to kind of see how that goes. But I do think that it would be a massive first step in us continuing to do more with less and to be less dependent on the city and the taxpayer dollars as a whole. That was a lot of information real fast. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns that I could answer about this?
Have you applied for the community block grant already?
I have not. I wanted to check with, I wanted to see what kind of partnership we could form locally. Because I do feel like keeping things completely local and having that synergistic relationship accomplishes a couple of different things. It makes the process easier for all of us, and it also demonstrates to the community that the city and the county and the Senior Citizen Center are all willing to work together for the greater good without the need of interference from outside entities.
Okay. Is there a time frame about when you can or should apply?
For the Community Block Development Grant?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what the deadline would be on that. I do know that as far as the grants that have been awarded, the grant for the kitchen equipment, that equipment has to be purchased by September. So that shouldn't be a problem. Those funds will be at the ready for us to do that. Everything has been picked out and itemized and ready to go. So that trigger can be pulled really at any given moment.
And that money is separate from the 216,000. Correct.
So really, the entire price tag on the project would be 346,000-ish. But all of that kitchen equipment to the tune of $129,000 is not a part of the request that I'm seeking today.
Well, my thing is congratulations, because you've got the kitchen part taken care of. You've got the exercise room, the equipment taken care of.
Hopefully. I haven't heard back just yet.
Okay, well, all right, well, but still, you're asking us for really what's, I call a capital fund outlay of a one-time expenditure. Wow, that would be neat. You'd do that. Hmm. So your request then for this year, for me, for my note-taking is, you're requesting 80,000, which is the normal request, and then let's say you're requesting an additional $55,000 as a one-time block grant.
Well, and what I would like to do if, for the consideration of the city and the construction project that I'm asking you to partner with, or to partner with us in, I certainly would pull that $80,000 request back to the amount that we were awarded last year, which was $73,000. So there's $7,000 you're saving right there, Mayor Atkins.
Well, my thing is, the whole proposal is great, okay? I'm just making sure that as you leave us, because there's been a lot of good information, that we have wrapped around our brains the right thing.
Sure.
Really two things, and I'm excited. I really like the proposed remodel plan, because you said it's a 1992 building,
Yes.
and I don't think anybody's done anything major to renovate or remodel anything.
Well, thanks to the windstorm last year, we did get a brand-new roof, and that fortunately cost our $500 deductible. So we're happy to have not had to spend the $48,000 for that roof. So that's we thank Mother Nature for that little gift.
Be careful now.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's good. It's all exciting. Yeah, realizing tough times with money, but still, well, I'll be honest with the commission. You and I have had this conversation about this before, and then you've had better numbers, financial numbers, and I'm excited about it.
Well, I appreciate that.
I got a long way to go before I get out there, but you know.
Well, yeah, we'll be ready for you though when you're ready. Yeah.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I really appreciate your forward thinking and the homework you've done and end goal of being self-sufficient. Have you given any thought to, you're looking at a different demographic or expanding your demographic to, what's your promotion there that you might be doing? I think the name of your facility is a gathering place rather than Danville County Senior Citizens. Have you given any thought to that? Because that can make a difference, and I don't, just wondering where you're at on that.
Are you meaning expansion of services to other demographics
Well,
other than seniors?
Marketing what you have to offer.
So you're asking if I've got a different marketing plan in mind? I'm not 100%
Yeah,
clear
some
on the
thought.
question.
Did you have any thoughts? And if you don't, that's fine. I'm just asking.
Well, if you'll listen to your local radio, pretty soon you're going to start hearing an ad that's going to be an earworm. You're going to be singing this jingle in the shower every morning if you listen to hometown radio. So, no, but one of the things that I would like to do is if we can get this off the ground is obviously have a massive community to do, if you will, where we have a pretty substantial ribbon cutting and open house to the to the Danville Boyle County community, but it also opens the door potentially for us to become support to other agencies. And someone brought up to me the possibility of the ability to help feeding the homeless population and what that would look like. And the short answer to that is I'm always willing to listen to any kind of opportunity that may be out there where we can partner as agencies either with local government or with other nonprofits in order to make changes in a positive way for our citizens. And another opportunity here as well is it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could contract with some of our surrounding counties that offer senior services and be their meal service provider, which again would be a few more taters in the pot on our end and an even bigger margin of savings there, so we could further that goal of financial independence much more quickly if that were the case. And believe me, I'm going to ask.
Answered very well. That's what I was looking for, is what you got in mind.
Sure.
Yeah. So I think it was important for us to hear and the community to hear that you are trying to expand and trying to look for other resources of help and expand what you're making available.
Well, and I think it's important to note that we're trying to help ourselves along the way and not just asking for someone else to do it, just to be blunt about it.
Other questions or comments?
On your adult day healthcare, on your budget this year, it was $111,000 basically for salaries, and it went up to $180,000. Is that new people just moving monies, or just because Garrett County?
It's a combination of things. Yes, new people. We have a new director now. Our prior director passed away. So we've had a new director. We've also made some changes in the past year as far as our pay rate is concerned in order to make it more acceptable, more, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but along the lines of what folks are expecting to be able to make in that situation. We've also hired a registered nurse as well, and I don't know if you've ever hired a registered nurse, but they're not cheap, and so that's just kind of keeping along with the times. Certain regulations have changed in the Medicaid world, and they change all the time, and usually you find out about them after the fact. But there are requirements for staff to client ratio. So for the first 5 clients that you have to have 2 employees. For each additional 5, you have to have at least 1 more employee. Now, does that mean that if you're going to have 15 people, you need 3 employees? Not necessarily. If you have 15 people, you may need 5 employees. And it just depends on the demographic of the census that you have. And like I mentioned earlier, we have some folks right now that have some fairly extreme mobility issues, and that makes it difficult for the staff to operate as they are with the added physical demands of that are required to provide the proper care. And we don't want to do the bare minimum. We could hire the bare minimum and say we're doing what we have to do, but bare minimum's not acceptable to me. We want to make sure that we're giving our clients the best that they can have because they deserve it.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your time. If you do have questions, you can reach me at the center, and that number is 236-2070.
Are you gonna go back and finish blow drying your hair?
Is it a mess? Really?
You got out in the wind, do you?
Kevin always has to have a bald joke for me every time. That's okay. That's all right. Well, thank you all for your time again,
sir.
and thank you for all you do for the city. And I know sometimes it probably feels like a thankless job, but for what it's worth, on behalf of the seniors, I can tell you that we very much appreciate the support that you've given us over the years, and we look forward to continuing to work with you all, and hopefully we can create a partnership on this project and continue to put our best foot forward for those that we serve. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
sir. Next up is our Economic Development Authority.
Good morning. The EDA, as you know, is a SPG, Special Purpose Government Entity, created by yourselves and the county jointly. We are tasked with the acquisition, development of property for job growth. It could be industrial, it could be commercial, it can also be recreational, that type of thing. That's our job, and you have funded us in the past. I'll make it very short. We've got one project tied to the Kentucky Product Development Initiative, KPDI, which you're all aware of, purchasing the property out on the bypass. We're just about ready to take possession of the survey, which will allow us to move forward and close on that property. The rest of that project will require an infusion of some money, although not a ton, probably in your fiscal year. We don't anticipate that being more than $200,000. But in discussions with the city staff already, it's not necessarily that we're requesting that as a budget item, line item. What we are requesting is $50,000 of operating money. The reason for that is that we now have the donation of some land from the Industrial Foundation to allow us to complete the closing of the property. We're going to have to start picking up things like insurance on that. We're going to have to insure the property we're purchasing. The next round of KPDI funding from the state totals $70 million, and we are most certainly going to apply for a project, if not more than one project, to try to capitalize on some of that money, which is 50-50 match money. I suspect the match on that would probably run into 25-26 budget year. I don't know that for a fact, but I suspect that. The things that we're going to try to start concentrating on, particularly with respect to one piece of property on the bypass, another piece of property, is securing purchase option or a letter of intent to purchase, which is not going to require us to buy the entire property, be very expensive, but to tie that up with an option so that we can utilize that to apply for KPDI funding. That being said, what we're really looking for in your budget is a $50,000 line item for operations for the EDA. We'll continue to give updates to the city manager and the mayor on the project for the KPDI Round 1 project that we're engaged in right now. So that's our request.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Crowley?
All right.
He got off easily, didn't he? Kevin didn't have a question for him?
I just wanted to add a little bit to that, and
Okay.
this is for the general public. I know it gets confusing sometimes when we talk about the Danville-Boyle County Development Corporation, the Economic Development Authority, and the Boyle County Industrial Foundation. DBCDC, is, as we reiterated, is the city-county public partnership for economic development. The EDA is the city-county partnership, and the Boyle County Industrial Foundation is the private entity that owns the industrial park. Currently, the Industrial Foundation has land options to sell a majority of its property, and that also requires that funding to go back to build roads and infrastructure to support those operations. The public side of this, the EDA, as Terry had mentioned, is just getting its legs. We've met over 9 times. The DBCDC staff supports both the Industrial Foundation and the EDA, so that we coordinate all these development activities and KPDI funding and host meetings. This may allude a little bit more to what Earl was trying to get at when he asked about budgets. So we did send out requests for information from our partner entities in other communities. So I reached out to Somerset, Pulaski County, their SPEDA, Somerset Pulaski County Economic Development Authority. Their predecessors in the 90s, when they established the occupational tax, received $1.2 million from that tax to go toward economic development. When SPEDA was created, their EDA, they reformulated in 2019, and their budget was cut to $400,000. Probably not the best opportunity or best time to be cutting your economic development funding right as COVID was coming aboard, but they did. Record low funding. Now they anticipate a bump to $620,000 annually, and then obviously grant matches and some other things. So Chris, who's the CEO of that, provided me that information. So they're increasing from $400,000 to $620,000, and a lot of their money is passed through from their occupational tax. I also asked him, who else has EDAs and economic development authorities? And what you got to remember is every community is different. Across the 3,400 counties across the nation, that's who we're competing against. We're not competing against Mercer, so to say, or Cass County or some of our partners. They have different models, what works for them and over time. Well, the London Laurel Economic Development Authority has a $7 million budget. And the city contributes $225,000, which their population is lower than our city, but the county, which has a larger population, contributes $350,000 of that. They also have rental income of $224,000, and they have about $6.7 million in land and buildings that they have developed over time that generates income and puts money back into building projects. So they kind of that's your extreme right EDA and funding mechanisms that own buildings, lease buildings, develop property. It's a combination of your industrial foundation and your DBCDC, which makes up their EDA, so to speak. So each model is different and their resources, and I can give these documents to you and provide them to Earl so that you have them. But we also pull data from the Southern Economic Development Corporation through their surveys and the International Economic Development Council on what organizations look like in communities 49,000 and less, what their organizational budgets are and things. So what you've got is three entities that really kind of separate out, but are still working together in unison. And we represent that as a community for our marketing development activities. I know it gets confusing for the general public, and sometimes keeping these budgets and stuff straight, sometimes it does for us too. But just to realize that, different models out there are funded at different levels and they do different things. So there's no one comparison that we can go to and say, hey, this equates to what Danville's doing. Well, Danville's got a college. We're a regional hub. We bring in 9,000 employees a day from out of county that come here to work, and we send 6,000 out to work in other communities. So it's a mix. So the funding and the development projects that we take on are unique to our situation, but know that we want to be receptive to all questions answered. And if at any time I do not fully answer your questions or you don't feel you're getting the information, pull me aside. I'm willing to go into a deep dive. And with that said, we'll also come back and do the quarterly briefings that you feel are necessary, more often as needed on specific projects than anything that we've got going. So we want to be as transparent as we can and make sure that the community understands what the difference is between the EDA, the Boyle County Development Corporation, which is the staff, and then the DBCDC. So, hope that helps.
Thank you, JJ. And I think the summation of what you just presented to us is that in this community, all three of these agencies are working together for the same goal. That's the takeaway for me, is that we're trying to be connected.
That's true, Mary, and each one has its specific function. The Industrial Foundation has been around since 1960, and that was private funding by private businesses that came together and said, we need to support economic development and build industrial parks. And that's the thing, economic development is a long-term planning process. The development of the infrastructure to support industrial parks and lands, buildings, operation, that's also a long-term capital project. That's what nobody wants to fund, really. I mean, everybody else wants somebody to fund it. But to be in a position to utilize the grants that are out there, the EDA had to be formed because the Kentucky Product Development Initiative, which is a cabinet level, a state government funded program, we have to be in a position to maximize that capacity, just like the EDA funding. This year, for the Norfolk Southern property purchase and road expansions, to get $744,000, we have to have spent $1.5 million. In the land purchase, which you've already funded half, and the county's already funded half, and the necessary engineering, surveys, document title transfers, things that go in order to realize that 744. That's going to go back, and that's going to be an asset for you as a city county, for the community, that we can market. It's another development site. You've seen other counties go after multi-millions of dollars in interchanges off of interstates that have recently been announced. Well, that's not direct competition with us, but it definitely makes them a step farther along in the process because they'll have ready sites that have a lot more infrastructure, a lot more support. So all the things that the city of Danville does to supply clean water and sewer and our utilities that provide gas and electric makes us more competitive. So we'll always encourage and support your development efforts on water and sewer, even though it's painful at times. You know, hey, in the long run, it's what we need to make economic opportunities available out in the community. Because without clean drinking water in Parksville, Perryville, it's hard to do development activities. For even the smallest of business, you have to have reliable, clean water and power. I like my hot showers, and I like my coffee in the morning. So what's that take? Definitely electricity and definitely reliable, clean water source. Danville's always provided that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
JJ, have we had any interest in the Pad Ready site?
Yes, we were close on a project last year, Project Mowgli. What happened is, it was a New Jersey company with local ties, ran through the cabinet. We had him here on several site visits and in negotiations and in existing properties. And when we couldn't get the existing properties, they just weren't good fits. We proposed a pad-ready site. We proposed a pad-ready site and a building to meet their specifications. Problem was, we couldn't get it done in a timely manner, so they made some operational changes in New Jersey to their facility, but we're still working with them. We're still hopeful. We'll still market that, and the Industrial Foundation is also, we talked about this our last meeting, is looking to make that area more curb appeal out there around that area, because the pad sits kind of high, and then the topography around it is rolling. So what we want to do is clean that up, make it more marketable, because you've got a pad-ready site that can fit a 150,000 square foot building, 50 expandable to 150. But then when you look at it from a perspective, where's all your parking? How do you get trucks in and out? All that needs to be contoured and just in a business's mind readily. Hey, I can move in, I can start building right away. Obviously, we know that even though you got the pad-ready site, you still have a building that has to be built. It's got to go through planning and zoning. It's got to be, you've got to have your building permits. Everybody's got to review off on the sprinkler system and get the building. So even if we had a business today that said, we'll buy it, we'll take it, we'll do it, you're still seeing probably a year process before they can get a building through the planning stage, designed, and then hopefully they got a contractor ready, willing, and able to start, within the year, and then probably a year build. But we're definitely marketing that on an international level.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but Ms. Becker, if you don't mind, we'll call you up next and move right along. Good morning to you.
Okay, I'll
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. I apologize that streaming silenced my phone and it was, so, that's taken care of. See, I'm with the heavy hitters today. Goodness gracious. I really want to thank you all for your support of the Arts Commission, two ways, obviously. One is the appropriation we received last year. It's greatly needed. We operate on a very trim budget, if you took a look at the application, you can see. I think we do an awful lot with our resources. Secondly, with the Jenny Rogers Community Center, we're extremely excited for that partnership with Parks and Rec. I have more people interested in teaching classes than you can possibly imagine. So we are really looking at that asset as really expanding our offerings. And when I talked with Tommy, we worked on it, you gave me a surprise present of a floor. I just said we would be happy with concrete. And so now we have a floor which will be very attractive. So we're very excited about that. So that sort of leads into our major city projects. In our application, I left one off. On the side page where it says, what do you do in the city? And I listed, I thought everything, but I forgot. Today is the day the Downtown Downbeat opens, and we partner with the Great American Brass Band Festival in gathering the talent, the local talent that is on the Constitution Square Festival stage each of those evenings. So we're very excited that the summer concert series is ongoing, and we now do have our 3 Danville concerts confirmed. The first one is actually June 7th, and it will be Michael Hughes at Batewood Homes in the new park. And so what we're going to do is kind of a throwback. It will be sort of celebrating the rock wall and the splash pad and all of the activity going on down there. And we opted, instead of a band, that we're going to have Michael be a DJ. So we have Michael, and he's always so, people respond to him. And we appreciate that he is going to be with our series again. It's his 3rd year with our series. We will be at Jenny Rogers on July 22nd with the Uplift Troupe from the Shamrock Camp. We're very excited. They were in our program 2 years ago in Paravel. And then our 3rd site in the city is in September at Jackson Park. We have a wonderful musician who will be performing there. We have not set the date because we're sort of looking to see what shakes out. Obviously, we have Constitution Square smack dab in the middle of that month. So we're looking at what other concerts people are presenting to make sure we juggle that one correctly. So those are our 3 city concerts. We do have a concert that will be in Junction City. Very excited about that one, in partnership with the airport. And I don't know if I should even say what it is yet. I guess I'll let them tell you. And then we'll be in Paravel again at some point in the summer or late summer, early fall. So those are sort of the kind of the big things that we do that are specifically drawing large crowds. We are very appreciative of all of the merchants in the city for the 2 projects that are really big, which is the student art exhibit this year with actually 4 school districts participating, and 11 merchants and the city hall. County courthouse. So that's a very exciting project to recognize the arts education and the students in our community. And also the gallery hop. This will be the largest gallery hop that I can find on record, with at least 25 stops on the hop and over 50 artists. We also will have we actually have expanded the number of venues where we'll have the outside music. We'll have 6 rotating spots on Main Street, down 3rd and down 4th, and all community musicians in that project too. So, did I hit? There are lots of things that we do, but I thought that I would hit those because they directly affect the city. Let me see what else. Oh, Constitution Square Festival. How could I forget that? That is September 14th.
actually, along with Jeff and the Chamber and the Farmers Market, that's turning into a life of its own. You know, and people are, going to do bigger and more days? No, no more days. Bigger, but no more days. It will continue to be a locally focused, basically within, say, a 50, 60-mile radius, and with some special people outside of that radius. This year, adding a number of demonstrations, as well as, of course, the live music. Lots of vendors from the farmers market will be staying, and they're finding out that if they stay, it's well worth their effort to do that after noon. And then artists added in for the full day. Our presenting sponsor for that is Whitaker Bank, for which we are extremely grateful. Is that all I need to say on that? Okay. Wilma is here today. On the newsletter, you will see that Wilma's name is on our newsletter. I don't know if she's excited about that or not, but we're very excited to be picking her brain over a project that we will be announcing at some time in the future. It's one that's quite complicated, but it's one that many people in this community will be very grateful for. Is that a teaser? Yes. We're going to use her brain.
Before you arrived, we've been asking every presenter to give us their allocation amount from last year.
Okay.
And then their requested amount for last year.
Yes.
So we can get that in the record.
Okay. It was $2,000 for last year, and we used that really because all of our programs associated with the city, so to speak, are free. So we use it for our overhead, essentially, to manage all those programs.
And you're requesting?
I'm requesting $2,000, but hey, I won't turn down anything in the north of that.
And then the second question, this is really not about your presentation, but I guess it is. The 7th of June at Michael Smith Park, you're having an event called?
We don't know what we want to call it. It's part of our summer concert series. Okay. But, with the rock wall being finished and all of the kind of emotional ties to the community with that, the wall, and with the splash park being, I've been assured, finished by then, but at least close enough that people can tell what it is. We really wanted to have the concert back there, and we wanted to make it kind of a throwback, a little bit of a come back to the park, come back to this area thing. And
the reason why I asked that question is just simply this. There are several calls being made this week about the rededication of Michael Smith Park on the 7th of June. And as the mayor and the city commission, we didn't know anything about it, but.
I don't know about a dedication. We're just calling it, hey, we're having an event here, come down.
It's just an FYI for you to find a name. Find a name for that event and clear that up, because when someone calls me about the rededication of Michael Smith, there have been lots of comments made about the city renaming things.
Oh.
I know you're not part of that, but I'm just saying, I just want to call that to your attention because I guess it just happened this week.
So do you want us to change the date on because that date was originally for one of the other sites, which in the end could not do the date that they had originally. So that's why it opened up that date. So
I just called it to your attention because it's been put out that we're rededicating Michael Smith Park.
Oh, okay.
Reopening it, and we're really not. You have an event there, hopefully anticipating that the construction is finished or you're finished, and you're planning some activities there to highlight the improvements in that park.
Basically, well, we've always been going down to Michael Smith each of the 3 summers. So that's why we thought that I hope people don't think that we're doing something other than what we're doing.
Well, you're probably not.
Yeah.
But I just want to call it to your attention.
Okay. Do you want me to do something other than what we're doing? Okay.
No, ma'am, I do
Okay.
not. No, I don't want us to get in trouble, people thinking we're going to rededicate or rename some things.
Okay. No, hope not.
I apologize, I'm going to interject. It might be best if we check with Josh on the schedule, because I do think we are supposed to be wrapped up, unless you
Yes, I did, and he said that date, he said, because I presented it to him, other options like for Jackson and for Oh, Jenny Rogers. And so when I was asking him about that, I said, hey, Josh, I said, the June 7th, our June 7th date has opened up. And he said, well, go for it. So, but I mean, okay. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know if he wrote down anything. We were just talking, I forgot, I don't know where we were exactly. We ran into each other.
The date and everything is not an issue with me at all.
Okay,
Today is what, Thursday?
yes,
So this just started Monday or Tuesday this week,
Oh.
I guess, so.
okay.
But yeah, we might decide on that date to have a ribbon cutting for Michael Smith Park, for example, but
That'd be fun.
I understand, but I just,
We'll have a microphone. And we have a microphone, and we have a sound system, you know, so,
it's exciting to me to do that, but when I start getting calls about
yeah,
rededicating, renaming things in Michael Smith Park, that's not what you're about.
no,
All right. And you're not either, right?
no.
I was gonna call you, but I forgot you was gonna be here today. I remembered you was gonna be here today, so I said, oh, okay.
Okay.
It's not a rededication of Michael Smith Park.
Are you going to do that at some point?
We have discussed it.
Okay,
You have an event, and you always have an event, and I'm excited about that.
okay.
I just want to give you that little FYI. Yeah. But you all, as commissioners, if that's a possibility for June the 2nd, you probably want to get it on your, June the 7th,
7th,
a Friday, isn't it a Friday?
whatever date that, yeah, I think it's a
Yeah,
Friday.
You probably want to get it on your calendar, because.
I think I gave it to Melanie. I sent it to her in an email.
Yeah. Melanie and Josh have been a part of this thing. I'm not concerned about that. The wording out there is wrong, right? That's all.
Okay.
That's all. You're doing a good job.
Well, that's good for me to, I guess, know that too, because I can say, I don't know that that's what's planned by the city on that day. If somebody approaches me about it, I'll say, I just know we have our concert planned for that day. And
Yeah. It's a concert in the park, or whatever you call it, what's your name?
Summer series, we call it summer series.
Okay, all right. All right. Any other questions or comments from Ms. Becker? Again, ma'am, I say thanks, because I thought your activities went real well. I'm really excited about the collaboration with the chamber and
Yeah.
all the different art groups in the community are working together, and that's just great.
Oh, we will be, just so you know, and I'm not sure I put it on the application, the gallery hop for May, of course, has always been the, brass band, but we had halted the November for a period of time to not, conflict with the Arts Center, and they are not going to be doing their event this coming November. So we will do another gallery hop in November, like we did last year, which was so pretty because the lights were,
yeah,
and it
like
was
it
just
was
gorgeous.
Christmas time.
Christmas time, it was gorgeous.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Thank you, ma'am.
is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I thought I saw Bluegrass Community Action. 11:15 presenters not here. But our 11:30, Boyle Mercer Helping Hands, if you feel okay to go right now, we can do that. Get in and get out, okay? Yes, ma'am. Make sure that thing,
Okay.
tap that thing, make sure it's on for you.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
good morning to you all, and
All right.
thank you for allowing me to be here to be able to talk to you all. My name is Joan Huffman, and I am the secretary of the Boyle Mercer County Helping Hands Association, and I'm here today to represent Bruce Nichols, who was not able to be here because he's in Tennessee and he's been with his mother-in-law, and I just found out she passed away last night. So I'm
Sorry.
here to represent
Sorry.
Bruce
Sorry to hear
and
that.
for our Helping Hands group.
Yes.
So anyway, we've been together since 2011. We have almost all of the original members that we've had since the beginning. We've done a lot of things for people over all of those years, and we want to thank every one of you all for everything that you've done for us over the past. That has helped us out a whole lot. Some of the things that we've spent money on are food, furniture for the homeless. We build ramps with the VIM group, utility bills, lodging, miscellaneous, Christmas dinners, Thanksgiving dinners, churches, the jail. That's just to name several main ones that we do, but we also help anybody that gives us a call. Last year, we spent $5,770 in Danville, and this year we're requesting $4,000. Anything that you all can do for us to help us is always appreciated, and we thank you for everything that you've done. Do any of you all have any questions?
Any questions? Did you tell us the amount that you were awarded last year?
What did you say?
The amount that you all were allocated last year?
$2,000.
Any questions?
I like the organization.
Thank you.
Well, you all put a ramp in for a 96-year-old young
Yes,
man
yes.
last year?
Yes.
And he made several real good calls,
Oh.
testimonies on you all's behalf. And he's
Oh,
also
well,
a
that's-
veteran as well, and that was really neat.
Yes, yes.
So I do know of that one
Yes.
case that was really exciting, though.
Yes.
I appreciate the
Thank you.
paperwork that shows what you all do with the money.
Oh, okay, yes, thank you.
And you've been around since 2011. Seems
Yes.
like the first time was just last couple of years. Well, that's great.
Yes, yes.
Since
We
you-
started it, we're an all-volunteer group. None of us have ever accepted any money from anybody. We use our own time, talents, treasures, everything that we have to be able to make this organization work.
Yes,
We don't
ma'am.
have any overhead. We are just a group of individuals that want to help people in need. And we've been doing it for a long time, and we continue to do it, too.
Yes.
Do you all have there's no physical offices there?
No, we don't. We are at the old church that's on Third Street, I believe it is.
Okay.
And they let us stay there for free, and we meet there once monthly.
And it said you helped 741 people in 2023. Is that just in Danville?
Yes, that is in Danville, Boyle, or mainly Danville, but
Okay.
Boyle County also.
Yeah, Danville. Okay.
Well, that's great. Hearing no other questions,
Okay.
thanks again.
Well, thank you all, and have a
I-
great
I'll-
day.
We'll tell the guys that you represented them real well, okay? All them young men you hang around with.
Have a great day.
You too, ma'am.
When they do so much.
Come on.
He will.
be ahead of schedule going forward.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Casa de Bluegrass, right?
Yes. Yes. So I'm sure everyone here knows about Cost of the Bluegrass and what our mission is. And so first, I just want to say thank you for the continued support. Thank you for allowing us to come and do the pinwheel planting. Thank you for doing the proclamation every year. That really brings a lot more awareness to our program, which is what we're needing. We're in desperate need of volunteers. And so I would just continue that. The ask that we made is just to show our community that the city still wants to support our mission. So, do you all have any questions about the proposed application or ask fund or budget or?
How much were you awarded last year? And what's your-
1,800, and we asked for 2,500.
Okay.
We received funding from every other city and county that we're in, cash funding and in-kind donation. Anderson and Lawrenceburg give us a facility, but they're not giving us funding just yet, but I'm working on that.
Okay.
So, yes.
That's good. And you're reaching out to lots of different people, so that's
Yes.
good.
Does the county fund?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, they did 5,500 this past year, and I believe our ask this year was 6,000.
Okay.
I up it a little bit each time, expecting for,
For people to say no.
Any other questions?
Looks like you're funding from United Way as well, so you're requesting from them again?
yes,
Okay.
yes, we are. And I do know that, I believe that our category that we request funding from, we always receive that full amount from United Way, the Heart of Kentucky United Way. But because the fact that CASA of Lexington has expanded into Garrett and Lincoln, then we kind of basically almost split the pot. So, but yes, we will be asking for funding from them again.
Okay.
Yes,
That's good.
yes.
Other questions or comments?
And I'm sure we work hard on doing our fundraising too. We're just really trying to, diversify our funding, making sure that it's there. We are a nonprofit, so just making sure that we have that rainy day fund in case all funding dries up. We're expecting a 20% cut again on the BOCA funding. But I do know that our state funding allocation is probably going to go up because of the fact that it was written into the budget, so.
Good,
Yes.
good. Other questions or comments? Well, if it was Friday, I would say go ahead and start your weekend, but it's just Thursday, right? So can't say
Right.
that to you, right?
Well, thank you, start now.
Yeah. Well, I have the grandbabes this weekend. That's what I said. I was like, I know I love them when I said I would keep the grandbabes on Derby and Cinco de Mayo weekend.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I do have a question from you all, and I don't know if you can answer me or not. So our employees, and this has nothing to do with the city of Danville, but our employees do not taxes aren't taken out in Lawrenceburg and Anderson County, but then they are here. Can you all tell me the difference on why that happens like that? Anybody have that? So I don't know what Lawrenceburg, Anderson County's specific, if they have an occupational tax rate, they might not. I
Okay.
find that really unusual, that the county at all would not have one, but we have what's called a local occupational tax rate, but that's your essentially local wages. Right. So every other community, because, we have to work in each of our 4 counties, but that's the only one that they don't take out anything. Now, fun fact, though, if you do a background check, it costs $35 to do a background check on a Boyle County resident, but $160 on an Anderson County resident. So I don't know, but I just thought maybe you all might have that.
No, so you're required to pay that. I don't know how if that tax exists, I don't know how you avoid that in those other counties. Anybody that does
Right, we
work.
pay it in every, like in Mercer, Franklin, it's all taken out, but our accountant said that Anderson County does not take out any tax. So I was like, I'm just gonna ask them that.
Well, they may not,
I'm doing a quick Google search. I'm gonna have to link it there, fiscal court page, because that's usually who handles it. But.
anybody that does work, government employee, no matter what, pays the same wage tax.
And I would just be concerned that they don't have one at all, because that's frankly one of the largest sources of income for most. That's what I thought, yes, yes. So I was just thought I would ask the experts that question, and so then make sure my employees are paying what they're supposed to be paying. So, any other questions? Sorry.
No, ma'am, thanks again.
Thank you all. Y'all have a good weekend.
And thanks for
Good
what
luck
you
on your
do.
Derby picks.
I got a 50 to 1 up. Good morning to you, ma'am.
I'm Sarah Clark. I'm with Bluegrass Community Action Partnership.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the Senior
Okay.
Director of Community Services. And I do want to start by apologizing for the time difference. I think there was a little hiccup on my Outlook calendar, so I really do appreciate you all. Bluegrass Community Action Partnership, we're located here at 225 West Walnut Street. We serve approximately 1,500 clients so far in fiscal year '24. And that's just from the city of Danville. We've seen an increase in services, especially from the age groups of 0 to 5, 6 to 13, and those older than 75. So the goal of Bluegrass Community Action Partnership is to assist families and individuals to reach self-sufficiency. So we offer an array of services: utility assistance, education assistance, transportation, employment, rental assistance. We do Achieve sessions, and during these Achieve sessions, we do financial literacy. So we teach our families about budgeting, credit repair, establishing credit, and banking 101. We really strive to help our families that are in crisis reach a thriving point. We understand that each individual is having a unique experience, and so we invest coaching into them. We, in 2020, moved from a case management approach to a coaching approach. So with this, we're looking at breaking generational poverty by targeting both the adults and the children. With this long-term coaching, it is a family-led strategy where we provide both the adults and the children the tools needed to implement and achieve short and long-term goals together so they have interdependent success from the family unit, and we promote that generational success. And so our coaches meet the families where they're at, and they help within the education, employment, income management, and housing areas. Some of the services that we do provide, so the employment assistance is one of the biggest needs that we see. We help people with job searching, resume development, building their soft skills, so helping them through not only to obtain the job, but to maintain it. With education, we can help with educational supplies, so anything from tuition to internet to books and computers to make sure our families are successful. And we are also the Goodwill voucher provider for our region. So we're helping with that clothing and the household needs. I did bring a little bit about our whole family approach design. So this is what was implemented in 2020.
Okay.
It's a little bit about the participants that we serve.
Thank you.
Successes that we've had.
It's all right. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. All right.
So, go ahead. No, go ahead. Okay. The design of Bluegrass Community Action Partnership, our community service programs, and our office is unique. So we are the only office in Danville that administers the LIHEAP program, which is our low-income home energy assistance program. During the winter, we help with heating, so anything from electric, natural gas, kerosene, propane, and wood, to keep the heat in the home. We do share that space with our transportation system, so we are serving multiple individuals that come into the office. We do free transportation for homeless individuals to shelters in our region, so we can transport them to Louisville, Lexington, the shelter in Stanford. And then, as I'd said before, we are the regional provider for the Goodwill voucher program. The funding from the city of Danville is supplemental funding. So we use this funding to help with that school supplies, the employment transportation, pre-employment supplies. An example of how we used it last year, we had a single mother of two that came into our office for LIHEAP. So she could not pay her electric bill, and it was because she lost her job. And she lost her job because her car broke down. So when we did her LIHEAP application, we found this out. She started working with a coach to obtain a job. City of Danville funding was used for transportation to the interview and for a couple weeks of transportation until she was able to get a check. And then we worked with her on budgeting to get that car repair worked into her budget, and she was able to maintain her job and her finances. So in summary, Bluegrass Community Action Partnership, we are committed to having an office here in downtown Danville. We've made changes in the office to make sure our programs are accessible. So we offer virtual services as well as walk-in times to meet clients where they're at. We utilize a database for community actions here in Kentucky to prevent any duplication of services, to make sure that we're recording appropriate demographics, income, and household information. It also allows us to check for household unemployment, SNAP benefits, child support benefits. And with our whole family approach, we have strengthened how we're working with families and making long-term change. We did request $2,000 for the next fiscal year. That is an investment of about $1.33 per client that we serve. And we're very thankful for your all's support, and we look forward to working together in the future.
How much were you awarded last year?
1,000.
1,000?
Mm-hmm.
I was in, I think it's called Bridges Out of Poverty or something. And they were talking about how important transportation is. You don't think about it, but
Yes.
it's the key to a whole lot of things, getting the job interviews, getting, wherever you need to be. I like the fact that you all address that.
Absolutely. We have very unique transportation requests sometimes. Sometimes it's as simple as getting to the DMV to get their license. Because some of our clients have lost their license, they've been homeless for so long, and they need that to get the job. The Social Security office is another big one that we see. To apply for benefits, to get proof of those benefits. And it's the little things that transportation will be a barrier to. We see that.
Do you all have offices in these other areas or just in Danville?
So we do have a local office in each of our 9 counties.
Okay.
We have a community service office in all of them. We also offer different services. So similar to Bluegrass Rides in Danville, we do one in Nicholasville and Georgetown. We offer the Medicaid transportation in 11 counties. We offer the homeless transportation in all 9 of our counties as well. Bluegrass Community Action Partnership, we do child development services. So we do have a Head Start that's here in Danville with the daycare. And we do that in 5 other counties as well.
And the other question was, I noticed the county and the city, Danville, will contribute. Do you go to the other Anderson and Franklin? Do you ask for funding from them as well?
Yes. So we do present to those city and counties as well. Some of them give us space as a contribution to the program because we use that as in-kind in our match. But we do ask for money from them as well. And we do keep it in the city. So that's another thing with our database is we have to report the county. And so if they do not live within the city, they're not eligible for that funding. So it is getting directed to Danville.
Okay.
Do you all work with other agencies like Family Services? Because I know they do similar, or have done similar things.
Yeah. So we have a partnership with Family Services and other organizations here in Danville and the region. With Family Services, I'll talk specifically on the LIHEAP program because they can do utility assistance as well, and same as Salvation Army. We want to use that federal money first. we get such a big chunk. So often they'll send their clients to our offices to apply for that federal money before using that local money. And then same with homeless transportation. We all go to the interagency meetings together. So
Yeah,
we're
that's
constantly
good.
sharing that information across our partnership.
Thank you.
Great question, Commissioner Cottle.
I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah, I like the questions.
Wow, man, great question. Anyone else? Well, you're just not used to his questions, that's all. You got a good question from him today.
I like them, yeah. I like the questions.
Any other comments?
I'm kind of tired after those, so.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
All
all.
right, great work. Wow. Civil Air Patrol.
Hi.
I see you all made an honest man out of me this morning. I told him you all would be here ahead of time, early.
Yeah, we're
And you showed up. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And
Starting early. So I am Captain Pam Burt. I'm the squadron commander for the Danville Squadron. This is Major Nick Burt. Yes, we are kind of related. He is actually our group commander. So he
Okay.
oversees several of the squadrons here in Kentucky as well. Is everyone familiar with Civil Air Patrol? Yes?
yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, good. So this past year, we've been pretty active. We unfortunately didn't have quite as many missions this year as we've had in past years, but that did give us a lot of opportunity to be able to do a lot of training with our newest cadets, as well as some retraining and certification with our current senior members, as well as some cadets that have been with us for a couple of years. In the last year, we have hosted search and rescue training. We had approximately between 75 and 100 attendees for that. This year, we will be hosting again in August. So during these, what we call SARCs, as search and rescue exercises, our pilots are involved, our ground teams are involved, mission base is involved. Sometimes we do have people from other states come in and train with us as well. And what we're doing during this time is we might put out a beacon that would simulate a downed aircraft. We then take our equipment out, we go out, we find that equipment. We might have a scenario maybe where we have an injured pilot or something along those lines, so that our senior members and our cadets actually have to practice their CPR, first aid, or their wilderness first aid. So we do have those. We generally have 3 to 4 of those a year. We have different squadrons that will actually host those. Ours is coming up in August, so we will have that. Drills, customs and courtesies training, we do host that each year. In fact, it was one of our cadets that actually created that and organized it. This will be our 3rd year. What that is geared towards is our newer cadets that haven't been through what we call encampment, which is similar to kind of a little boot camp sort of thing that they go to for a week to basically learn about Civil Air Patrol, what the customs and courtesies are, aerospace and things of that nature. So we do have, this last year we had 40 attendees. We're expecting that, potentially more. That is a 2.5-day training that we put on each year. CPR and first aid training, we did host that. We had 20 attendees this last year. We have a wilderness first aid coming up again in September, which is a 16-hour course for the senior members and the cadets. So it's extremely extensive for them, that if we are out on a search and rescue and we do come across someone who is injured, they don't have everything that they need, they know how to get those branches and set a leg. Or stabilize it, I should say, not set it. That's for the doctors. Reads Across America for our community support. This last year, we were able to get over 800 sponsored wreaths for the Lebanon Cemetery, which is basically unheard of for that particular cemetery. They have 5,000 headstones there. So this next year, we are anticipating that we will be able to surpass that number. We will be going out and putting out flags coming up here on Memorial Weekend as well. We do go to the Capitol Rotunda each year. Sometimes we're very lucky that the governor gets to be there and the cadets get to take pictures with the governor. But we are always part of that ceremony up at Frankfurt at the Capitol. Our cadets for our squadron do perform color guard with that as well. So that is a good opportunity for them. We did have a cadet that went to the Washington, D.C. Legislative Day this year. So that is, we do that every year as well, but those cadets have to go through a strenuous interview process, and then they're selected. So it isn't something that someone just applies and they get to go. So you actually have to have a stellar cadet that is chosen to go to that. Not only that, but that particular cadet, Second Lieutenant Cam Wright, was the Kentucky NCO of the Year this year. So we have several cadets that actually have been nominated for some things, but he was chosen and actually went on to be nominated for the regional area as well. As far as missions this year, we did a mission with, or in conjunction with NASA regarding the solar eclipse. So our cadets and senior members were actually out at the airfield. They had to take air temperature. We had to send in information regarding cloud cover, changes in wind, lighting, things of that nature, so that NASA can go back and look at that information and do with it what they will with their research. What we were told is the information that we did collect during that time will potentially be used within or up to the next 500 years. So that was something that was really good for the cadets to be able to learn a new application where they could upload that information, as well as having to pay attention. So it was every 15 minutes they had to log the information, and then it became every 5 minutes, so they really had to make sure that they were observing and getting that information correct. We did organize a color guard for Valvoline. They had a day where they were honoring their veterans, and they brought in the former Secretary of Defense, Chris Miller, so that was really something that they were excited about. He gave out challenge coins to them as well, so they really enjoyed that. We had one cadet who completed his pilot's license, so we have that. I've tried to recruit him as a pilot for Civil Air Patrol, but he's not quite old enough yet, so we can't do that. As far as awards, we did get the Quality Cadet Award, Aerospace Education Award, Squadron of Merit, which has been the last 7 years in a row. And then we had Squadron Commander of the Year. So that pretty much covers what we did in the last year. For the next year, we do have the SARX coming up. We will be doing the Reeds Across America again, the Rotunda. We have glider flights coming up for the cadets. Tomorrow, we are going up to what's called iFly, which is indoor skydiving, and it's also a STEM course at the same time. So they will be experiencing that tomorrow, and that's pretty fun. And then next weekend, we do have another search and rescue exercise. Not next week, I'm sorry. Weekend after, we have another search and rescue exercise coming up, so we'll be doing that for a couple of days as well up in Frankfurt. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Or what questions do you have?
It just all sounds exciting to me, especially the search and rescue activities, events. Yeah. And you said you put the wreaths at the Lebanon Cemetery? And that
Yes.
you had 800 wreaths, but you said there's over 1,500
There's 5,000 headstones at
5,000?
5,000.
of veterans in that cemetery?
Yes.
Wow.
So historically, we've had about 300 wreaths each
Mm-hmm.
year. So for us to be able to get 800 was just remarkable, absolutely remarkable.
Were there others putting wreaths at that same location?
Our Frankfurt squadron does help out a little bit with that, and you might get some people that do it independently, but for the most part, we are the one organization that does 90% of the work.
Wow.
We actually pick up all the wreaths, we store the wreaths, we have to reload the wreaths and get them to Lebanon as well. So our squadron is a huge
That's great. That's great.
proponent of that.
Wow. Other questions, comments from the commission?
I noticed your request is for $12,726. And it was 5,000, and if I look at your budget, it's the entire budget.
So here, historically, what has happened is this budget also goes to the county.
Right.
So I don't have any expectation that that $12,000 is going to come specifically from the city. So historically, what has happened is the city has done a portion, and then the county has done a portion as well. But I do put everything in there so that the city and the county can actually see what those funds will be going towards.
Okay.
And what was your award for last year?
Pardon me?
Last year's award was 5,000?
Yes.
Do you all put wreaths in Danville cemeteries or surrounding, or just in
We
Lebanon?
have not. I did check into that this year. What I need to do is actually go to the cemetery and see how that is set up. Because once we have those sponsorships, we actually have to have 2 groups go to each place. So it's a matter of being able to coordinate to be able to do both at the same time. because they have to be done at a specific time during the day. So I have to go and see how big the Danville one is, but I have gone in and checked that there isn't an organization that's actually doing it for Danville right now.
There isn't.
There is
No,
not.
It's not actually registered with Reads Across America.
Yes.
So when we started this 8 years ago, it was either Camp Nelson or Lebanon.
Huh.
Camp Nelson has 15,000 graves, but they had about 60 different groups fundraising. Lebanon, it's about the same distance, has 5,000 graves and had one group. So we kind of went, okay, it was a no-brainer to go there, and we've stuck with that.
Okay,
Camp Nelson does very well, but yeah, I've spoke to Jack Hendricks a few times. He keeps saying, what about Danville? We would
Right.
like to do Danville. It's
Does somebody just have to file a request with someone?
So we just have to register with Reads Across America,
Okay.
and that is what I checked into this year to see if an organization was already registered. And from what I've seen, there is not one registered with Reads Across America.
Okay,
Sorry.
No, you're
Cut you
not.
off there.
Great question.
thank you.
Doing these great things for veterans, especially the wreath ceremonies. Where does American Legion or VFW, they play in it all?
Historically, no, but that is a very good point. I keep meaning to get to that, but having
Okay.
a full-time job and being the squadron commander is a full-time job as well. So there are some things that I do have on my to-do list. I just haven't gotten to everything just yet. The other thing mentioning that is we do the honor flights. So when they come in Lexington, which there's one coming up on May 18th, and I have spoken to the search and rescue person who is organizing that to be able to put that into the schedule so that everyone that is participating in that search and rescue exercise we can transport everyone to Lexington to be able to be there for their arrival. So we do that as well.
That's great. Other questions or comments?
What's the age range? I know you told us 100 times.
That's okay. 12 to 18 generally are cadets, but they can be a cadet up to 21 years old.
I'm still out of money.
They can join until their 18th birthday as a cadet. After 18, they have to wait until, but as a cadet, they can stay a cadet if they joined earlier until they're 21. So,
And we do have some cadets do that because of certain ranks that they want to obtain. Yes, ma'am?
How many do you all have? How many cadets?
Sorry, I'm having to do math.
No, that's
I think we have 23 right now, and I would say all but one right now are active. A lot of squadrons, they might have 40, 50 cadets, but not necessarily all of them are active. So ours are pretty active, which is good. They show up to the meetings, and of course, they show up to all the fun activities. But if they're not showing up to the meetings, they don't get to go to the activities. You gotta participate.
Yeah, that's neat.
Do the cadets have to pay a fee to be a cadet, or?
Yes, it's $45 per year.
Okay.
Senior members are $70 per year.
There you go, Kevin.
Anybody in here a pilot, want to be part of Civil Air Patrol? I need a pilot.
or anybody that's just good at wrangling kids.
Yes,
It's half the
yes.
battle.
What, wrangling the kids? Oh, okay. Other questions or comments? Thank you all.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much for having us present again this year.
And thanks what you
Appreciate
do
it.
for the young folks in our community.
And
thank
I'm
you.
sure Captain Burt's mentioned that you all have her contact information. At any time, if you want to come out and visit the squadron and see what they do, you are absolutely welcome to come and visit.
Wow, okay.
Absolutely.
To see these cadets and see them in action, it's a special thing.
Can we go on the search and rescue mission?
If you become a member.
Liability, right?
Absolutely. In fact, we have one cadet who's going into the Marines this week. We have another one that is looking at the Air Force Academy. Actually, we have 3 looking at the Air Force Academy right
Wow.
now, but 2 of them aren't old
Wow.
enough. And then another one looking at the Army. So we do have 3 cadets that are not necessarily aging out, but they are moving on with
Moving
their
on, yes.
military careers. So,
That's great.
yeah.
Well, again, thank you all.
Thank you for your time.
Have a good day.
You too.
Recess. We're going
Official take a recess? All right. New session to order. And up first is the Danville Board County African American Historical Society. Mr. Hughes, come up to the podium and oh, that's good. Shoot. Thank you, sir.
Just say good afternoon. Of course, you most know I'm Michael Hughes, President of Danville County American Historical Society. First of all, from the society, I want to thank the city for the things that you have helped us with, allowing us to store stuff at General Rogers because we just we don't have room. We outgrew ourselves relatively quickly, you know, and so that made a lot of difference to us. I want to say that some of the things, our History Center, last year, it has changed hands, ownership, and with the change of ownership, the price of doing business went up, I'd say, you know, and we are still trying to figure out exactly what we can get done in that building. It needs some work in the back part, so that's why I have on, we estimated around $11,000 what it's going to take to run the History Center for the year. On the Solar Second Street Festival, we upped our budget some to, I think last year was $4,000. That's probably what we submitted. But as we look at everything, it's going to run us around $6,000 to really put to maintain the integrity, I guess is what word. I'm not big on words, so if I say the wrong word, forgive me. But I hope you know what I'm trying to say. We want to do more, bring in more, and we want to include more acts, especially some of the younger. We want to reach out more to the younger folks, as we all are gaining in age, so to speak, and we is that a good way to put that? Yeah, gaining is a good word, I guess, and we want to make sure that our main focus, we talked about it, women testified that, we talked about it in our last few meetings, is how to get the young folks involved in it so that this can continue for many years. And as you see, we have our outreach programs, and we talked about how to bring the young folks into the history, get them interested in the history. So one of the things we talked about was a scholarship fund with Danville and Boyle County Schools. And we're still debating on that because we're not sure. Some people said they didn't think scholarship would be, but we are working on programming. So a scholarship fund might be the way, but we're still working to get that. And we want to update our History Center so that it is always open. We haven't been able to keep it open because we haven't had the personnel to hire personnel to keep it open and update some of the technology within the History Center. We will definitely want to continue our partnership with Center because they've been involved, and we just basically want to be more community involvement. The Center, I had the opening of the Michael Smith Park, which is such a great thing. We want to make sure that we are involved in it and have people teaching the history of the community through that. I know don't have a lot, 10 minutes. I think Ashley told me I get out of here in 10 minutes, so I haven't got a lot to add to it, and we just want to say that we appreciate the city for all you do, for all the years that you have been part of helping us to grow. And if there's any questions for me, I try to answer. Anybody? Don't have it.
Do y'all have a plan B if the current place doesn't work out?
We are trying to.
Oh, trying to find
We
a
would
plan
look,
B.
you know, it's not been easy. Of course, as you all know, we want to move to a much bigger, if we can get to a much bigger spot, then some of the programming that I'm talking about, we can put in place, because we can have room where that will be available all the time, not just, you know, where not just in a situation where we say, okay, we're gonna have a program, y'all come. We want it to be where we got the space there. You can come through every day. You can learn, you know, where it be technological. You come in and sort of like we had at Center, where you can press a button and learn the history. But we don't have that, you know. That was such a good program, and then when we had to shut it down, it just kind of say, wow, you know, and so we got stuff sitting in boxes and stuff like that. So that's our plan for 24 and beyond. Anybody else can?
You were awarded $3,500 last year?
Yes.
You're asking for $4,000 this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael, there was some talk about maybe taking your history museum over to Grayson Tavern. Anything happening there?
I don't think they wanted, from what I understand, that wasn't going to work out. Let's put it that way. I think they got other plans for that, you know. We do have a nice sidewalk coming down. You know, that's a beautiful, you know. So, but we are always working to. One of the other things that when I said some of the outreach programming, like one of the things that we had a few years ago was to do with the communities, the outreach communities like Wilsonville, Muketown, all those that was black communities. We wanted to do a film type program where we went to each one of them and talked about the history, because most of them, there's nothing there anymore, you know, other than, they don't even look like the communities. But we want to do that. There's Frank Walker and myself have been working on a program on a thing for Clifton, which was a big community. And it's just starting to get, so all those things are, you know, going to be part of the Historical Society as we go forward, you know.
And Michael, you part of the celebration that's being scheduled for June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Well, do all you can to tell everybody that we're not renaming, or we're not rededicating the Michael
I did it
Smith
last
Park.
night. I did talk to some people last night about naming of the park. It's already named, you know. I told them that's not the way that works.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, we're not rededicating it, we're not renaming it.
I
We're
told
just
them
trying to
that.
get it finished, and then somebody's gonna have an art program there on the 7th, okay?
Have what? What'd you say?
You guys are having a program, Mr.
Yeah,
Becker's
the
having
program is just,
one of our summer gatherings, yeah.
you know, one of the things I wanted to do was just to kind of the rock fence, you know, but
Yeah.
as far as renaming, it's nothing, I explained that again last night.
Yeah, I was not going to explain it. I just said, don't know anything about this, have not been invited to anything on June the 7th, but I was told it was all out there on Facebook.
If you want me to, I can
No.
make sure, okay.
No, I just want you to know that I was getting a lot of calls about it.
Yeah, I know.
And I also raised the question to Ms. Becker today, and it's gonna be a good time to have an event there,
Yeah,
but we don't know if there's gonna be a rededication or a ribbon cut or anything like that at all on June the 7th.
I know. Rededication.
And there's a committee working on it on June the 7th?
With the Arts Commission.
Oh,
is
okay, Ms.
kinda-
Becker. Okay.
Is who I'm working with on it. As far as renaming, I pretty much explained that's not part of the celebration. It wasn't planned to be, you know, that's not, you know.
Good.
The
Well, that's-
park's already named, that's all it is, you know.
Well, thank you for that, because that's what would be my answer to that question too, though.
Yeah, and I will continue to let that know. Let that be known.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Hold on, you guys got any other questions?
Anybody else? I'm sorry.
Y'all good? All right. Thank you, sir. Oh, no. That's
Call me Miss B. I can barely spell it. It's fine.
okay, all right. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Most everyone I've introduced myself to last year, and we are back again for Danville Small Town Christmas. I'm LaHanna Bonagofsky. Last year, I kind of explained how this came about, and it ended up being what I think was a great success, and it is something I definitely intend to do every single year. Danville Small Town Christmas is officially a registered nonprofit, and it's just an all-ages, community-based festival, and now it will be encompassing the parade as well, and the committees are merging, and it is to be held in December this year, Wisiger Park and Main Street. Last year, well, the birth of this entire festival was just because we wanted to be able to encompass every demographic here in Danville and wanted all of our citizens in our community to be able to come out. You know, life is really hard, and give them a few hours just not to worry. And reflecting on last year, I think we definitely were able to make that happen. We saw so many new faces in our community downtown, enjoying lots of family time with their children. And the very best thing is that the festival and parade itself was completely free of charge. The other thing that was very beneficial from it is in Wisiger Park, we had set up lots of tents. And this gave another platform to different small businesses in our community to get their name out there and to keep our local dollars local. And I thought that was pretty great. Same thing with live music, and it really just gave our community something to do and something to celebrate and to come together, which I think is very important in today's age. Below, I have listed what the ask is from all of our different government entities, and on the back page there is what we are doing through private sponsorships. Last year, I did request $6,000 from the City of Danville and Boyle County, or up to $6,000, and both of those were granted, and I'm highly appreciative of that. This year, the number is a little bit higher, and that is due to the fact that we are merging with the parade committee. So whereas last year we needed, Danville Small Town Christmas budget had so many restroom trailers, and then the parade budget had that, it's now merging. And that's why that number is a little bit different than last year. We learned a lot last year as well, and that's why there are a few more things, an extra tent, extra lighting, soundstage equipment, things like that, that I'm requesting from the county. And I have all of these quotes and where they were acquired from.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
It was great last year. That was really cool.
Thank you. One thing we learned last year, with it being the first year, we wanted to do it, my goal was to have something Christmassy every year, or every weekend. But instead of doing it 2 weekends, the first weekend, the weather was not in our favor. Even then, I had gotten the numbers back from the gentleman from the company with the trackless train and the bounce houses. They said that there were a few hundred that rode the train. Some of those may have been repeats, but to be out in rain, that still felt amazing. Yes. And then the second weekend, we swapped it all around in a few hours, but Danville really came out and showed support, and it seemed that everyone had a great time, even ones from around. We had a different CVB from a surrounding county say, how did Danville make this happen? So I think that that's pretty amazing.
Do you have a date in mind?
That is something I am working with the parade committee on. We are still aiming for the first week there. We just have not settled on a date for sure just yet.
Well, it was very successful last year, that's for sure. And you got city and county support last year. And quick turnaround, so really good.
This year, it will be only one weekend. I think I said that.
Any more questions or comments? Thank you. Wow. Well, thanks, and we're excited about the fact that you're doing it, and you've brought your committee and the Convention and Business Bureau and the Downtown Parade Committee all together, so that should be great. And Commissioner Cotter's going to guarantee you 60 to 70 degree weather on that day, nice weather that day, right?
I heard he was also going to be my Santa, so this is working out well for all of us.
Great, yes.
Jack of all trades.
Did you all have any more questions for me?
Get back to work.
I'm trying.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
See ya.
Family Services?
Yes, sir.
Yes, may I introduce yourself to us And sometime during your presentation, be sure to tell us what money you were allotted last year and what the request is for this year.
Okay.
Okay? And then you brought some representation. These guys on your board?
Yes, sir. I sure did.
I have problems with that. I don't know, but man.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kimberly Velasco. I am with Family Services Association. With me, I have Amos Tubb, our board president, and Melissa Cottle, our board member as well. So yeah, let's begin. Like I said, we are a nonprofit organization. We've been in the community for nearly 108 years. We'll be celebrating our 108th year next month, exactly. And so we basically provide financial assistance to individuals and, or low-income families and individuals in Danville and Bull County only. And that goes, we do a lot of rental assistance, utility assistance, case management, employability classes, money management classes as well. So we try to catch our clients and help them however we can. In 2002, we assisted 726 individuals. That is a total of 351 households with direct financial assistance. 41 of those households were assisted more than once, in which, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Which majority of those 41 households were seniors. And at least 88% of our clients were better off and only received assistance once. Additionally, in 2022-2023 fiscal year, we spent around $30,000 for housing assistance alone. Again, a majority of our clients do live within city limits. And $24,000 were spent on electric bills. Yes. Okay. Additionally, we collaborate with Salvation Army, Community Action, to do referrals in a way that funds from Community Action are spent before any of our funds are spent, because we don't get federal funding, and Community Action does. We try to make sure that those federal funds are spent first. And so we try to communicate with Community Action daily on those referrals, especially for electric assistance. Additionally, we do have a senior trust fund where we assist our seniors with medical equipment, small home repairs, prescriptions, and food. We are more flexible with our seniors because of that fund. We are able to help with more things besides just rental assistance and utility bills. We also provide funding to other organizations such as Community Action, Housing Authority, and the Senior Citizen Center, a gathering place. Recently, the Senior Citizen Center has received about $10,000 this year, but in previous years, they've received a total of $40,000. They are welcome to apply for those funds every quarter as long as they spend the $10,000. And we can do that as long as we are able to keep that flow for the funding. Additionally, I like to share a success story that we are working with, a client who is a single mom of 2 children. She recently got a divorce, left the home due to a domestic violence situation. She was with her partner for over 20 years. And due to the divorce, she lost her employment of 5 years. It was steady income. She was, and it wasn't because she just stopped going or she got fired because she wasn't doing her job correctly. It was because she was missing due to having to take care of her ill child. She fell 5 months behind on her rent, and so we collaborated with other agencies, with churches to help her get caught up because we couldn't do the full 6 months. We could only do about a month. And so that wasn't going to be enough to help her. So we collaborated with churches, we collaborated with Salvation Army and Greenhouse 17 to help her. We also case manage her as far as getting her employment. It took us about 2-3 months to get her employment, but that is because during that time she lost her father. Her son needed surgery on his back, and she was also sick. Nothing serious, but she did get sick. Anyhow, we were able to get her employment. Greenhouse 17 was able to help her with the rest of her rent to get her caught up, and she is currently employed. Loves her job. They love her at her work. And so yes, that is our success story. To this day, she's still employed, and we're still following up with her. For the previous year, we received $4,500 from the city. And this year, we are requesting $10,000. And that is all I have.
Well, thank you, ma'am. You can sort of exhale now, right? You've done this before. Come on, it's a friendly crew. But the first thing I want to respond to is I just love the way you talk about the collaboration, though. That you're getting lots of work, a lot of agencies involved, and you're not letting these folks use duplicate services, and that's really good because the money goes a lot further that way. So thank you for that effort. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Sure. Could you expand a little bit? It's nice that any agency helps somebody out, but what you're also doing, which I like to see, is trying to direct them to help them better their lives. So who are you working with? As an example, BCTC, or who? If you could expand on that just a little bit.
Yeah. So in-house, we do have a very much part-time caseworker who works with our chronic clients. And so she meets with them and she does a lot of budgeting, or, she tries to figure out goals or come up with goals with them, with the clients. And based on those goals, we can refer them out to other agencies, such as the Kentucky Career Center. That is another agency that we work very closely with, where they can help them find jobs or help them with their resume and putting applications and follow up with those employers. We can do that with our clients, but if there are other agencies that are already doing that, why not use them, right? And so we do work with them. We also work with adult education, GED. If our clients want to get their GEDs, then we connect them with Beth Leahy. And Community Action does a lot of help with higher education as far as providing grants and scholarships. We connect them with them as well, or they'll pay for a trade. I know that they'll let clients get their CNAs, and so we refer them to them through Campbellsville as well. And so, yeah, that's just a little bit of who we work with.
That's great. Did she answer your question, dude? Yep. All right. Other questions, comments?
I just wanted to ask, you said something about the senior citizens. Can you say a little more about that? They can ask, or it's a grant from you?
So I'm not going to say that we have the trust fund, but there's a fund in the community, and it is placed at Farmers Bank, well, South. And so Family Services does get most of it because we've applied for it, and it's just been ongoing for many years. And so, but it is restricted. We can only use it on seniors that are 65 or older. They do have to live in Bull County. And so in trying to get those funds spent, we have extended it to other agencies as well, such as Community Action. In Community Action, because they have their weatherization program, and so they typically already work with a crew that does small home repairs. And so that was the intent behind giving them $10,000 back in 2010. And so we also provide funds to Housing Authority, where they can work with our seniors if they're needing medical equipment, et cetera. And then, so the Senior Citizen Center, they have their home delivered meals for seniors. And so they have requested funding for that program. And technically, they are able to get $10,000 every quarter, as long as they request those funds. Mhm.
Again, that's all great collaboration. Wow. Other questions or comments?
The difference in the money this year, I'm trying to ask that question to everybody. What's the difference? You asked for, or you got 4,500 last year, asking for 10,000.
Yes, and I do acknowledge that it is a big difference. It's almost over 50%. So when talking to, I guess, our board members, and then looking at the amount, the percentage of individuals that we serve that live within the city limits, it's about 75% of individuals that we serve.
And you don't get any federal funds, correct?
You can say that we get a FEMA, but we only get like $2,000 a year.
Right, so, no.
But that, yeah.
Mr. Collar, would you like to ask the board members a question? Oh, well, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And thanks for the good work you're doing, serving the citizens of our community.
Appreciate it. Thank you so
Wow.
much for your continued support.
Well, we'll be praying for you because of these board members over here, but other than that, though, yeah. And she's been there a few years now, right? Yeah. I used to call her Crystal, but she's not Crystal's replacement anymore, right? Yeah, she's gone. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thank you all. And Bruce was at the concert last night. Didn't speak to me. He's in trouble. Yeah. And, oh, Melanie, did he go up with the Christmas parade? I should call her Michelle, she'll get mad at me. Michael. Right, introduce yourself to us today.
Hello, my name is Michael Peros.
It's what?
Michael Peros. Michael, not Michelle Peros. And I'm with the Great American Brass Band Festival, as well as Downtown Downbeat, which is today. It comes back today.
Yeah.
First event is tonight, so we're
Yes.
really, really excited about that.
Yes.
So I'm happy to give you the rundown of the festival this year, as well as give you a few discussion points and explanations behind the budget and our increase and what we're asking for. We have very justifiable reasons, and I'm happy to explain any of those figures to you. But for this year, we are cutting the festival one day short, as you probably already know. We're going Thursday through Sunday, and the reasoning for that just being simply that we've got 2 events that are growing and one that was diminishing, so it only made sense budgetary-wise and attendance-wise to increase and inject more money into Thursday as well as Friday. It just made the most sense. So we approached it with that, and we're figuring out all those plans, and we're really excited about this change, as it will make our volunteers are a little bit relieved to have one day down, but we'll still do all the strike down and tear down and everything on Sunday. So it will definitely help with all of our volunteers and their time and energy, and as well as the food vendors. So, it made sense we couldn't ask them to pay more for Sunday without getting the business that they would have to be necessary to be there. So, but with that said, all the changes are in place. We're really excited about them. Thursday, we're really promoting as that local theme, local feel with Downtown Downbeat, trying to get local bands, local acts, local volunteers, or local entertainment, excuse me, as well as opening up with the gallery hop. So there's a lot of arts going on Thursday night, just like usual. And we'll have 2 bands this year on Thursday night for the 30th, just one tonight, but for the 30th, opening up the festival, it's going to be a 2-band hit. And we'll actually extend the hours of the music on Thursday night in order to accommodate as well for one day cut short. We have also moved Bayou and Brass over to Center College this year. And that change was based on stage and production and when we were going to have it there, and it made sense to move that event and give it a little upgrade, as well as added sponsor visibility with usage of our LED video board that we introduced last year. So we'll be able to represent our sponsors really accurately in big screen, big lights, and as well as get all the bands on that big stage for Friday night. So that'll be Bayou and Brass. And for Saturday, we'll start music at 9 a.m. at the main stage instead of 12 that's been done in the past. So we'll have bands at 9, bands at 10. We'll break for the parade. Parade is as usual, just as it was last year, 11 o'clock. Same route exactly. And I know I know people are always looking forward to the parade, so definitely made time for that. And as soon as the parade is finished, we start music back on the main stage at noon and go all the way till 11 p.m. at night. And from there, we'll take the festival out on a bang. And we've got some killer bands this year. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the lineup and investigate some of those groups, but they have big followings. They have big attendance, big market there. So we're really trying to beef up that area and inject a little more excitement into the lineup, as we did last year to a degree, but this year is even higher. So I'm really proud of what we've put out. I'm really proud of the work that we've done to set ourselves up for a really successful event. We just don't talk about weather. We just go as we go, and that's the only thing we can't control, but what we can control is how we respond and react, and as we'll do. So for this year, if you've looked, we've asked for $40,000 in funding for this year. I have asked for the same amount for the county through the fiscal court. And there's a few reasons for this. One of those large reasons being that we don't have access to Center College dorms any longer. That has been, they're in, I totally understand, I respect their decision. Center has been very generous with their facilities and resources for us all this time, and they still continue to be, but the dorms were out of our access this year, so we had to spend quite a few figures on hotel rooms and we did our best to work out some deals, and we did the best we could for this year. And we'll continue to rehash that conversation with not only Center, but our hotels, and try to get a better exchange there. But we did definitely take quite a big hit on the budget for that reason. And I don't feel that Center will, I don't feel that Center will be changing their approach any more next year. They are really into their summer programs, and I totally understand. It's no skin off my back, but that is something that we have had to deal with, and we will continue to deal with from now until the foreseeable future, and unless something changes with Center, which is completely acceptable. So that's one of the reasons for the increase in ask. Another one of those reasons is that we are looking. One of the things that I've noticed since coming into the festival, taking this job, understanding the roles, is that this festival, because it's donation run, it's all sponsorship run. We don't have tickets. We have a few fundraising points, but without tickets, that's a big cost. And what we are looking to do is hire a sponsorship coordinator, somebody that we can invest in, and they bring us quite a bit of return back. That is a position we are looking to open up. So we need a little bit of funding to pay for that person, pay for their time, pay for their all their resources and any of their efforts. And I think we as in the board and I will continue to have discussions on the job prospects and the duties and all that as soon as the festival's over and I have a few more brain cells to give. But until then, that's a major goal that we're looking to implement for the 2025 season, which will, now that I've done this job almost 2 full years, it was easy to understand and see that from the get-go, this is a major area and not something that I'm just spread too thin to be able to do well enough. So that we're really looking forward to that change. And one of the other budgetary reasons that we've asked for an increase is we're continuing the funding on Downtown Downbeat. And we did cut 1 month this year. We cut April, which nobody was probably paying attention to every weather day in April, but if you were on every Thursday, we didn't have a good shot all month long. And so I was really, really relieved that that decision had paid off, because we would have been so hard pressed to find a good weather day that wasn't cold, that wasn't rainy and dreary, and certainly unfit for an outdoor event. So we did cut April, but we're looking to have a really, really large, nice event on July 4th. And we're planning on having at least 2 bands with an entertainment act at Con Square. And one of those groups will be from the Musicians Union here in Kentucky. And what they do is they recruit not only union musicians, but professor-level people, professionals, all of those folks that are willing to put together a 40-piece concert band. So we're going to have a nice patriotic concert that night, as well as another band that will follow and finish the night out. So we're very excited about that, as well as a fun addition and a fun way to implement Downtown Downbeat into July 4th and make that event even bigger than we had originally expected. Once we came up with some more ideas, we knew that the ask had to be higher. So with that in mind, those are 3 major reasonings for that increase in the funding. I know it's a big bite, but what we're doing is hiring groups that have a lot of pull, that are going to get a lot of people here. And I can't make any promises on attendance, but what I can say is that the reception of the event is much higher than it was last year. I'm getting calls all the time. What is this event? How long has it been going on? How do we do this? Is it really free? And of course, I have all the answers for that. Yes, it's free. It's in Danville, Kentucky, and we're going to bring some people here. So I've spent quite a bit on digital marketing in order to reach out to more regional groups, and as well as get the spread a little more along the East Coast as well as West Coast, but certainly focusing on the East Coast and every attainable region along that border of the United States. And we've got bands coming from all over. We've got New York, we've got Minnesota, we've got some groups from the South, groups from Northeast. I mean, they're coming from all over. So with that pull and that draw, Lucky Chops, No BS Brass, those are the two headliners. They're going to bring a lot of people here. So, I'm fully confident in our ask and what we need to make this event bigger in order to get more people here and in order to cover all the resources that we need. So I'm also confident in our approach to getting a sponsorship coordinator. I feel very confident that that person, that investment will not only lighten my load, but allow that area to blossom properly. Right now, for example, in the past month and a half, I've gotten 5 new sponsorship deals. And as you know, it's the home stretch of the festival, so it's hard for me to juggle both. But, I'm working to make all those deals happen as well as coordinate the last pieces of the puzzle for the festival. And so I know if we had a coordinator to do that, they could not only field those responses, which are much higher than last year. I've had several more sponsors reach out to me this year than last year, which is always a good sign. But if we have a coordinator to manage those relationships, to nurture those relationships, then we don't have to depend on asking so much from certain folks. We can spread that out a little more, reach out to some new folks, rekindle some old sponsor relationships. That's a really important goal that we are addressing for 2025. So know that this funding ask will fuel it is an investment. It's an investment into the festival's efficiency as well as efficacy and our ability to handle money, raise more money, and nurture those relationships properly so that not so much of the burden is on one sponsor or this sponsor or this sponsor. So are there any questions? I'm happy to answer any questions about the event, any questions about the funding. Downtown Downbeats tonight, so, come out to that. I always see the commissioners out there as well as the mayor. I've seen him a time or two, so we're really excited.
Questions from the commission?
Yeah, I might have 2. I like this idea of having music on July 4th. How is that being coordinated with the fireworks?
It's been in the thoughts. I'm glad you asked because we've battled me and the board have battled kind of back and forth on throwing ideas out. Can we have it at Millennium Park? I know that we did get an invitation from the city to have it out at Millennium Park, and we've thought about that, but we're just not sure about the logistics of having all the production out there as well as a stage, but it's still in conversation. So whether we have it at Millennium Park or Whisker Park, we are definitely we've timed it appropriately so that music will start a little bit earlier. We'll have our patriotic concert at 6 instead of 7. That will go for about an hour and a half, and then we'll have our second band perform for about an hour after that. And then at that point, that will take us to about 7:30, and the second band will go on at 8 o'clock, finish up at 9. People have time to get over for the fireworks. So either way, we thought it through, and we don't want to impede on fireworks and all that going on. We know that people are going to want to get out there, so we're accommodating our schedule to fit that portion of the day.
It all sounds exciting to me. I'm a 4th of July kind of person. And it'd be nice if I could go to one location and enjoy your music.
Sure.
And turn my head back the other way and see the fireworks at the same time. So keep on working on
We'll keep chewing on it for
location.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be neat. Yeah.
We appreciate the invitation. As soon as I got word about that, I said, okay, all right. It's something we had thrown out, and we weren't sure how it would be received, and we're glad to have the invite, and we're definitely considering it as an option to have it at Millennium Park.
Wow. Okay. Sounds good. Other questions?
And this is sort of combined in both of the budgets, the brass band and the ask for downtown
Yes, ma'am.
Downbeat, because last year, I can't remember how much we funded for that, but I'm just looking at the dollars, so that.
And last year's ask for downtown Downbeat was $11,375, which is an odd figure, but that's how it worked out.
Okay.
So we asked for an even 10, and that reflects not only the cutting of April, but it also, excuse me, it allows us to pursue our downtown Downbeat in July and make that a little bit bigger. And I do have, for everybody's information, I do have some contacts out, trying to get sponsorship for those events. We would love, I haven't spoken to the sponsor yet, but we'd love to have a supporting sponsor or a presenting sponsor for the month of September, which would be obviously the first Thursday of that month. And we're looking at some other resources in order to offset those costs. And we have added a beer vendor. We are adding some other small vendors to help buffer that money as well. So it's all going to a great place. We're working on trying to diversify that and get some more buy-in from the community. One more change I can talk about is we're developing a downtown downbeat menu for all the restaurants to be able to participate in at no cost to them whatsoever. So any of the restaurants that would like to submit 2 or 3 menu items that we can put on the back of a card on the tables and allow people to order quickly from those places. We have a couple of restaurants that have informed me that they are interested, but we need to confirm a few more and really build that up. So fingers crossed that is done for May 30th, which is the first night of the Brass Band Festival. You're welcome.
Anyone else? The 40,000 includes both items though, right?
Yes, yes.
So really, and the 26 something that we hit down from last year, that included both items as well, right?
That's correct, yes,
Okay, so,
absolutely.
yeah.
But we put it under, I think last year we added, we made our lives harder by trying to separate it out, when really it all comes from the Brass Band Festival's budget and consider it a budget line. That's how we've decided to treat it from here on out.
Yes. Okay. Hearing no other questions, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all very much.
You were doing real good. Your status just went up, then the door opened up. Some strange-looking guy walked in. I said, oh, God, man.
Can't handle him in
Oh,
here.
you can't handle
Should we
it this
ask,
way.
I was just with Chief Gray, we should probably get security and usher him out of here. I think that'd be best for everybody's well-being. I'd be like, I don't know that guy, sorry. Don't look at me.
He's the one that messed up your name, too, right?
I always tell everybody, they say, Michael? I say, yeah, well, my dad's full of himself enough to name his middle daughter after him, so, you know.
This arrives at taller, two little blonde ponytails on the head, snotty nose. We're gonna get you up a little early, but that's great.
I know, I came early, just in case, you never know. I didn't want to hold folks up, so.
Yes, ma'am.
You just want me to
Yeah,
talk away?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
what you want me to
And
do?
be sure in your presentation, you tell us about what you received last year and what you're requesting this year.
Okay,
We're asking everybody to do that as a part of this meeting, okay?
okay.
All right.
So what I received last year and what I requested this year.
Yes, ma'am.
So, last year we received $4,000. This year we're requesting $7,000. But in that request, just so you're really familiar, we were able to launch and get open, and appreciate the mayor came and was able to speak for visitation exchange. And even though we provide a lot of services and serve around 200 men, women, and children from your community, the request that we're specifically asking for is for visitation exchange services. That was developed out of a United Way collaboration and a community collaboration of partners who really looked for about a year to determine what gaps were needed for domestic violence survivors and their children in this area. So we were already going to court, doing support groups, doing case management and meeting those needs. But one of the number one requested services across the Commonwealth, actually, for domestic violence survivors is to be able to have a safe place to not just exchange their children, because our law enforcement departments often just have like a parking lot space where you could exchange children, but to actually have a visitation center that's supervised with people who are trained to be able to provide supervised visits to make sure that children that have been exposed to abusive behavior by somebody who's done harm in that family has adequate time to try to have a relationship with that parent, but at the same time in a very safe setting where it is being monitored, what's being said, make sure that there's no intimidation or no messages to be passed on to the other parent, things like that. So part of the goal is to keep kids safe while the courts and often the Cabinet for Family and Children is trying to figure out how the offending parent, the visiting parent, is going to be able to adjust their behavior, change their behavior, maybe learn a few things about what it means to keep children out of the middle, prioritize their children until they're able to maybe earn their own visits on their own time, kind of thing, through other custody means down the road in visitation. So we're kind of that gap until we get from point A to point B and make sure that we can keep his children as safe as possible during that time. And that's what we've been doing. So we opened our doors. It's a collaboration with Grace Church. They've provided us the facility, so all of that is in kind, which is reflected in our budget, which is tremendous. If you haven't been there, we would love for you to come tour, but the mayor came and spoke at our grand opening ribbon cutting ceremony that we wanted to make sure that the community knew the services that were being provided. We are currently operating about 16 families are currently using the service, so we knew we were going to have to start slow. This was not budgeted other than the monies that we received from local government. That's how I'm attempting to fund things, although the cost, as you can see, costs a lot more than the actual funds that we've been able to secure. Since last year when we first started, and we're very grateful for your support, we have a little more sense of cost, what it's going to take, how it is going to play out in our community as far as our services. So we, in our budget, are requesting $7,000. Right currently, the vast majority of families being served are Bull County and Danville residents. That's the vast majority. We have about 4 families from the neighboring Mercer County. And then 1 or 2 counties, maybe 1 or 2 families from Lincoln. And Garrett, right now, there are no families being served. So it's the vast majority are right here in this community at this time. I have been able to secure, I was able to use ARPA money to help fill some of the gaps temporarily. And we've also applied for a major federal grant. Now, you all know federal grants are not always easy the very first time around. Sometimes you got to go back in a few times before they get used to who you are and what your vision is. But we have applied for a major, highly competitive federal grant that would cover all visitation exchange services, Danville, Lexington, and Georgetown. So I'm trying to secure the dollars in order not to have to continue to come back for government support, or at least local government support, as long as that grant runs. So if we don't get it this year, we'll still be applying next year, now that we've got our foot in the door. And I do think we've been pretty successful getting federal funding. And the fact that we're serving rural communities, which is a target area that I think helps federal reviewers feel comfortable that we're not just, that we're serving other individuals other than urban, right? Which is part of the goal. So that's who we are. That's what we're doing. We're requesting $7,000. We requested the same amount from your fiscal court and received funding from both of you all last year. So very grateful. And do you all have any questions?
Questions or comments? I was amazed at the facility that Grace has provided. Just really amazing. Someone in our community would do that. And remember, if you don't remember this, but my experience with it is that I did it on the steps of Tulloch School.
That
The
you what?
exchange.
Sorry?
The exchanges took place when I was involved on the steps of Tulloch School. And everybody
yes.
wanted to be at the flagpole, but it was, so this is a great facility because they get to spend good quality time together if they need to. So.
And it's a very structured process, meaning that it's not just simply for the safety of children, which is the primary focus for us. It's also safe for the non-visiting parents
Yes.
who no longer needs to have face-to-face action or interaction with the person who has used threats and intimidation and has harmed them in the past. So what happens is the visiting parent comes or the non-visiting parent shows up. They have to stay in the building. The visiting parent, let me get this back. I always say the visiting parent's wrong. The visiting parent shows up and has to be wanded. Law enforcement wands them to make sure there's no weapons or anything inappropriate on them. We have law enforcement on site for all of our visits. We work closely. The majority of our services are being used by the Danville Police Department. So we already have great officers here who have vested their time in doing a little extra work, a little extra money. We don't pay as much as UK does for ball games, but we're home and local, and they love keeping kids safe. So we've got some great law enforcement officers helping us. And so they are present always. And then the non-visiting parent shows up, and then we escort the kids in. The non-visiting parent can stay in the facility separate from all visitations if they are traveling, just don't want to go anywhere, want to wait the hour in the facility. The church has made accommodations for that to occur, including snacks and goodies for anybody who stays. Or they can leave, shop, come back later, however, whatever works best for that non-visiting parent. Then the non-visiting parent comes back, we deliver the children back to them, they leave, and we hold the visiting parent for another 15 minutes to ensure that they are able to leave safely, go where they go, and can't be followed or stalked. So we have a process in place, and we really appreciate our partnership, not just with the community, but our law enforcement group has been fabulous as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
But we need to pay them, and we need to pay the monitors. So any help you could give us would be greatly appreciated. All the other funding I've secured, as you can see, in the budget.
So this serves this site. I was out there as well,
Oh, yes.
but just, it just services Danville County, or do other parents?
Well, the vision was 4 communities,
Right.
and that was this quadrant. So it'd be Lincoln, Garrett, Mercer, and Boyle.
Okay.
I will say that predominantly it is Mercer and Boyle, predominantly Boyle by far. But you have the same judge in those counties, so when those referrals come,
Right.
they definitely utilize that. It has not been utilized at all by Garrett County. Often Garrett County is seeking service, and they'll use Jessamine County Services or Fayette, because I guess where they sit. I don't know. We'll see. And that judge isn't as inclined to send people to visitation exchange. And then we have some from Lincoln that have just started. So we're slowly building out, and we are requesting funding from all of those sources.
Other questions or comments? Great program. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Keep up
Thank
the
you
good work.
all. You all have a great day.
Last year, I believe, was 5,000.
Okay.
And requesting this year, 28,000, but 8,000 of that is for purchasing food. The other 20,000 is for the new building, which is the papers that I just gave you guys. So it would be fantastic if we get the funding for the building, that it be two separate checks, because I have two separate checking accounts. I'm not going to dip from one to serve the other one.
Okay.
So you guys know, as far as pantry, what we do, the day-to-day, it's nonprofit, we're all volunteers. So the numbers, trying to think what you guys might not already know. So for the year 2023, we served 3,231 Boyle County households. So 3231 households in the year. So the individuals served for that year is 6,811. So 6811. Of that 6811, 2438 were Danville City residents. 2498. 793 were Boyle County. So all that information leads into the request for 20,000 for the building. So do you guys have anything about the 8,000 to buy food with? Because I know all of you guys are veterans, so.
Yeah.
Do you ask that from the county? Do they contribute, the fiscal court?
Not to purchase food with, but they have on the building fund. Yes.
For this year or last year? I'm just asking, what was in their budget last year?
January. I talked to them in January.
Okay. It just wasn't on the paperwork, so I didn't know what your sources of funding were, or the budget.
So there should be a paper, like on the application, there should be exactly who contributed to the building fund specifically. Now, the county doesn't do, like you guys do, the one time a year to purchase the food out of. But they have for the building fund, and plan to, once we get the building up, and they have other plans as well. So they donated, sponsored, I think they called it a sponsorship, $10,000 was what they agreed to do, which makes me a happy, happy girl. And I am asking 20 from you guys, because clearly we serve more city folk than we do county folk. So the numbers for city individuals in 23 was 2,438 people. County was 793. So that's the reason that I'm asking different amounts of money from you guys. So the building on the front, so let me tell you where this is. So if you're standing out on Houstonville Road and you're looking at Advanced Auto, and Aldi's is on your right, just up the hill, Aldi's is on your right. This is the green space right beside Aldi's, behind Advanced Auto. So that's what we purchased. And we purchased that, it was a year ago in February, so we purchased that in February of 22, just outright. So the pictures that you guys have is for basically a pole barn, if any of you guys are builders, is what we're looking to do, 40 by 80, and the bottom of it be just a different color metal or a little decorative or something, give it a little bit of class. Front porch on the front, a back awning on the back of it so that we can get semi-trucks from God's Pantry, give them enough room that they can drive around the back of the building and unload without everybody getting soaking wet. So that's the front and the back. So then we still have plenty of room beyond the building to build later, build on. I would love to have a transitional house and a soup kitchen. And we have plenty of space there to do all of that. But right now, we're just looking at the funding for to get the first building up. So the third page that's on that is my handwriting of the estimates. So those were as of January of this year. So, I mean, I can provide like more professional from each person but just for time's sake, I just wrote down what they told me. So that's how we came up with that $175,000 number, was just simply, there it is, and add it all up.
So you purchased the land in February of 20 or 2022?
22.
2022, all right,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, we closed on it early February of 22.
Okay, yeah,
Yep.
all right. I had put down the wrong date, okay.
Oh,
Commissioners, are any questions? Comments?
On the statement, so this says, is there $100,000 in the bank?
that's what we paid for the land. So it shows that as a credit, and then somewhere on there, it shows it as a debit as well. So we had $100,000 that was donated. We started that building fund with, and then I took it out, 99,900 whatever, because I had to do a good faith deposit. So then it should show that all that has come back out. So now the current balance is 11,000 something.
Oh, okay. Up here, I see. 11,100.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
You have a timeline or plan for the construction?
It depends on that bank account you guys are looking at. If I have half of the money in the bank, we can start. But again, if any of you guys are builders, ever have been, you know you have to get it so far along before you can stop. So I need half of that money in the bank to do the drainage and the concrete and the leveling and get the thing up. Then we can do the inside stuff. But you just have to get so far along. So I can't even start until I get half of the money in the bank.
Okay. And I guess
So-
I guess you know what the next question is gonna be then, right? Of
What's
that 175,000, can you tell us what your achievement goal is so far?
Fundraising or?
What's that?
How much of the
Fundraising.
175,000 have you raised thus far?
That's what's in the account, 11,100.
Okay.
So, but we have things in the works. So I've talked to the Rotary Club, and they are willing to help, but they have to have tangible things. So once, and this is kind of my dilemma, everybody's on board once they see something happening. I just need to collect enough money to make something happen to say, okay, here's where we are, this is what we're doing, now this is what I need. So the Rotary Club is helping with tangible things like new shopping carts and a commercial freezer. And Bull County has indicated they will help with a vehicle. And, you know, I have things in the works to still do, but everybody's waiting on everybody else to do something. And so far, Bull County Fiscal Court's the only one, other than a couple of churches that have said, you know, yes, we need to do this. We need to do this.
And board is committed, fiscal court is committed 10,000 for the building fund.
Yes, it's on that
Okay,
paper.
all right, okay.
Yeah, that was approved, and we received the check January or February 1.
So is that part of the 11,000?
It is. Yeah, it is.
And I apologize, I don't see maybe I'm missing it, but the papers, there's just one piece of paper that talks about projected expenses, projected donations, carryover, and current balance.
Oh, that's the budget for the buying food. Is that the only one you have? Do none of you all have the back page that's from Farmers Bank?
Oh, from farmers?
Because I had another one, it's farmers, it was stamped with their thing.
That has the 11,100.
Yes.
But that doesn't really, I mean, it just, anyway, it's just a deposit of 1,000, deposit of 10,000. You know, so,
It's $11,000
right.
in the building fund.
$11,000.
In the building fund.
So do you need something more specific from farmers?
No.
I mean, I can get
No.
whatever
No.
you need, but, okay.
And so you get food from God's Pantry also?
So we order from God's Pantry, Kroger, Aldi's, Save a Lot. You know, we try to buy local as much as we can, but the prices at God's Pantry are just so much better, nobody can compete with them. The problem is with God's Pantry, what they have a lot of. But they only have what they have. So to offer a variety to our folks, we can't solely rely on God's Pantry. So we order from them maybe once every 2 months or something. And that's to restock on the green beans, the corn, the mixed vegetables, those kinds of things. Everything else we spend at Kroger and Aldi's and Save-A-Lot and Walmart. And we get a lot of things donated. Yep.
Okay, other questions? This definitely would be a major benefit for our community, especially because of the location, and it shows growth, so that's good.
Yeah, exactly. And then it
Yes.
would be, taxes, we have to pay on all that too, so.
What was that?
And it would be taxes we have to pay on all that. No, we're tax exempt though, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea if you have any, what would be considered homeless coming in?
Do I know how many homeless?
Yeah. Or do you have an idea that they're even coming in versus just folks that need help?
We don't specifically track that. We know because we do an intake form on them, but I've never tracked homeless. I had a girl that called me today, and at first she told me that she was living out of her car, and then she told me that she was living in a tent, and then she told me like 14 different things. So the homeless population will not always give you accurate information.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, I can start tracking it if that's something you got. I know that's a big thing right now in Danville. I can start tracking it, but I'd never have. Maybe, I don't know. We don't have any homeless that come every month because typically here the homeless are not planning on staying here. They're moving on to somewhere else, and this is just a stopping point. But, so we provide like can openers and a lot of pull top things, because they can't open a can. They can't heat anything. So when I started telling her that, this girl that called me today, she said, "Oh, well, I can cook." I said, "You live in a tent, but you can cook?" And she's like, "Yeah." "Well, how do you get the can open?" "I have a can opener." I said, "Is it electric?" "Well, yeah." Okay, so there you go.
Yeah. Well, and you've always had that philosophy about making them feel comfortable so they can keep coming back and getting the food. So
Yes.
we don't want to destroy that part of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely
that's
not.
really good.
So the short answer, I don't know. I wouldn't, completely guessing, I wouldn't say more than 25 a year that actually tell us they're homeless. We have a lot of couch surfers.
Yeah.
We have a lot of folks that this friend's this week and that friend's next week, but truly homeless, Chicago living under bridges kind of folks, I don't know.
Kind of hard,
Yeah. That's fine, just curious.
Yeah,
Got a real focus on that right now from both governments, so.
right, yeah.
Anyone else? Thank you,
Well,
ma'am.
y'all are easy this time. My goodness. Okay, so you all have my number, and I know Ashley does.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me know. Oh, and we're kind of in a hurry to hurry up and get this building start. I found out, what is this, May? I found out the beginning of April that the building we're in is being sold. And, I mean, God's good. He's willing to let us stay doing what we're doing in the same location.
Sure.
But we don't have a lease. He doesn't want to create a lease. So in my mind, we're literally month to month if he doesn't want to do a lease with us. So that puts a sense of urgency about my business of getting my own building, where a landlord can't say, oh, we can get, because they know. I mean, we pay $800 a month. And this new owner knows that he can get at least $2,000 out of it where it's at. Now, why would anybody with any business sense continue to rent to us? You know what I'm saying? So that's my sense of, ooh, we got to get this ball rolling.
We hope his community.
With the Nursing Home Ombudsman Agency of the Bluegrass. We are a small nonprofit organization whose sole focus is to demand the highest quality of care for long-term care residents. In Kentucky, that means nursing homes, personal care homes like Morning Point in Danville, and now assisted living. We just picked up assisted living in 2022 after some legislative changes transferred assisted living to be licensed long-term care rather than just kind of a landlord-tenant agreement. So we are working with lots of Danville's families. On the back of the report I gave you, I list out where the long-term care facilities are, how many beds are in each of those facilities. So Danville, it doesn't really surprise me, but it has a higher number of personal care and assisted living communities than some of our other counties, which means that there are people here who don't quite need a nursing home level of care, but still need some supports to live in an apartment-like setting. So in Danville, we have an ombudsman. Her name is Rita Salee, and she has been an ombudsman for, I would say about 3 years now, maybe 4. And she goes out and visits with the residents in all of those facilities and shares with them information about the specific rights they have while living in long-term care, because that's the cornerstone of the ombudsman program, is educating and empowering residents to know about their rights. So like, for example, residents have the right to privacy during treatment. They have the right to confidentiality in their records. They have the right to choose when they get out of bed and when they take their showers, what they eat. The idea is that you retain the same rights you have as a citizen when you move into long-term care. But a lot of times, being in an institutionalized setting, it doesn't feel that way. And so that's where the ombudsman can come in and advocate for somebody to have more choice and more autonomy over their life. So we like I said, make regular visits, educate residents, educate families and the general public. And then kind of the biggest, most important thing that the ombudsman program does is working complaints that residents have. So any of the things that I mentioned before, like if a resident has concerns that they weren't treated in privacy or their records have not been maintained confidentially, their HIPAA rights have been violated, they can call the ombudsman. You'll see down at the bottom of the report some of the most recent cases that Ombudsman Slee worked on. She went and visited one day and went into a resident's room and was talking to her and noticed that there was a very strong smell of odor, or strong odor of urine. And so she asked the resident, would you like me to call somebody to ask them to clean up the floor for you so that you're not sitting here in that? The resident had had an incontinence accident, and so Rita went and found a housekeeper to come clean that up. And, for us, it's being out in the community and knowing that you could go get a paper towel and clean up something, or bend over and pick something up off the floor. It's not such a big deal, but when you're in a small congregate setting where you have a new roommate, you're 80, the average resident is 80, 50% of residents have some form of dementia, but all of them have some physical disabilities that require assistance. So when you're in this small room with somebody else who has complex medical needs, that can be a really big deal, not being able to do that and not being able to get somebody to come when you could push your call bell and ask them to do it. Food complaints are also extremely common in Danville and truly across the Commonwealth. A lot of our nursing homes have moved away from hiring a chef or a cook and dining staff to prep, cook, and serve meals. And instead, they are ordering from a food service delivery that basically gives you a big plastic bag of pre-cooked entree that they dump into a chafing dish and warm up and serve, which is really unappealing to most residents. We've had residents that their previous careers was in dietary, or we had one gentleman who used to be in charge of the mess hall for Fort Knox. And these are people that know that you can cook good food for a large number of people. It's not impossible. And so Rita can help with making sure that, okay, if you've made this choice to go with this new provider that has pre-cooked meals, how can we make them better? How can we make sure they're served at the correct temperature? Because if you get your soup and it's lukewarm, and you get your salad and it's hot from the plate being hot straight out of the dishwasher, you don't want to eat any of it, which can lead to weight loss and malnourishment and poor health outcomes. So she works on a lot of food complaints lately. She also works on abuse, neglect, and exploitation cases. If a resident has confided in her that they've experienced abuse, or if we get a report from a family member, we go in and investigate and try to find a resolution for that resident. And then one other thing that I want to highlight that I haven't always talked about when I've come down to see you all is the systems advocacy that we are responsible for doing. Like I mentioned in legislative session 2022, the Senate passed a bill that the idea was that it would modernize assisted living and personal care, because the average consumer doesn't understand the difference. When you Google nursing home or assisted living, you get all kinds of solutions or things that don't really fall into those categories. So in the effort to modernize that, the original bill would have stripped the residents of Morning Point Danville, McDowell Place Danville's personal care, and Walker's Trail Senior Living, would have removed ombudsman services for those residents. They would no longer qualify to receive advocacy, to have somebody explain their rights, to have somebody help them when they have a problem. And so I worked with Alice, our district ombudsman, and Sherry Culp, the state long-term care ombudsman, to do a lot of legislative advocacy, testifying in Congress or in the legislature to advocate that that be changed. And fortunately, it was changed. And so the residents in Danville that were in personal care retained their rights and retained their access to the long-term care ombudsman program. And then your 3 assisted living communities gained some additional rights through our advocacy and now have regular visitation from Ombudsman Slee to inform them of those rights, help them advocate for their care, and just be kind of an extra set of eyes and ears in those buildings where it can feel really isolated if you're a long-term care resident. That is the quick version of everything that we do. I'd love to answer questions if you all have any, or thoughts or anything about that.
Questions or comments from the commission? Your request from the amount was allocated to you for last year, and then what's your request for this year?
Yes, it's the same request for $1,000 as last year's allocation.
So the caseworker goes at least once a month to all of these places, or once a week?
Rita, on average, goes to the nursing homes once a week, sometimes more if there's a big complaint going on, or if she needs to follow up with a resident or a staff member. The personal care and assisted livings are about every other week on average. And you know, being that there are 106 residents in Danville Center, she doesn't necessarily see every resident on every visit, but we meet with, when we go into the building, we're not regulators, we're not adult protective services, so we're not going in there under, you know, disguise or anything. She goes in, she meets with the administrator, says she's there. She might meet with the business office manager to get an updated census to say, we have these 5 new residents since you came last week. So she can go and visit with those new residents, make sure they get a packet about their rights, and, you know, educate them about who she is and what she can do for them. And then she'll go and visit established residents who are there, who have been there long-term. We also go to resident council meetings once a month, which is an opportunity for residents to gather and file grievances. It's a federally mandated requirement, so our nursing homes are the only 2 that do that right now, but she has helped other facilities develop a resident group in these other levels of care where it's not required, but they have the right to have a resident group meeting.
Okay, anyone else? Questions or comments? College still with us over there? I guess I should say thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate your support, and truly, without the support of Danville, the county, and Heart of Kentucky United Way is also a big supporter in this area. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to have Rita going often enough that she visited almost 300 times last year. So thank you very much for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry, the chief of police was detaining us on something.
Oh, you're okay. I'm trying to get,
Thank you all for allowing us to come before you again for this
All right.
opportunity. I think the Pioneer Playhouse partnership. Oh, we might?
Well, they might not be ready first.
Okay.
yeah, you Mike, they're not ready, Mike.
Well, you can have it, you can try to.
Okay, hello. You all have heard of Pioneer Playhouse, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Haha. We are celebrating 75 years this summer, guys. I mean, that's pretty remarkable. 75 years that we've been in this town, in this state, doing theater. So here we are, asking for a little bit of support from the city.
Yeah, and we're going to hand out some brochures. The assistance from the city, what we earmark it for is publicity. And we print up 50,000 of these. Yep. And we also have ads like this in Kentucky Monthly. And part of the ad says, come to Danville. This particular ad says, stay overnight in historically bold Danville, danvillekentucky.com. So we're paying for that,
Yeah, so that ad alone costs $1,500 a month. So, we're paying for that. And so we ask you all for, I think we asked for 2,000 this year, I'm not sure. For brochures, I've already handed them brochures. I'm ahead of you, Robbie. In our playbill, our brochure, like he said, we again have a big blurb where we say, Pioneer Playhouse is great, but don't just come for dinner and a show. Danville was named one of the most charming small towns in Kentucky by Southern Living magazine. Go to danvillekentucky.com for info. So this goes, we pay also for this to go up and down the I-75 corridor.
And motels and gas
Hotels, gas stations. This costs us about, what is it? I can't think off the top of my head. I think about $6,000 to print, and then like $2,000 or $3,000 to distribute. So we do a budget of about $30,000 in marketing just to get people to the Playhouse and to Danville. And even more this summer because it's 75 years. We got Lee Majors to do a shout out for say happy 75th anniversary. I was in Danville, Kentucky back in 1962. If you look on our Facebook page. So we just bring a lot of great stuff to Danville.
And we do a thing where we put on plays that connect with our audiences. We put on Kentucky Voices, what is it?
Kentucky Voices.
Kentucky Voices.
Yeah.
Plays, which this summer we're doing The Book Woman. The Kentucky Voices is a commissioned original play that speaks to the shared history and culture of
Kentucky. And we haven't done one since before COVID, actually. So we're going back to that. And it's a little near and dear to my heart since it is an adaptation of that Book Woman, which I wrote. But we're working with the library, the Boyle County Library, other libraries in the state to have an exhibit about that history and bring people to the Danville Library. So we're all about bringing people to Danville. It's not just about Pioneer Playhouse.
Right, and bringing audiences into the theaters where they can enjoy theater under the stars and a grassroots, really unique theater experience. And we do outreach. We do outreach into the North Point Prison and Kentucky Department of Corrections systems with the performance classes and theater writing classes. We're also doing...
We're doing a Young Voices couple of day workshop for foster kids this year. We got some Hudson Ellis funding, so we do have some money for that. But, we're always looking for opportunities to do outreach for kids, and especially at risk or in need kids and adults. So we feel like we bring a lot to Danville. And we are having a 75th gala this summer, June 15th. Please come to the 75th.
75th gala, June 15th.
Yeah.
Earl, come on. Get
Man.
The reason I know that is because I just found out there earlier.
Okay.
But that's going to be a Michael Fly Band in the House night. That's going to be giving out awards. That's going to be a Joe Deuce comedian. Rick knows Joe Deuce quite well. Joe Deuce in the House, a special gala.
Yeah, we want alumni from all 75 years to come. We'll see if that happens. We've invited John Travolta, but he hasn't called us back yet. But we'll see. We're working on that. But thank you all so much for your support last year, and
We really appreciate, and we totally love being part of the Danville arts community, big time.
Yes, we do.
What were you funded last year, and then what is this year's request for?
The same as last year at $2,000.
$2,000, right? Okay.
If you want to go,
You know, you can always put another 0 on that. But we do appreciate all support.
Who's your daddy?
And as we always say, we actually, funding from the state did dry up. We actually get no funding, absolutely zero funding from the state anymore. So,
from the outdoor theater grant, which disappeared.
yeah,
We do get some from the
Kentucky Arts Council, but the actual, state funding no longer exists for us. So, or any outdoor theater, which is unfortunate because most of them have gone except for us and Stephen Foster, and that's it. So, yeah, they've all closed because that was a huge blow several years ago that there was no longer an outdoor, particular grant for outdoor theaters. Then it went down to you could apply for matching funds to get marketing funds, and that helped a lot because all of the theaters would spend a lot of money to get people to our towns, but that went away too. And so, we're a family-run theater. That's how we keep going. And then Stephen Foster is a state park, but otherwise, they're gone. Theaters will be gone in the near future if they're not supported. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gone. Yeah, that was,
Gone.
boy, that,
Jenny Wiley,
you were
gone.
not a kid if you remember that one.
Jenny Wiley, Legend of Daniel Boone.
Yeah, in Harrisburg.
I mean, that left a while ago, but Jenny Wiley was still holding on, and they are no longer. Yeah. So.
But we're,
We're going strong. We're going strong. So thank you all. Do you all have more questions?
Well, I just want to say Saturday, June the 15th, we'll be there, represent the city.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Atkins, for coming to speak.
It'd be nice to have a. She said to speak. It'd be nice to have it would be nice to have a city table of the mayor and the commissioners and our significant others and
Yeah.
support this.
And you have a particular wonderful story that I've heard, where you first came to the Playhouse when you were part of a Kentucky State. And
Oh yeah,
come down
Project.
to see what a little theater was, and
It was a hot, balmy day in Danville, and fried chicken and shirt and tie and all that. It's a great story, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of history.
Well, this is really neat. Like I say, 75 continuous years.
Yeah.
Man.
Yep. We were open during COVID. No other theater in Kentucky. So 75 continuous years.
Wow.
Pretty amazing.
Definitely a jewel in the community. I think I heard Robbie say that he could get us that special table for another $1,000.
Wow.
Going, gone.
our father would make deals. We're here to make deals.
Yeah, we'll make a deal.
So you got the finance person sitting right. You see that look she made at you, that face she made at you?
Make
No,
that
But
6 seats.
Okay. But seriously, thank you guys. And
Because you always like to Joe these events and,
That's right.
and there's no show that night. That's what's unusual about this is that actually we're not doing a show. We're encouraging people to come for the whole weekend and see the show on Friday night. And then Saturday night, it's just a party. It's a gala. It's music. It's
because
food.
we had parties after the show, and as you know, the show gets over 10:30, and then it's 11 o'clock, and we're starting a party. And
People don't
Nick is
stay.
already asleep.
Yeah, that's right.
So this gala night is no show.
There's no show, 7 o'clock, music, a full buffet dinner, and all the fun. So, yeah.
That sounds great. That's really different to have no show.
It's totally different. Yeah, it's new for us. So maybe we'll go on stage and try to do a show anyway. I don't know. It'll be so weird for us.
Well,
But
we have a band here.
Yep, we got Mike. Yeah, we got Michael Fly. So yeah.
No, not among the city commissioners. You have a band.
Oh, okay.
Are you a singer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I can put them to work for you.
All right. Okay.
Them to work for you.
It's called the Great American Kazoo Band.
Okay. Well, we need an opener for Michael Fly. So you know.
Warm up like a fly, right? Okay. Well, that's exciting, though. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all for everything you do.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for what you do as well, though. Man.
Bye.
Not easy. All right.
Wilson, and I'm with the Shepherd's House. So of course, we would like to thank you for this opportunity. We'd like to thank you for your support in the past. And I think it's really important just to learn a little bit about what your contribution is going towards and what it's went towards in the past. So some of you are familiar faces, but for those who don't know me, I am a person in long-term recovery. I became a meth addict at the age of 15. My life was out of control and continued to be out of control, and I could not stop using drugs no matter the consequences or how bad my life continued to get. So what saved my life was going into an inpatient treatment program. When I got to treatment, I was a convicted felon. I'd never had a job in my life. I quit school 6 weeks into my freshman year, so I had an 8th grade education, and I had 2 children that other people were raising. I had been in and out of jail and prison for many years. So of course I tell you all of that to tell you this. Today I have 17 years of sobriety. I have 2 college degrees.
All right.
I'm a licensed alcohol and drug counselor, and I'm the vice president of the Shepherd's House.
Wow.
Most importantly, I'm a wife and I'm a mother.
Wow. I think, wow.
So I wouldn't have been able to accomplish any of these things. I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't be who I am today. Probably wouldn't even be alive today if it wasn't for that treatment program being available to me.
Yes, ma'am.
They offered me support. They offered me grace. They offered me hope. They gave me the tools that I needed to change my life around. So since I've been in recovery, not only have I managed to accomplish all of those things, but I've never reoffended. Haven't been back to jail since.
Wow.
I received a pardon from the governor of Kentucky in 2015, and I've committed my life to helping others and to treating substance use disorder. Without places like that, without places like the Shepherd's House, recovery would not be possible for so many people. In 2023, the Shepherd's House provided services to approximately 372 individuals. Most of them, 99% of them, are from the Danville and the Boyle County area. And this is just a rough number. That doesn't include the people that we refer to our Lexington facility. We have programs up there as well. We send a lot of people to that program from the Boyle-Mercer Criminal Justice System as well as the Boyle County Detention Center. That number also doesn't include services that we've provided to people who did not officially enroll in our program. We don't track those. But we have parents who call us, can you help our child? We have spouses who call us, can you help our husband, can you help our wife? We have kids who call us, can you help our mom, can you help our dad? We have homeless people that show up there almost daily. Can you feed us? I heard you guys have a clothing closet. I heard you guys give out free hygiene. I heard you guys will pay for showers over at the truck stop. And yes, of course, come on in. What can we do for you? So that number is extremely large. You know, I think that we make an impact on this community, and we have helped so many people change their life. And we are only able to do that through the support of the city and this county. We have a much-needed women's residential program located here in Danville. The treatment options for men, unfortunately, far exceed the treatment options for women. They just don't have the same opportunities that men do. If you look at the number of treatment beds available for men versus women, if you look at the programs available inside those male treatment programs, and then look at the programs available inside the female treatment programs, they usually don't even compare. So the facility that we have for females here in Danville is so needed, and it's extremely important. The program that we have here in Danville, it provides these women who come to us broken and with no hope a safe and sober place to live, resources, opportunity, employment, and most importantly, treatment for their substance use disorder. I'd also like to talk a little bit about some of our other employees. We currently, and this is just currently, and in our Danville location, have 4 full-time employees from our women's program. These are women who came to us from jail, from the streets, and they got sober and they changed their life. And we offered them jobs, and now they're full-time employees, and they're accomplishing so much. So one of our current employees came to us after serving 3 years in jail. She had spent her entire life on drugs, in and out of jail due to her substance use. And when she came to the Shepherd's House after being released from incarceration, she finally received the support she needed. Our other employee, Jessica, spent her entire life on drugs. She became a prostitute in her early teens. She spent most of her life living in hotels so she could make money to support her drug habit. She now has 4 years sober. She is our targeted case manager. She has a degree in criminal justice. She has a car and a house, and she has her children back. She's raising them. I have countless stories just like these, hundreds, maybe even thousands of success stories. I've worked in this field for 16 years, and I've seen so many people become successful, recover. So recovery is possible. People do recover when they're given the right tools and support. The money that you guys have donated in the past has helped us to provide vital services and resources to our clients. We use these funds to purchase food and supplies for the facility, to pay for birth certificates, identification cards, transportation. We've used that money to buy hygiene products that they need when they don't come in. Anything that you could possibly think of that they would need. Most of them come with nothing. They have the sweatpants that they have on when they're released from jail. And so without us saying, okay, here's you some clothes, and here's you some shoes, here's you some toothpaste, they would have nothing. And because of the money you guys have generously donated in the past, we've been able to do that, and we hope to continue to be able to do that. So with your continued support, we can continue to remove barriers and provide desperately needed services. We can continue helping people change their lives, and most importantly, we can continue saving lives.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
You all still do the race during the summer, right?
Yes, our Run for Recovery.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
You want to tell
sign
them
up.
about that? I think that, I've done it several years.
Awesome.
Tell these lazy ones about it.
So our annual fundraiser, it is hosted at Keeneland every year. It's called Run for Recovery. It is a 5K run, but you don't have to run, you can walk. And you don't even have to show up. You can sign up online and just make a donation or pay to enter. And then, like I said, you don't have to actually come. But it is one of our largest fundraisers of the year. It provides us with a lot of financial support that we need. We are a small profit organization. And so most of you know, if you've ever had any dealings with small nonprofits, every dollar counts. So yeah, we've been doing that for many, many, many years now. And it is a huge, huge support to us. It takes place in July, usually towards the end of July. If any of you guys like any of our social media pages, you can get more information about that.
Other questions or comments?
Do you have numbers on what Boyle County supports you or you, United Way?
I'm sorry.
Boyle County support physical court?
Yes.
How much do they support you?
I do not have that information.
Okay.
I did not bring that information with us. I do not handle that contract. I could probably find out for you, but that is not something that I have access to.
Okay.
They do, according to their application, they have an agreement with Boyle and Mercer Fiscal Courts.
Yes.
For funding, it's pretty significant. In the tune of, on the paperwork, it's like $190,000. So it's very significant.
right?
So what was our donation last year and what are they asking for this year?
The same amount as last year. I think it was 95.
Do you all take donations of clothes?
We do. We do. So we have a clothing closet upstairs and it is open to the general public. It's not just for our clients or our residents. We often have people, the homeless population here in Danville, who've been told like, hey, they have some resources. We often have homeless people stop by, or even people who are not homeless, just people who are in need. So yes, we have a clothing closet. We do have a kitchen in our IOP building where we like to keep non-perishable foods. And if somebody is hungry, our clients are hungry, they can go in there and take whatever's in there that they need. So oftentimes when people come to us, especially being released from incarceration, they don't have birth certificates, they don't have a driver's license or ID cards. Of course, they can't get employment without those things. A lot of the funding is used to pay for that. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does
Other
that-
questions?
Does that building still afford you all enough room?
It is, yeah, it
Okay.
does. It does. It's a great building. We really appreciate it.
Other comments or questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do in our community.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor,
You're a little
commissioners,
short and you need some funding, is that what you're trying
our
to say?
honorable everybody. Yeah. Wilma,
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Milton. Okay, hello. It's
How you
nice to
doing?
see you all. I'm Karen
All right.
Logue. I'm the managing director at West T Hill Community Theater. I don't know if you all are aware of an old Saturday Night Live sketch where they, I think it was Rosanna Dana. So some of you probably aren't old enough
I'm not old enough.
for that. But she would give a long exhortation on something and then she'd say, never mind, and she'd get a big laugh. So I'm going to say, never mind. This was supposed to be my last visit here. I was going to introduce you to Beth Marlowe, who was supposed to succeed me. And we have had such a couple of successful years since COVID, and especially with our Shamrock camps at the theater, that it's a little overwhelming for one person. So the old lady's going to stay around a little bit longer.
Right, that's good.
So mostly because I know what to do, you know? So even though she's been working with me for a year, she said it was a little overwhelming. But thank you for having me every year. I think you have the information before you. West T Hill is in their 45th season, getting ready to go into their 46th. I've got some brochures here.
Wow, 46.
Yeah, and our seasons go from September to September, so this is almost an old brochure.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll be printing new ones shortly with the new season. Yesterday, I registered, in the last 3 days, I have registered nearly 130 kids for our Shamrock camps. So we are on the move. You also have that budget in front of you, and you can see that that's an enormous budget for our theater to handle. We spend about $35,000. We're lucky to come out even. We bring 8 Irish over from our sister city, Carrickfergus, and they run our camps. And they are just wonderfully successful in the cultural exchange about theater arts and performing and singing and dancing. And many families say they plan their whole year around Shamrock Camp. So this is we're in our 10th year of holding Shamrock, and that starts mid-July. You'll see that we do about 7 to 8 performances. It's just as it was the last 40 years. We do musicals, we do classic dramas, we do dramedies, we do whole comedies, we do workshops for the children. I think we're quite an asset to this already fully cultural, artistic town. But we are one of the oldest ones. Pioneer holds the record, but we're right behind them. So I'm thrilled to be here, and I hope you'll continue to support us. I appreciate your financial support and your attendance at the shows. Hope you'll consider, I've asked for a little bit more this year, only because everything costs a little bit more.
Yes.
But if you have any questions, I'd be glad to entertain them. I know you're all pretty familiar with West T Hill Theater.
Would you state what your award was last year and state what you're asking for this year?
Our award last year was 500. We're asking for 1,000 this year. And we did the same with the fiscal court.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Any comments or questions? Hard to believe it's been 45 years.
I know. And one of our first performances was in the old City Hall before we had our own theater.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for
And we
what
also
you do.
performed in the Black Box at
Yeah,
Center
that's what-
College,
yeah.
which doesn't exist anymore either.
Yeah. I think that's where my first one was, in the black
Yeah,
box.
yeah. But we open a show Friday, Harvey, the old comedy from the movie. Well, the play was written first by Mary Chase, and Jimmy Stewart was in the movie. We have our own Jimmy Stewart. It's Colton Winfield, and he's wonderful. Mm-hmm. He's not the rabbit, Harvey, but he's Elwood P. Dowd, yes.
It could be the ribbon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, any more questions?
No, I just want
West
to say
T Hill?
thank you for what you do. and what
Thank
you've
you. And the
done.
Irish will be here the end of the summer if you want to see them, so
Yes, got it.
we'll keep in touch, okay?
And tell Miss Beth we missed her today.
Well, she's actually at the VA with her husband.
Okay.
I was going to come and introduce her, but a lot of you know her already.
Yeah.
And we'll be working side by side to make things even better.
Wow. That's neat. That is neat. All right.
Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Milton Riggleman, and here for Sister Cities. We're requesting the same amount we did last year. This year was sort of extravagant in that, well, we selected 8 students to go and spend 8 days there, and then 8 will come back and stay a week. This is in July. Ryan Moffett, who does the Shamrock, is overseeing that part of it. We brought 5 Irish musicians here and sent our musicians there. That was a wonderful kind of exchange. We have a high school art show that's, or art contest, it's Sisters International, that ends in a week or so, and we'll have an exhibit at the Art Center, and we give prizes and so forth. Oh gosh, what else? Well, we had this trip.
Yes.
It's a 4-sister city trip to Ireland, and this was particularly good for a number of reasons. One, we had a representative from the city, Mr. Series. He and Bruce Caudle were very popular over there. We gave them a pin from the city and a statement from the mayor to their mayor, who's quite a hoot, Geraldine Mulvena. She wants to come to Danville. And they gave us, we gave them that. We gave them a really big box of Maker's Mark bourbon balls. We gave them a couple of posters, Breast Band Festival and the Doors of Danville, which is a fabulous poster.
Oh, yes.
It's fabulous. And we gave them something, a framed picture. It's kind of a thing of Danville by, I can't think of the artist's name, Wilma may know, with all the buildings in a circle. It's very handsome. Yeah, it's sort of anyway, they're going to put it up. And they, I think Rick will present at your meeting something they gave the city. We don't know exactly what's going to happen next year. Our meeting we made 9 folks there, past exchangees, a chaperone who will be here this summer with their 8 high school students, the mayor, ex-mayor Billy Ash, who's been here 3 times, and so friends. It was like coming home. And we talked a lot about new exchanges. Their government is much more, not dysfunctional, but slow than our government. We used to deal just with Carrickfergus. Now they have a merged council of 40 counselors, okay? You can imagine. It was supposed to be labor saving. I think it's not. So they're slower to react. But we have all kinds of ideas for exchanges coming up, including the tourism exchange. They're very interested in that. And man, we got good tourism here.
Wow.
I'll be happy to answer any questions. As you see, we raised just by $50 or $100 contributions about. This year, we're hoping 5,500. We're at 5,200 right now. That's our main source. And the trip doesn't, we don't make any money on the trips. In fact, we spend money because when Sister Cities does some things, like today in Carrick, we sort of pay for that. But I think we're on pretty sound fiscal basis. The city has been wonderful, by the way. They do all of our, we give them the checks, they give us checks within a few days, and so it works really well, and we appreciate it, and appreciate the support the city has given us, really since John Bowling appointed us, and then we finally got a sister city in 2007. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
I remember between the time we decided to do it and by the time we figured it.
Well, we kept asking places, and we didn't know what we were doing, really. I tell you, it really helped us was Kay Bergeron, who then went on to head the thing. She was very helpful. We had people come and tell us what they wanted, and like Mike Paris came, and he wanted us to be a sister city in Greece. But we realized, first of all, no one in that town spoke English. It was a tiny town. It was very difficult to get to. And we tried to be a sister city with the first city that was, there was Strasbourg and one Margot Goodwin. But finally, Lexington helped us with this. Kay Sargent, who's in charge of sister cities, was there and said, look, they're looking for one, and it's been wonderful ever since. I should say that there are 9 sister cities in Kentucky, other than Lexington and Louisville. We're the only one that does a whole lot. We actually have just applied for another national award. We got one about 4 years ago when we brought the artist who did the mural on Elmwood in. We've done a lot more this year, and so we have high expectations we'll get another one. For cities under 25,000, but there are still hundreds of those. So, any questions or concerns or issues?
Well, I want to just personally thank you for bringing Bruce back and bringing Rick back, because they were both questionable
I
about
did have to
coming back.
get Rick out of jail twice. Yeah. Everybody loved Bruce, and he was great.
I know it, boy.
Well, we learned a lot in the trip. It was very educational, and there was one political thing I thought you might want to share with us, so I'll be glad to do that. That's the government of Ireland outlawing round hay bales, because a group came to the government and they felt like the cattle were not getting a square meal.
Oh, my God. Cotto, he got you this morning, buddy. That's pretty neat.
No questions?
No, but thanks again for what you do, man. Too. Yeah.
We put up with 3 different callers, and that was a mess. But some people balanced it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the president and co-founder of Mend the Line. I am a mental health professional, and I'm also a licensed paramedic. This is Ryan.
How are you all?
How you doing, Brian?
I've been in emergency services for the last 21 years. Started as a fireman in the EMT, and for the last 17, I've been a police officer. So,
And he's also a board member on the board, on the nonprofit board for Mend the Line. We had put in an inquiry for funding from the city of Danville just to help with our mission. And as you see in the outline there, we have a class that we teach. We have taught, I think, at 14 different places around the area, Boyle County, Garrett County, Lincoln County. We're going to Pulaski County, Madison County, we've been to Laurel County. There's several different counties and agencies. We've been to Nicholasville. But we just go around kind of teaching about mental health. It's a passion of mine, obviously, being a paramedic, being a police officer wife, and being a mental health professional. We've definitely seen the need for mental health professionals for first responders, but also education in what is available, because a lot of people don't know what is available in their areas. And you can see on the course objectives there, it's a lot of the widespread concerns that first responders do face, along with job retention, call-outs. Obviously, that costs a lot of money to different cities and organizations. But whenever we put in our inquiry, we just wanted to give you guys the opportunity to maybe jump on board with helping fund some of the initiatives that we have. Whenever we do teach, we completely are voluntary. Our board members are all voluntary. You can see from left to right there. I'm a paramedic and a mental health professional. Jessica is a mental health professional. Troy, the next one, he worked in the Department of Corrections. Mike McCurdy, some of you guys may recognize Mike. He is the battalion chief here for the City of Danville Fire Department. He is the president of our peer support committee that we have created, because there is no formal peer support in our area. So we have created a regional peer support. So Mike is over that. Rebecca is a mental health professional, and then Ryan, who is a police officer, an EMT, firefighter. Michael Mullins is a police officer, a paramedic, and a firefighter. And then Bridget Gilliland, she was in the military, and she retired from the Department of Corrections. So all of our board is completely voluntary. Whenever we teach, we volunteer our time. We do not charge for that. There may be times that we have to reimburse for travel. We haven't had that yet because we've been very local, within an hour. But all the money that we raise, we want to continue our initiatives to help first responders and their families by helping pay for co-pays, helping pay for travel to mental health services, helping pay for if they have to go inpatient, because, a lot of places, they charge a whole lot for things like that, and if they have a deductible plan, it's sometimes unrealistic for families to be able to pay that cost up front. There are some organizations in Kentucky that help with that, but there are none in our area or in the eastern part of the state. So we want to help kind of absorb some of that burden on these other organizations that do exist for things like that. I think Ryan had a few things to add about that. I'm gonna give Ashley one of these.
thank you all very much for having us, just first of all.
Okay.
21 years ago when I started, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Mental health and mental wellness was not accepted in our profession. The thing we've learned through Mend the Line and working with first responders, that world is changing. The biggest emergency is if myself as a first responder says, I need help, I don't need help today, I needed help 6 months ago. Part of our funding issues are having that money there ready to go. I will tell you, because I'm a firm believer in true transparency, the funding, should you all choose to provide any donation or not, it will not impact any services here to your local first responders. It's a family, and we're going to take care of family. At the same time, I will tell you, it takes a village to take care of these people. And I say these people because I'm one of them, but we've talked to other local governments. I can't tell you where every penny you decide to donate will go. I can tell you anybody that participates, their money may go to help your first responders, your money may go to help their first. It's where the need is at. That's what we do in emergency services. That's the reason mutual aid agreements exist. But this is something going forward that is much needed. One thing we've really noticed is a lot of cities, I know the city of Danville, a lot of local government have an employee assistance program. And that's a great way to start. The one thing about first responders and mental health, we're our own culture. We don't fit into the rest of those boxes, but one of the biggest barriers there is a lot of people do not want to use that employee assistance program. And the reason being is when someone decides to use that for mental health, someone within the city will know about it. Good, bad, or in between, it becomes a burden to that person to ask for help because they're afraid somebody's going to find out and the word's going to get out and they're going to be seen as inadequate or not able to do their job. So one thing that fund allows us to do is if a responder comes to us and says, I need help, we want to be able to help fund getting them the help they need in the manner they choose without causing a bigger burden of public perception. So
There are a few other slides if whoever has control of that once it changed to the next one. I think there's just 4 on there, so it's very short.
Say something like that?
Or
here we go.
Sorry, there's a clicker. So we just put together a few of the numbers, and these are just a couple of the slides that we actually use on our training. The training that we do is a 3 to 4 hour training for mental health professionals. We are going to be building another training that's for mental health professionals and families and kids, because between us, we have 6 kids. So they have all had to deal with, parents being first responders, the worry that comes along with that. So we want to do a family one too, so that way we can host a family class and just inform everybody of some of the barriers, some of the difficulties the families may face. But this number in itself is pretty alarming. 37% of fire and EMS have contemplated suicide. And that doesn't mean it's a passing thought. They have thought about it and put it out of their mind. This is contemplated, like the reasons why they should complete suicide, maybe having a plan to complete suicide. This is actually sitting down and creating that plan. And that number is very high, which is alarming. I lost the clicker. Oh, okay. Law enforcement officers are 54% more likely to die by suicide than the civilian population. And also one thing that we don't have here is that police and fire and EMS, they're all more likely to die by suicide than in the line of duty. We hear about line of duty deaths all the time. That's what's publicized, that's what is on the news, that's what's on social media. But whenever there's suicide, those aren't talked about. Because if we know it's a problem, then it's a problem. But we know it's a problem, so we're trying to get that word out and trying to get some funding to try to help with some of this stuff.
I think the most important line on that page is that the typical person, Joe civilian, goes through 1 to 3 of those life-changing, oh no, gut-wrenching moments in their life. A first responder can go through that in one shift. And the thing we're seeing now across the nation, and you all know as a government, 20 years ago when we started, those first responders had a 20-year career. So if you total that just a roundabout number, you're looking at an astronomical amount of oh no moments. The thing is now, those 20-year careers are gone. We're at 25 years, we're at 27 years. Some agencies are at a hybrid 401k program. So on the mental health side and the physical health side, we've learned that the people that have those health problems and mental health problems, they were retired before those problems popped up. So then it was just, you didn't take care of yourself after you retired. Well, we've stretched those careers out so much longer now that those problems are popping up while they're still working before they retire. And that's what's really driving a lot of this research and the initiative to get this going, because we're keeping people longer at work, and now we're finding out that we're probably the ones messing them up or contributing to that. So it's just one of those things. You've got to learn that balance, but at the same time, it's like being in government. You work for the people, and your phone's available 24 hours a day. And that in itself can put a big load on whoever's there, whoever's answering that call.
So, and we are a newer nonprofit. I think we were official in October, either September or October of last year. And so we started making a presence. And since we have gotten so many calls for service, so many calls asking what resources are available in certain areas, because we give out a resource list. You know, we aren't the only resource, obviously. If we were, that would be a huge problem. But we do give out resource lists, and we refer to other therapists, other agencies, other nonprofits, even if we need to. So, because we want people to get the best coverage in their area. We know that we can't be everywhere. It would be great if we could, but we just can't. But, you know, like I said, the funding that we're asking for is just to help support all the initiative that we have. I teach a lot of the classes. Ryan teaches several of the classes, you know, that whenever we go to teach, and we do it completely voluntary, like I said. And so we're not asking for money to pay ourselves by no means. We're asking for money for the initiative to just kind of help the first responders. And it includes police, fire, EMS, dispatch, and corrections is who are, that's our population, I guess. We have been asked to reach out to military, but right now we're trying to keep it just to those 5 agencies, just because they are the least supported with any of the other organizations that have services available. And this is just the brief course outline. I think some of that is on this paper that I gave you guys. So whenever we do talk to people, it's not just a PTSD training. They've had that. I mean, all of the first responders have had PTSD trainings. This is from starting the job, your first day on the job, the things you may experience, the things that may seem normal by working the job, which is, you know, the long hours, the time away from family, the things you may see. But we talk about how that can turn into a problem if you don't realize that that's not a normal part of everyday life for everyone. We talk about the treatment modalities, that if they were to seek therapy, the ones that actually work for trauma, the ones that are more proven by research to work for first responders, because there's several different types of therapy and not everyone is aware of that. So we do go over that. And the widespread concerns, because alcohol use, drug use is a huge problem in a lot of first responders just trying to deal with some of the trauma that they have encountered in the job. Divorce rates are astronomical for first responders. And part of that's the long hours, the time away from home, the turning to substance use, the way that the trauma affects your brain and your body and your relationships. And then other mental health disorders that may occur as a result, and all the way up into suicide. And then we always give a huge list of resources to everyone. So we just want to be able to continue the initiative, because whenever we do go out and we teach, we always get asked for either more teaching, or we get asked for, is there any way you guys could help pay for stuff? Or what if I don't have insurance, then what can I do? And we don't have the answers for that. You know, we want to have the answers for that. We want to be able to say, you know, if you can't afford it, find a therapist, or we will help you find a therapist, and we will cover your bill, you know, for so many sessions or whatever, which we haven't talked about the number of sessions, because right now we have no money to pay for them. So we can't offer any. So I know we would probably have to put a cap on the number of sessions that we could cover, just because the need is going to arise whenever we advertise that we are able to do that. I know that the need is going to present itself. So that's where, you know, you guys come in, and us asking for other local and county and city governments and local organizations. We have gotten some support from businesses and things like that, but we're going to have some continued support to be able to continue our mission.
Does anyone have any questions we can address, or thoughts, concerns, comments?
Any questions?
So y'all did ask the county for the same amount, or?
I can't remember the exact funding that we asked the county for. I want to say I think it was $12,000. I think it was $1,000 a month is what we had asked the county for.
Yeah, according
Okay,
to,
yeah, there it is. I got you.
according to your report, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So along with that, I have a question. You didn't do this process last year, but I think that you came before us in the fall. And just as a baseline, and Lee probably knows, what did we award you? ask for a special request of money, or did we not award?
We, asked them to come to this.
Okay.
Business and foreign
Yes,
property.
the last meeting we came to, we were very new. We had just gotten started. We had missed some of the deadlines. So we just came to the one meeting we came to introduce ourselves, to let you guys know that we were a thing, you know, a new organization in the area, and that we would be hopefully being able to come back to officially ask for funding, because where we had missed the deadlines, because we weren't established during the last deadline.
Any other questions or comments?
Do you ask other areas like Stanford or other places too?
Yes, we've talked to the mayor of Stanford, and we have talked to the county judge executive with Adams there. I've had a meeting with him. So everything is still in the works, because like I said, it's very new, and asking for funds is very, very new. We wanted to make sure our board was established and everything was established before we started doing that. But we hope to get a lot of support, because we do have several first responders in the area that I know. I'm a therapist, I see them personally, or we have linked to other services. I have referred out to places, you know, that's maybe closer to them, because not everybody who works in this area lives in this area. So a lot of them want to see somebody closer to where they live, so they don't have to drive back and forth. And those are referrals that I'm able to make for them.
Where do you all meet with the first responders?
For therapy?
Right,
Or for
or-
training?
Yeah.
For therapy, I see them at my office at
Okay.
Danville Counseling Center,
Okay.
which we're not, Men the Line and Danville Counseling Center are not affiliated in any way. They're completely two separate entities. But whenever we go to the trainings, we will go to whatever department has requested it. We've been to Danville Fire Department 3 times, Nicholasville twice. We went to a fire department in Laurel County. We went to one in Lincoln County. We're going to Madison County. Rockcastle County. We've been to several, and we go to them. We don't say, come to us. If you want it, come to us. We say, let us know the time, the day, and whoever the instructors are that are available, we make it happen. We go to them.
And everybody on the board is not, no one's paid, right?
No one's
It's all-
paid. No, we
okay.
have no employees whatsoever. The only money that we have had so far that has went out was to pay upfront costs for shirts for a fundraiser that we have recouped the money back, and, you know, now the shirts are just profit. And we did pay out to another nonprofit who is having a 5K fundraiser that supports family members that have lost a loved one in the line of duty, a first responder, police officers specifically in the line of duty. So we donated to their initiative, because that's obviously important to us too.
Luckily, our overhead cost, our operating cost is nothing. And
Except for paper.
what that gives us the ability to do is focus all those efforts on the end result of getting people to help and getting help taken care of. And to be completely open, I don't see that changing anytime soon. We'll meet at McDonald's in the lobby there if we have to, but there's no point in the amount of money that we can spend. There's no point in spending it on anything except helping people.
Right. We have had a few departments ask about, donating to the nonprofit, so some have committed to donating after we've taught, but that's not a requirement. We don't say, if we come teach, you have to donate this much money. I don't even talk to them about that up front. We come and then they say, can we donate something to you guys? Which is great and it's appreciated, but it's definitely not a requirement for us to go teach this class. We don't charge anything for the class. It's completely free for any first responders. We've already been asked to go to a fire school and an EMS conference later this year. So people are seeing what we're doing. I've met with the fire commission at the state fire commission at one of their meetings. So people are seeing what we're doing and they see that it's very important. We would love to be able to do it statewide at some point. That's obviously not in the cards right now because we have jobs and one of our children are here with us today. So, we do have obligations and things, but we're trying to work around that and just trying to do what we can just to help with this initiative.
Any other questions? All right, thank you all.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
And I am. So my name is Kate Snyder. I am a citizen at large, which is pretty much everybody who's involved in Dolly Parton Imagination Library. It is a volunteer committee that makes it happen. And so I am just one of those people that agreed to be here. I do own Plaid Elephant Books. We are one of the partners for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library for Boyle County. And our fiscal agent is the Heart of Kentucky United Way. So the money flows through the United Way for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library, if that is helpful. There are a lot of moving parts to the Imagination Library, so if at any point it's weird and confusing who all is involved in it, just let me know. We were just here at the City Commission, a few weeks ago, so I will not belabor the presentation. I will just give the quick rundown again of where we're at for our community. The Dolly Parton Imagination Library sort of moved into Kentucky about 2 years ago, and we at this point now have every county in the state has a functioning Dolly Parton Imagination Library chapter, which means that St. Dolly herself is coming to Kentucky sometime this summer/fall. Probably not to Danville, but a girl can hope. I know, we'll try, we'll try. So that's a really exciting thing for the entire state. The way that it works is that the Imagination Library is coordinated by the Dollywood Foundation. They do the bulk of the heavy lifting on logistics and operations and financial support. The way that it works is that any child between the ages of 0 and 5 in a community that has an active chapter is eligible to sign up and receive a free book every month until they age out of the program. It's a one-time sign up, and as long as you don't move, the books keep coming. If you move, you have to tell them your address has changed. But the books keep coming. They are chosen by the Dollywood Foundation in consultation with early literacy experts to make sure that they are developmentally appropriate for the age of the child. So it's not like the same book is going out to every kid. It depends on the age that they are, the book that comes from the Dollywood Foundation, and it is mailed directly to their home. Then the way that it works is they require sort of skin in the game from a local chapter that organizes to handle the kind of local logistics. And what that looks like is that we process the registrations for families that are interested, and it's actually Amber Schartzer, who works for the Parks and Rec Department, is the one who processes those registrations that come through, kind of clicks the button and says, yes, that family does, confirms this address is within Boyle County, otherwise we send them to a different community's library, and then gets it up and running. So we're responsible for sort of the recruitment piece of getting families enrolled. When we started, we've been given the demographic data that there are about 1,500 children in our community who are eligible for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. And again, eligibility is entirely geographic and age. There are no other parameters that you have to meet in order to get the books. So there's about 1,500 kids that are eligible. The Dollywood Foundation gave us some benchmarks for what we should sort of strive towards in terms of getting kids enrolled, and they gave us numbers for the first sort of 3 years. Given a community of your size, you can hope to have this many kids enrolled in the first year, this many in the second year, and within about 6 months, we are at our 3-year target. So Boyle County, Danville has really embraced this program. So we currently have 971 children in our community receiving books every month. We've graduated about 471 of them, so kids that were receiving books and have either aged out or moved out of the program. And that leaves us obviously with more kids that we're trying to reach. We recognize that 100% participation rates is not a realistic goal. They actually tell us that about 60% is a good goal, so we're already doing really well, but we are going to keep pushing through some centralized things, trying to get the hospital on board, trying to get other reach kids as early as we can. And so the local commitment then as well is there is a financial commitment that local chapters have to raise, and it's $2.12 per kid per book, per kid per month. So we round that out to about $25 per year that we have to raise in order to keep the books flowing. And that is just so that they know that there is community buy-in, which as a fundraiser I support. That is actually an incredibly important thing to make sure that they have a functioning committee on the ground that's sort of overseeing the program. So that's where we're at right now. When I was here before, I was telling you that we were doing a readathon fundraiser, and I am pleased to say that we met our goal for that. So we raised $5,000 from community members to support the program. So sort of community support, we want that to always be one sort of leg of our stool that we are supporting all these books on. We never want to be fully funded by government entities or school districts or whoever else, we want our community to know that they have buy-in into this program as well. But we are looking to try to build a sort of stable, recurring funding partners to know that this is something that's going to be able to go forward indefinitely and hopefully grow. You know, hopefully it will never be less than this amount of money, and it may be more down the road as it goes. You can see some of the partners that we have involved in it are on that list, folks that have funded us, folks that help make it happen. We're grateful to all of them. And we are looking to the city to ask if you would consider being a funding partner on that as well. I feel like I don't really need to convince you of the benefits of the Imagination Library. It's an evidence-based early childhood literacy program. There is tons of research out there to say that access to books early in a child's life is one of the greatest indicators of their success in kindergarten. And so much data like access in the home is critically important. They can do all sorts of data on how many books are in your home and how many words you've been exposed to by the time you get to kindergarten that are some of those really good kindergarten readiness statistics. So I feel like we're all on the same page about that. And my sort of pitch, I guess, is why public funding is a reasonable request and why this is the kind of investment that is a taxpayer investment. And for me, there's a couple things that make this a program that fits with the profile. And one of them is that eligibility is so broad and so every child. You know, you're helping potentially every child that lives in the community with this without having to really do the extra work of that. You don't have to screen kids, you don't have to make sure that they're worthy, like you are just supporting every child in your community. And then it's also just a really cost-effective way to enact a lot of change. There aren't very many programs that you can have that much of a meaningful impact for $25 a year per kid. So if we're looking at kind of responsible use of taxpayer dollars, this is one that's going to get you a lot of like bang for your buck in supporting that program. So that, and then the knock-on effect of that, obviously, the priorities of the city in terms of workforce development and economic development. It is not overstating it to say that there is a line from books for 2-year-olds directly down the pipeline to a more thriving community down the road. So that's kind of where we come at for our city plea, and I'm happy to field any questions I can about the program. If I don't know the answer, I will get back to you. That is the other side of sort of decentralized information, is I know some of it.
You didn't have a funding request last year, so your request for this year is?
This is the first time, yeah. So when we started, the Heart of Kentucky Kids, not to be confused with Heart of Kentucky United Way, Heart of Kentucky Kids is our early childhood regional collaborative. They put in the bulk of funding for the first year to get us up and running. We are now trying to diversify the funding for the Imagination Library so that the Heart of Kentucky Kids can address other early childhood priorities that they have as well.
Okay. Other questions or comments? I was just thinking, $25 a year, my child gets 12 books.
Yep, pretty
Wow.
amazing.
And I
Yeah, so
can't get-
our request for $5,000 is about 200 families that would have an entire year's worth of books coming their way if the city chose to allocate that amount.
That's amazing. Yes.
It's amazing. I'm delighted to be part of it, and I think it's a good thing for our community. Here's one of our recipients of books now. You get books from Dolly Parton, right?
You got Super Mario on. You a Super Mario fan? Okay, other questions or comments? Hearing none, we thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you for the work that you guys are doing too.
Earl, Executive Director of Grace Cafe. First, I want to thank the city for their past support of Grace Cafe. In June 2020, to save our resources, the board chose to close the cafe during COVID. We are a community cafe, and we were not able to fulfill that mission by offering takeout meals. In the 5 years that Grace Cafe was open, we served 86,282 meals. And our local community donated 18,087 volunteer hours. Even though our location closed, we haven't been inactive. In 2022, we started a snack back program at Danville High School. In partnership with the Beacon Youth Services Center, we have provided over 3,500 snack bags and 2,700 worth of snacks to Danville High School and Bate Middle School, using over $8,000 of our resources left from the cafe. Our mission is to increase food security in the Danville-Boyle County community by providing access to healthy food on a pay-what-you-can basis. Where can people go in our community to get a healthy meal and pay what they can afford? Where can families go? Where are the unhoused supposed to eat? We are the only organization offering this solution. I'm not saying that other agencies in town are not important. They all are. But who else is offering everyone in our community a place to eat? A place to eat healthy food by either volunteering, paying what they can afford, paying the suggested price, or paying it forward to help a neighbor. We serve all ages from 0 to 100. There is no proof of income. We are not a food bank or a soup kitchen. All Danville residents can benefit from healthy food, volunteerism, and community building. Grace Cafe serves every socioeconomic background. Everyone gets a choice of their meal. That is dignity. Grace Cafe is not here to end hunger. We're here to provide healthy food with dignity to all. Food is essential to each person, and we all need community. Many who are food insecure are lonely and isolated. They need community. When Grace was on 4th Street, we had the same 6 to 7 people eat almost every day at the community table for over 2 years. They didn't know each other at first, but they came every day for food and companionship. When we had to close because of COVID, they brought food to share and ate in our parking lot each day. We are and always will be a community cafe, which requires us to have a community table where people can gather and eat together. This will continue with the food trailer. I can tell you stories of those who ate at Grace, who lost significant weight because it was the first time they could afford healthy food. Parents who came because their kids could eat free. They hadn't been able to afford to eat out for breakfast or lunch. Most places only offer kids eat free at dinner. I have stories of parents who weren't eating so they could feed their children. I had a grandma come in and hand me a piece of paper that said, "I don't have any money. Can my grandson and I get some food?" The answer is always yes. Most people feel a sense of shame that they cannot afford food. Grace is here to build that trust, and all are welcome and a gift to our community. Grace offers opportunities for volunteerism, which gives people worth. People feel a sense of pride when they can give back. Grace Cafe is not us and them, it's we, together. Communities grow where everyone feels valued, where everyone contributes. Everyone participates. There is reciprocity in every transaction. Food insecurity is something that you cannot recognize by looking at someone. We don't get to decide who and who doesn't need or deserve a meal. Food is a basic human need. Danville has food deserts and transportation complexities. For these reasons, Grace Cafe has chosen to go mobile as Grace on the Go. We truly can't serve all from one location. To make this happen, we need the support of the city. I have been with Grace Cafe before we opened in 2015, over 9 years. I serve on the national board of One World Everybody Eats, an organization that starts, trains, and supports cafes across America. We have partnered with Texas A&M and Texas Christian University to survey communities so we can make them healthier and stronger. They're analyzing menus for nutritional and health standards. Many cafes are sponsored by the local healthcare systems because those eating at community cafes are mentally and physically healthier. I know there are skeptics and doubters. I've heard people in the cafe say that no one in here looks like they're food insecure. Can you tell me what a food insecure person looks like? Why are you serving such nice food? Because everyone deserves to eat healthy food. Do people take advantage of the system? Yes, they do. All systems have takers. But that does not negate all the positives that Grace Cafe offers to the community who truly need this resource. So why is your support important? It lets the citizens of Danville know that their city officials care about their basic needs, well-being, mental and physical health. Jose Andres, founder of World Central Kitchen, a leader in humanitarian aid around the world, who provided meals in Kentucky after tornadoes and flooding, said this: "Food is hope. Food is dignity. Food is empathy. Food is community. Food is family. Food is caring. Food is nourishment, and food is resilience. Food is building longer tables. Food is peace." I think we all want those things for Danville. I will turn it over to Mary Beth, who will give you an update on our progress.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, commissioners, for inviting us to speak today. My name is Mary Beth Murray, and I'm the Director of Development and Communications with Grace Cafe. Since announcing our return to the community in February as Grace on the Go, we have had an outpouring of support and excitement for our comeback. From people wishing to volunteer with their school group, folks wanting to enjoy our healthy food again, and community members wishing to support our neighbors in need, we know that we will be successful on delivering our delicious mission. But first, we need to become operational, and so we're currently raising funds for our food trailer and our food truck. To date, we are 53% to our goal of raising $75,000 for the truck and trailer. We are on our way to reaching this milestone, and we are asking you, the City Commission, for $10,000 to go towards meals that will feed food insecure children and families once we're up and running later this year. Since just mid-February, 110 donors and counting have shown their support of our mission. We are seeking a variety of funding sources, and we believe that with the city's financial support, we can unlock even more funding opportunities within the community, the state, and even on the national scale as we apply for nationwide grants. We have pride in being the first Pay What You Can community cafe in the state of Kentucky, and in the spirit of the City of First, Grace on the Go will become the first Pay What You Can food trailer in the Commonwealth. With your support, we can ensure our continued success and make a positive difference for Danvillians. As we move forward, partnering with other community organizations is a big focus of what we do. We have a pickleball tournament fundraiser with Parks and Rec this Sunday. We have plans in the works with the public library, local small businesses, and Center College students, and that's just the beginning. Grace on the Go can serve as a connection point for outreach from social service entities, the health department, educational services, financial literacy resources, early childhood supports, and more. Food brings people together, and we aim to foster community and connection that goes beyond the plate. Therefore, we ask you, the city, to join our efforts and support our mission financially for a healthier, more connected, and inclusive community where everybody eats. And we appreciate your time and consideration of our request, and we open it up to questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank both of you ladies for those presentations. Are you going to say something? Oh, okay. Mary Beth, you said upcoming fundraisers, you said pickleball tournament. What was the other one?
Yes, the pickleball tournament this Sunday. I'm in talks with the public library. to partner with them. And we were just talking about how we can come together with the Library for Summer Reading. Once we're operational, we have a lot of plans to work with them. And Center College students as well have been very excited about our return.
Okay. I guess my next question is, Grace on the Go sounds real good. You'll be operational 5 days a week, 7 days a week, 6 days a week?
Jennifer has our operations plan.
So our goal is to start 4 days a week.
4 days a week, okay.
And then move up to 5, and then we'd have to see down the road if it would be able to be operational 7 days a week. Our support depends on the community,
Sure.
right? When people come and volunteer for the food, you know, they volunteer for the food, but we also means that we give a free meal out. So we have a lot of fundraising that has to happen to make this project happen.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. So if you had $75,000 today, you could put the truck and everything in operation, say, by the 1st of July? You'd be
So
up
as we
and
get a
running?
chef, we'd be on the road,
Yeah.
yes.
But because you have money and stuff that you can take to the marketplace for food and stuff.
Yes,
That's what this $10,000 would do.
yes,
right?
that would go directly to the food for the people who are food insecure in our community.
Wow, okay. Other questions, comments? Sounds exciting to me, so I can be sitting at City Hall and eat lunch and call you up, you come bring your truck down to City Hall, or
We'll bring the truck
Yeah.
wherever you would like it.
are you gonna have locations around the community? that you
Yes,
might-
so the goal is to have 2 locations a day. One would be target more people who are food insecure, and one would be a neutral place in town that anyone can come and eat with us.
And like the in-house location, anyone can make a donation,
Yes, that's true.
and anyone can sort of volunteer to drive the truck, help prepare the food, or make
Help
food
prepare
donations.
food,
or
right,
whatever.
and help serve the food, yes.
Different concept, but man,
Can't go active or you can't start until you have the funds, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And that's, as we were saying, we're 53% to our goal of the 75,000. We've applied for some grants that are outstanding. We've applied to the county as well. But as soon as we get that, we are very close to being able to purchase the food trailer portion. Very close on that. And so it's a matter of the truck and getting to that point.
Where do you buy a food truck? I'm just curious.
Well, thankfully, we have one in town which is sitting behind Morley's.
It's
So
for sale.
Morley's is putting a kitchen in, and so
Oh,
we're
that's right,
purchasing
yeah,
the
okay.
food truck that's behind Morley's right now.
Gotcha.
So they're still using it, so we can't actually buy it from them yet until they get their kitchen put in, and then we'll be able to purchase it from them.
Very good.
And it's a wonderful size. It's going to be a really wonderful, it's big, it's well-maintained. It's excellent timing for us to be able to purchase this as they're selling it.
other questions or comments? Man. Oh, your request is 10,000, isn't it? Do you have documentation of some of the city's contributions before COVID?
Yes, we do. In 2017, the city gave 5,000. In 2018, it gave 2,500, and in 2019, it gave 2,000, for a total of 9,500.
Okay. That's good information. You want to take my seat if you want to, man.
It's the middle one.
He knows, he can know the board. Okay, other questions or comments? Well, thank you, ladies. I was telling my commissioners that Beckett was the guy that on my election day to become the mayor, he was the guy that cast a ballot that got me above the 51%. And I still have his ballot.
That's awesome.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you all.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it very much.
And good seeing 3/4 of your family, right?
I know. I didn't, yeah, the little ones with my parents.
About your program and tell us what you're asking for.
Yes, sir. My name is Crimson. I am Kendall's mom from Kendall and Friends Foundation. We started this nonprofit just basically because kids like my daughter didn't have a chance to play on a typical playground because of her disabilities. So back in 2016, we took a field trip to our local playground, and I got Kendall up out of her chair and was walking around with her on the playground and fell on top of her and told her we couldn't do this anymore, and it scared her. She thought she was in trouble. So we went home and decided that we were going to build an all-inclusive playground so kids like Kendall could play, and several years later, here we are. So we've kind of turned into our focus into moving into Boyle County. We've bought a piece of property over right across the street from Danville Christian Academy, and that's where we are laying down our home roots now.
And what do you have planned for there? Just
So our goal is to build an all-inclusive facility. We purchased the property back in 2021, and then of course COVID hit and stopped everything. Our original goal was to start with building an all-inclusive baseball field, which is for our Overcomer All-Inclusive Baseball program that we have. That's been going since 2016. We utilize other parks, just partnering with them, but the playground, or I'm sorry, the ball fields that we play on are just not accessible. They're not equipped for the kids that we serve. We have some of our players and participants that are in 400-pound wheelchairs plus their person, and it's tearing up the fields. So we have been fundraising since 2021 to build an all-inclusive baseball field. That's phase one. Our overall goal would be to have, it's going to have an all-inclusive baseball field, indoor and outdoor playground, full gym, an all-inclusive aquatic center for special needs kids like ours. So.
And all that would be across from BCA?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We made a presentation a couple years ago, I guess it was, to the city. We actually had to get it rezoned in order for us to even move forward with our purchase, and thankfully we were able to do that. The city commission and the planning and zoning saw that we had a real need for what we were doing, and they approved it. So now we've just been working really hard towards getting on the land. We're running into some trouble with not being able to advertise for our sponsors and our donors that have contributed thus far. So we're in the process of trying to partner up with planning and zoning and see what we can do about that. So this request is specifically just for us to help maintain it properly, the way that it needs to be maintained. It's in one of the busiest places in the city. It's very, very beautiful out there. And we do a really good job of keeping it mowed and weed-eated and bush hog and all of that, but we're running into trouble with not being able to advertise and sell our advertising signs, which we're going to take care and pay for all of our operating costs. And since we've been unable to do that, we're having to try to make other plans, which brings us to our request for here.
Where are you playing?
I'm sorry, where are we playing?
Cut this back on. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, we actually play right now at Anderson Dean Park in Harrodsburg.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's where we run that program. So basically, until we get our facility built or till we can get on our land, we've been partnering with other places, businesses, organizations that have facilities to where we can utilize them, and they're just not. We're so grateful that they've allowed us to run our programs there, but the longer we use those facilities, the less and less inclusive we're able to be, because we have more kids and more adults that are coming every single program that we offer, and we need to be able to benefit from their needs, and we just haven't been able to get on our land to provide that yet.
Is there an all-inclusive field at Anderson Dean Park?
No, that's what I'm saying. When we play on a regular baseball field, and it's just not equipped for the
Grass
needs that they
infield,
need.
dirt infield?
There's grass and dirt, there's potholes, there's mud, there's all kinds of it. Yes,
The-
sir.
The all-inclusive field you're speaking of would be
It would be
artificial.
turf.
Yeah,
Yes, it would be
turf. Yeah, okay,
artificial
okay,
grass,
music,
so we
yeah.
would be able to play,
Okay.
even if it rained 30 minutes
Yes, ma'am,
before
that's
the
right,
game,
yeah.
we would be able to play up until then. So
Yeah.
over the course since 2016, when we started this, we often find ourselves, it's a beautiful day, but it rained 2 days before. So even though it's nice and it's beautiful outside, when we show up, the field is just not the way it needs to be. And then in order for our kids to get on it, especially my own child, I'll just throw her under the bus. You know, she's in a very heavy wheelchair.
Yes, ma'am.
She's a very heavy child. So we are tearing up other people's facilities because we're not able to have the equipment that we need in order to provide the services for them. So the sooner we can get on our property, the better we'll be, the more programs we'll be able to provide for the special needs community.
Well, I guess need to ask a question about your fundraising thus far,
Yes,
because you own the property now.
we do own the property, yes. And like
Okay,
I
so-
said, when we first built our master plan, we were under the impression that we were going to be allowed to advertise for our sponsors and our donors. And
On that lot?
on that lot. That was the information that we were given up front. We were told that we would have to pay like not a fine, like a fee or for a permit for signs that would go on the fence. And then as we've gotten further into it, now we've been told we're not allowed to do off-premise advertising and stuff like that, which has put a huge hinder on our availability to fundraise because we can't advertise for the people that are donating to us. And they're like, you know, what are we going to get out of it? So that's kind of the hurdle that we're jumping into right now. All of our funding that we do thus far has been to pay off the property, to maintain the property as it is now. As we move forward with actually breaking ground and trying to get on the property, that's kind of where we're running into the permit situation.
I tried to pair you up with our rec director, Tommy Barton, to kind of discuss possibly using our Jenny Rogers property. Did that ever happen?
Well, it didn't happen because so our board of directors tells me what to do and I do it. When we met and we discussed all of this, there were certain protocols that our board of directors put in place. And step one was making a relationship with the city so we can try to set up a partnership with the city and getting our utilities ran out to our location, which is what it kind of started out as a couple years ago whenever we first bought the property. And again, COVID happened. We understand that. So whenever we started this conversation again, I was asked to not facilitate that at this time, to get this ball rolling before we move forward with that, because we can't do anything until we know where we're going to be. So
That was direction from your board though, right?
I followed exactly what our board
Oh, okay.
told me
I was-
to.
okay,
Yes, sir.
all right.
Yes. We are all for using Jenny Rogers and possibly using Jenny Rogers and talking about that. We just have a little break before our next set of programs start. So we thought that this was the first thing that we needed to tackle before we moved forward with the next thing.
Are you doing indoor activities, indoor recreational things with these children?
Yes, so like I said, we just finished up our basketball and cheerleading season. We partnered with Campbellsville University and used their gym for that in Harrodsburg. Mm-hmm.
And you did it on the gym floor?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Jenny Rogers, yeah.
I would like more information about your programs and stuff,
Yeah.
you know,
Absolutely.
if you.
Yes, I would love to. Can I send it to you and you send it out to all of them? That way that they can all get it and it will have information about the programs and
Number of children?
how many, I was gonna say, how many, the
Number of
percentage of the
volunteers and-
counties and stuff we serve and how many we've I can send all of that to Ashley, sure. Yeah, would love to, be more than happy to. So I think for us, we kind of started this road a couple of years ago. And then again, COVID happened. For us, I think this is just starting to form a partnership now, getting back on track of figuring out what we need to do first and how we need to do it. Again, for us from a fundraising standpoint, it's trying to figure out how we get on our property the fastest, because that's going to be the easiest way for us to serve, is having a facility that is 100% inclusive for their needs versus partnering with this person to use their facility and it's still not fully accessible and fully equipped. We make it work, but in the meantime, we're just limping it along, and then we go to our next program and we partner with this organization that has this facility. The sooner we can get on our property and it's built and it's custom built for their needs, the
Well,
more we'll be able to.
Let me ask, let me ask you another question.
Yes, sir.
And feel free to take the Fifth Amendment to refuse to answer this question. You have a master plan that someone's put together for you, and I assume with a estimated cost for complete construction?
The whole entire, if we're talking phase 1 to phase 5, it's a $14 million expansion.
Oh, okay, all right. So I was thinking it's gonna be something, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
you
huge,
get
and I'll be
involved
more
with
than
some really
happy to
important,
send that information as
knowledgeable
well.
fundraisers, don't you?
Hey, Earl, wasn't there a reason that Jenny Rogers wouldn't work for them, or I can't remember.
Not now, but at the time when we
At the
first
time.
started talking about this, we just weren't ready for it.
Well, I mean,
The gym or
we were. The bottom line is that, you know, we've got to decide to build the field.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bottom line. The field doesn't exist. It's not done. Which is why, you know, they have an ongoing program. And so if we committed to that, then you could build it, and then at the end of that, you would have that as a resource. The biggest obstacle at the time was just then COVID hit and all that conversation just was paused.
But you were just gonna have a dirt field at Jenny Rogers for them, grass and dirt
No, we were illustrating examples of the miracle field, which is what she's talking about.
Yes, okay.
And there are, E-Town has one.
Yes.
We had some pictures of some others. They're the ADA accessible fields that are really a hardscape field. It partnered with us because we could make that our T-ball facility, which would then give her an opportunity to have it. We don't play T-ball very often, right? Like, we have very short windows. And so it would really make that a resource to support the kids that are stationed at the Jenny Rogers building tied to those programs. And then their organization, it would accommodate specifically the mission of her organization too. So it seemed like a good partnership,
Yeah.
but, you know, we just never was able to combine it into an idea or plan because of all the other demands that you have for your park development money.
Well, and E-Town has, I call it the baseball, softball, and the basketball, but they're all outdoors. They don't have an enclosed.
Yeah, none of the miracle fields I saw are indoors, but I think she's got an additional program.
So once the gym is built, so our goal is to be able, we typically do one Overcomer baseball season a year. Once the facility, or once that part of the phase is built, our goal is to run 4 Overcomer all-inclusive basketball seasons per year, 2 in the spring, 1 in the summer, 1 in the spring, 2 in the summer, 1 in the fall, so that it's a continuous program. But we've also outlined different adaptive sports for us to utilize on those fields. So adaptive soccer, we've
Sure,
talked about
sure.
doing basketball, baseball, volleyball. So it's really just, we need that field before we can add more programs to it.
Okay. And you're asking for how much from us?
So our cost, or grant cost for this is $5,300. That's just what it's gonna cost for us to maintain it for the year. Like I said, we've owned the property, we've maintained our mortgage, it looks really, really good. But we're having to use all of our capital funding that we're fundraising for to be able to put back into the field to get on the property.
But you're saying $5,300 to maintain the property on across from DCA?
Yes, it's about 5 acres. They go out and they they bush hog it, they weed eat. There's a one-time expense on our request right now for there, if you go out there, there's a huge section of trees that need to either be burned or cut down and removed, and then we need to reseed because in order to build the field, or I'm sorry, in order to build the fence that's there now, they had to go in and cut down some of those existing trees. So that's part of the $5,300 that we're asking for, and then the remainder is just to maintain it for the rest of the season.
Well, that's been done by your board and some of your family members, maintaining it?
Yes, basically, we have been footing the bill just as our contribution to, so we're not using our own funding, so we've been paying for it, but it's just to the point where it's so much that we just can't handle it ourselves anymore. It's just too much to spend.
And you have 10 or 15 members on your board?
8 right now, yes, sir.
How many?
8.
8? Okay. Well, none of our business, but,
Oh, feel free to ask whatever. We're
well,
an open book.
I
We
want to
want
make a
to.
suggestion to you.
Absolutely.
I suggest that you've got to find yourself a major fundraiser.
That's exactly what we've been
And I would say
doing,
a
yes.
semi-professional that is probably almost free fundraiser.
Okay.
There's somebody real close in this community that might be willing to do some of that for you. 'cause,
Okay.
People like that.
there are people like that, yes.
Yes.
Well, I'm just trying to be honest with you.
Yeah.
To ask us to give you $5,300 to maintain a piece of property that's privately owned, no.
Well, I totally understand that. And like I said, we could have asked for that $5,300 to be used for 10 or 15 other different ways. But we felt like this was the best way that we could utilize the funding that we would get so we can continue to move forward. That way, all of our funding that comes through goes towards putting those kids on the field out there.
And I personally think you ought to keep trying to work to break down those barriers and work with the city on that Jenny Rogers property, because we're looking at the same thing. And so I don't think we should have a duplicate. We can combine our funds unless there's something I don't know. Yeah. And so that's what I'd suggest, and I'd suggest that to both you and the city managers. Let's exhaust that before we do anything else.
Okay. All right, thank you, guys. We
Anyone else?
appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Adjourn.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all means.